Okay, so now you have a brief overview of what we're looking at today. I've, of course, done a deep dive for you. CYS was saying, when G goes quiet, she's probably deep diving. Yep, I'm either deep diving or visiting bears at a zoo. I went to visit some bears at a zoo on Monday, and I put that on my members only videos and on Patreon. So if you want to check that out and kind of just walk around in nature with me, sometimes we talk true crime, sometimes we make some animal commentary, then that's what you get there, members only and Patreon. So behind me here, I have a purple lily. This is in honor of the victim that we're talking about tonight or today, whatever time it is for you. Her purple was her favorite color. Her name was Lily, actually full name Ileana. So we're going to look at everything about this case now in a moment with my presentation. They want us to share the hashtag justice for Lily. So if you would be willing to do that as well, please also share this episode either by clicking the share button or the little clip button if that's available now. Share it on Twitter. I'll retweet it as well. And let's just continue to tell her story and spread the word. Um, I always believe there's lessons we can learn from it, as much as this is just absolutely devastating. Someone that she knew, her cousin, murdered her. Wow. I mean, that is just this case. Trigger warning: this content is for adults only. As you know, here on this channel, I really try to deliver true crime content as gently as possible. It's still a true crime channel, so we talk about some horrendous things, but I'm not too like crass or graphic in my use of language. um I don't want to overwhelm anyone, or make it too triggering, but please know this is a very upsetting topic. We're talking about a 10-year-old who was murdered by a 14-year-old on Sunday. I mean, some of the articles have worded it Lily's last bike ride. Okay, that really got me. That choked me right up, because I'm like, oh my word. Just the way they word it and things they say. So, yes, purple hearts for Lily. Thank you, Saleo. Absolutely great idea. Let's all put purple hearts for Lily in the chat as well, and then justice for Lily. Yes. Hello to Claire and Angela and Ricky and Daisy and everyone. Hello to Rob. It's so nice to see you, Caroline. Um, I asked myself, murder or another form of intentional death? What cousin? So yes, okay. So let's get to the presentation. Better get your notebooks out. Okay, I won't be a strict teacher over here. Okay. Get your notebooks out, Grizzlies. By the way, I've launched 2 new notebooks. They should be available in the next 72 hours or so. I'll let you know when they are. And there's also 2 new merch pieces for you. One is for DV awareness, and the other is for missing persons case awareness. Okay, 20% of that profit will be donated to a case that we're covering and a family in need. So that's just going to be an ongoing thing. Thank you for the purple hearts for Lily. Okay, so I'm going to make it like this as always. So Ileana Peters, known as Lily, age 10. Favorite color, purple. Hashtag justice for Lily. Try to type it out like that so that there's solidarity. I see that sometimes people think a hashtag is the hash sign and anything you want to say. You know what I mean? Like, meaning on social media, it's like hashtag walking my dog, hashtag eating ice cream, hashtag, I don't know. Like, hashtags are a way to file data all over social media, right? So hashtag justice for Lily is as important as, for instance, hashtag justice for Naomi Irion. And not just justice for Naomi Irion. You know what I mean? So hashtag please help find Daniel. We got to use those ones so that everything gets categorized under that one hashtag, and then all the content can be found there much more easily for people who want to, if they just type in the name, they'll know about the case. So here they didn't say Lily Peaches. They're just sharing for now justice for Lily. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. You guys are so sweet. I truly believe I have the kindest community. I mean, if we have a troll in here, they stand out like a sore thumb. And then, hence again, this is Grizzly True Crime. Of course, the mascot here is a grizzly bear. We know we love Fury. I know you guys think he's the mascot, but we love freaking grizzly bears. Why? Because they look cute and cuddly, but okay, they can also maul you. And that means we're all cute and cuddly over here. We're nice. This is a very nice, kind, decent community. But if there's trolls up in here, I know you guys have totally got my back and each other's back. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mods, and thank you for everyone else. Hello to Chris from the Monsters Under Our Bed. It's so nice to see you in the chat as well. Thank you so much, because you are so kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to continue with this presentation. Shame, that picture. Wow. Okay, so Lily visited her auntie Lori's house on Sunday, April 24th. She lived in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, population, I've seen two different quotes now, 14,000 around there. This small community where they were was the population apparently 14,000 people. Her home was only, and get this, 0.3 miles. And yes, we're going to do map time. 0.3 miles away, 4 blocks. It's half a kilometer for anyone that uses kilometers like me from South Africa. That is so close to her auntie's house. 4 blocks, a third of a mile, and half a kilometer. Oh my word. That is shocking to think what happened next. So continue on. Deep breaths, everyone. It's a very difficult case to look at. It involves a 10-year-old little girl who was murdered by a 14-year-old boy who so happens to be her cousin. We're not going to say, by the way, I like how in the bond hearing for this juvenile, they said there is a order of decorum, which means like order in the court, okay? And you may not say his name. So please don't type it out here. We don't want to, I don't know, we're not allowed to, okay? We don't want to type it out here if you know it. If you're on Facebook, you're going to know it. I know the name. Maybe you know the name. But let's continue to honor what the court has asked, what the judge has asked, what all the attorneys, because we don't want to jeopardize the case. So they're referring to him as CPB. Okay, so we're going to get to it now. I'll show you now, but don't say his whole name, okay? But it is her alleged cousin. The parents, so she went to visit her auntie's house, 4 blocks away. Okay, she took a bicycle, went there for a visit, spent some time with her auntie and uncle and cousin, clearly. Let me just take this little banner off so we can actually see the presentation properly. There we go. And she was last seen wearing a quarter zip purple shirt. Purple's a favorite color, told you. Black stretch pants and gray shoes. Now, I was wondering what the heck is a quarter zip, and it just means a shirt with like a zip that doesn't go all the way down, not even halfway down, a quarter of the way down. You see? Yes. Yes. Okay. Hello to the Pronzos. All right. You didn't know that. Okay. So she was a fourth grader at Parkview Elementary School. And here I wrote this in red. It's important. All these things in red are, of course, very important. This is for your notebooks. Her cousin at her aunt's house is an 8th grader, age 14. So that was already one of my red flags. I'm like, wait, what? And we're going to look at who lives where and what in a moment. Police searched for her and found her bicycle near the Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing Company's parking lot. Now, with my little bit of German and Dutch knowledge, okay, I challenge you, pronunciation police, to say that. Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing Company's parking lot. So K9 teams were deployed, but an Amber Alert was not activated as the case did not meet the requirements to do so. Right? So I was looking like, what are the requirements? And they say here, just for interest's sake, summary of Department of Justice recommended criteria are: there's reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred. The law enforcement agency believes that the child is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death. There is enough descriptive information about the victim and the abduction for law enforcement to issue an Amber Alert to assist in the recovery of the child. The abduction is of a child aged 17 years or younger, and the child's name and other critical data elements, including the child abduction flag, have been entered into the National Crime Information Center (NCIC) system. So why was an Amber Alert not triggered? Well, there were some witnesses who saw two kids walking into this trail. You know, they were on their bikes. Apparently, she was on her bike. And so I think at the point at which she was reported missing and the police found her bicycle, they might have already had a suspect in mind. You know, I know a lot of people are saying, why, what, why can't it be? You guys are like, what? Why no Amber Alert? I think because at that point they already knew, possibly. Allegedly, I'm just speculating, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't there be an Amber Alert? Maybe they knew based on eyewitnesses that, oh my word, it was like her cousin with her or whatever, you know? Yes. Exactly. No wonder you didn't hear no text alerts. And it happened so quickly. So she was reported missing around 9 p.m. And sadly, her body was already discovered the next morning. So the police were very, very quick in this case. I must say, we give them lots of credit for that. They acted so promptly. The prosecution has been so quick. This is like the quickest happening case I've just about seen. So Okay, so police searched for her and found her bicycle near the Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing Company's parking lot. We'll look at map time. K9 teams were deployed, so that's interesting too, but an Amber Alert was not activated. On Monday, April 25th at approximately 9:15 a.m., her body was found. Now, her mother was heard on the police radio crying hysterically in the woods. This was very close to her home, like really close. So that's very sad, very scary. And I'm wondering if I don't know the conditions of, like or the circumstances. Why was her mother there as well? But maybe she was just like, okay, I'll come along and just walk through the woods as well. And then unfortunately, they discovered her body. So that's very, very difficult to hear her mother like screaming in the background. So I'm not going to play that today. But yes, she was there when they discovered her body. So yes, let's continue on. So these are pictures of the area there in the back end, that red like building. You can see the brewing company. There's like a little bridge and there's a walking path, and her bicycle was found near this parking lot. You can see this police officer. I'm not too sure if this is kind of where it happened, because you can see by his body language. Oh, he's looking at something, you know. Yeah, you say, thank you. I can't hear that. I can't hear it again either. Lots of flowers. I'm going to plant purple lilies. That is so nice. Yes, plant purple lilies. Oh, my word. That's so beautiful. Yes. Okay. Sure. Must be a horrible discovery. So this is also, you can just see, I'm just showing you the area, and I know a lot of you've already emailed me, huh? A few of you're like, Delphi. It does look similar to, and of course it's near water and all of that. There's no connection to Delphi, but I understand why your mind goes there, because my mind also went there for a second. I'm like, what? What date is it? Delphi. And I'm like, oh, okay. Then the case was solved so quickly. So you can see that in this small community, they put purple ribbons everywhere. On the lampposts, they put it on the homes, they put it on their post boxes, mail boxes, you guys call them, to honor Lily, because purple was her favorite color. So yes. Yeah, it has to be very hard on law enforcement as well. I agree. So you could see they're saying, rest in peace, Lily. Shame. Now, Chief Matthew Kelm held a press conference on Tuesday while police were actually at the same time executing a search warrant at Lily's aunt's house. So you could see them putting the tape all around the house and then later carrying out evidence from the house, which is probably how they probably then had DNA, that they found they could easily identify it was her. Of course, the coroner confirmed it. We are awaiting her autopsy results. However, the freaking 14-year-old is clearly bragging about what he did in a way. I'm speculating. I'm not saying, he didn't say he's bragging, but the way he's just like spilling the beans. He's just saying everything. He's like, I did this, I went there. So we're going to get into that now. But we are still waiting for her autopsy results. But yes, I think that's how they arrested him so quickly, I would assume. Okay, so trigger warning, as you can see there. I'm just going to do this for a second. Wait, can it be like this? Yes. Okay. Trigger warning, everyone. This is him now bragging about what he did in a way, or saying what he did. Matter of factly saying. I mean, yeah, okay. A juvenile was arrested as a suspect in a murder and has since had his bail hearing. He is Lily's 14-year-old cousin. I was very, very reluctant to say cousin, because in court they won't reveal the nature of their relationship, but I see it's already on the Daily Mail and everywhere else. So now it's a known fact that it's her 14-year-old cousin, to be referred to legally as CP-B, Charlie Papa-Bravo, his initials. He said, trigger warning, he said that he planned to walk her home, because it's so short, but through the walking trail. And then he planned to SA her and murder her. He made these statements to police. What? This is horrible. Now, you might wonder, why would a 14-year-old at all even think like this? And unfortunately, doesn't have the best dad in the world. We're going to get into it. He told them that when they got onto the trail, he punched her in the stomach, knocked her to the ground, strangled her with a stick to the point of near death. And then essayed her. So that's how she died. Oh my word. I know like the way that they worded it in court was almost like, sorry to get into the details of this, but just like I wasn't certain. That's why I say strangled to the point of near death and then essayed her. But a lot of people are saying necrophilia because some articles have taken what was said in court and saying he strangled her till she died and then he essayed her. But he kind of said that was his plan: take her out there, essay her, and murder her. So that is horrendous. 14-year-old doing this to a 10-year-old and his cousin. Wow. Now here's the little sort of a family tree that I tried to. I draw it much better, guys. If you want to see, wait. Maybe I actually don't draw it much better. Look at all of this. I have like, I got the whole family on a map, but I just put what's important here. So in the purple, we have Alex Peters, age 43, and Jennifer Airley, 38. Those are Dylan and Lily's parents. Okay, so Lily has a brother called Dylan. Now, Jennifer's sister is Lori Davis, okay, which means that Lily and Lori's kids would be cousins. You get it? Okay. I hope that this makes sense. I tried my best here. so, so Jennifer is sisters with Lori Davis. Now, Lori was married before to the dude up there, Adam B. I said B because they're saying CPB. As soon as I say his surname, we're saying too much. So, Lori was married to this guy called Adam, and he's actually, because of possession of CP, okay, child, P, on his phone, where he actually superimposed his own face onto pictures with kids and stuff. Like he actually, who goes that far? It's not even consuming the content, sharing the content. No, now you're also going to superimpose your face in the content. That is sickening. Now he has got a 3-year prison sentence and 15 years of probation. And this happened recently. So that is the father of CPB because Lori used to be married to Adam and their son is CPB. But now Lori, since then, has moved on and her boyfriend is John Repito. Repito. Okay, he's 50, she's 45. Now he has 3 sons of his own, but one son allegedly died of an OD. One son allegedly died of unaliving himself, and another son lives with his mother. So it doesn't sound like Lori. Sorry, I'm not trying to throw shade at people here, but it doesn't sound like she picks the best men because, like, there's so many rumors allegedly of him as well. I don't know, having all kinds of red flags, but like, man, it's just so sad. It's like, so I'm not blaming the parents again. I'm not trying to do that or say anything. I'm just like, whoa, when you start looking at the family tree and stuff, I'm like, damn, they've been through a lot. Let's put it that way. They've been through a lot. Lori is broken, like heartbroken, devastated, cannot go through anymore because Adam being found with CP and then she's looking after this son, CPB, and he's living at this home with John and Lori. So he was kind of, from what I gather, he was the only kid living in that home when Lily came to visit her cousin, CPB. So it was Lily and CPB that day, right? Because the one son died, the other one also died, and one son lives with his mother. A lot of people were speculating that this other son of this John guy was the suspect, but it wasn't. And it's very, very important not to just be like, oh my word, we know who it is, it's that guy, and just say the name because he's got death threats. He's a kid as well, as a teenager. He's got death threats and all sorts of things, which isn't nice because he's not even involved at all. He lives with his mom, Simply Stranger. Thank you so much for your $5 super sticker. Yeah, I'm sad Lily visited that house. Clearly not safe for children. Yeah, so now I hope this all makes sense. And now CPB is facing criminal charges in an adult court, even though he's a juvenile, because of his absolute intent, the statements he made, the brutality of everything that he did. So yes, it was her cousin. So if you look at it, it's Jennifer's sister, Lori's son from her first marriage, I would say. And one of her marriages. I don't actually know the whole background. She was married before to Adam. She had CPB, so it makes it Lily's cousin. Okay, so Lily was 10. I don't exactly know how old Dylan is right now, but CPB 14. Oh my word. Okay, this is a lot. We're in it together. This is great that we are a community here, looking at these cases together. We're all in it together. I hope you guys are okay. All right, so now the judge, his name is Benjamin Lane. The district attorney, so lead prosecutor, Wade Newell. And the defense is Kirby Harless and Carl Smith. Kirby actually represents a juvenile court, and Carl Smith represents, from what I understand, adult court. So it depends which way this goes. They are planning to continue on this, charging him as an adult, even though he's only 14, based on the severity of the crime. But there is a small chance that this could go to juvie court, which would be like, oh dear. You apparently what the DA was saying is that juveniles don't get sentenced. Like that's the words he said. Like they don't get sentenced in Wisconsin the same way, of course, that adults do. That would be a whole nother case and different consequences, which I'm worried about. I hope this continues, based on the severity and the sort of grandiosity that it sounds like. I haven't heard how he says it, but just the way he's like, oh yeah, I did this and this, and I just all the details is like, oh dear, like he sounds quite sinister. Keep him in there. Karen Kennedy, thank you so much for your $10 super sticker. I really appreciate it so much. And welcome to all my members and welcome to all my patrons. And those of you who are members and patrons, damn, thank you so much. Okay, so charges that this guy is facing, and this is hectic. First degree intentional homicide. Well, I thought first degree was intentional, but they say first degree intentional homicide, first degree essay, and then there's the added third charge because you have to refine, like refine and define. So first degree essay with a child under the age of 13 resulting in great bodily harm. Those are the three charges that he's facing. Exactly. 14 doing what he did. I agree with adult court. Lock him up forever. Sure. It sounds really bad, huh? So he's being held at the Eau Claire Juvenile Detention Center on a $1 million bond with two conditions: no contact with any other juveniles and may not possess any dangerous weapons. Now, his defense was asking, they said, do you have any objections? The defense said, yes, we would prefer it, of course, if it's a $100,000 bond because he's only 14 years old. He can't drive. He's not a flight risk at all, even though he's facing like life imprisonment. They're like, no, like it should just be $100,000. There's no reason. And they don't think it's appropriate to have anything more than that. But what I really liked was that the judge was like, well, based on his intent, how he expressed it, the severity of this, he's staying with the $1 million bond with two conditions: the no contact with any other juveniles. But then they made one exception to the rule, is that if any of his siblings want to have contact with him, that must be supervised by either law enforcement or an adult. Yes. All right. So the criminal complaint remains sealed, is what they've said. They also mentioned that the search warrant of the house at this point is sealed, and the next hearing is scheduled for May 5th, 2022, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. He would face life imprisonment. Those are the words used. Life imprisonment sentences for charges 1 and 3, and no more than 60 years for count 2. So yeah, it sounds to me like if this is happening, he's going to be in prison for obviously the rest of his life. For Jimmy, if you wouldn't mind writing out SA, because if you write these words out, YouTube immediately flags that as my chat is talking about things that are quite sinister, and then they suppress the reach of this video. And we'd really like the video, of course, to get out far and wide so that people can learn about Lily's case. I'm not literally picking you out. I'm just letting everyone know that that happens. Okay, so if you could write out essay or just not write out graphic things, it really helps me out a lot, and it also helps the cases out a lot so that they can actually get somewhere. Thank you so much, Mi Amor Michelle. Welcome to membership. I hope you enjoyed the zoo video that I put up for you yesterday. I'm sure you will. Let me know. There was a live stream and then a video for you. Thank you from Alaska. Okay, so let's continue on. Oh. So this is what it looks like. And apparently this place is struggling with funding. So it's definitely not a nice place. I'm just saying that. It's not supposed to be nice, but I just mean, it's not nice. Okay, so here I've got justice for Lily. Shame. 10 years old. 10 years old. Yeah. World of difference between the juvenile system and adult system. Juvenile justice just slaps wrist. Mm-hmm. Exactly. This little parasite should be charged as an adult. That kid shopped at school was 14. Exactly. He's gonna. I'm sure he will. It seems like they're on track for that. He's got $1 million bond. $1 million. Thank you. All right. When you say what about internet, I don't know. What do you mean? I know. I was praying there was an essay that makes it so much worse. I agree. It's like it's just so terrible. Berliner Flanzer, thank you so much for your $2.99 super sticker. Thank you. That's such a cool name. All right. So justice for Lily. Let me continue with this quickly. Is that it? Okay, in this. Shame. This shirt, it says Justice California, but it's just, oh, in hindsight, it's so ironic. She's wearing a shirt that says Justice and it's got rainbows and it's so just, it's just, man, this is just horrible. Lock him up. Exactly. Yes, life. Seems like it would be. Angela Bloom, thank you so much for your $4.99 super sticker. Grizzly 101. Yes. Rosewood, thank you as well for your support. When you guys support me like this, man, you make me feel like so freaking encouraged with all these presentations I make because I sit here like for many hours making these things for you guys. So thank you so much. Yeah, damn, YouTube. hmm Daisy, thank you for your $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this now and I'm going to play you a little tribute that I made for her, okay? Will do. Animal lover myself. Please, everyone, share this video. Yes, please share this video. Thank you for sharing hashtag justice for Lily. And thank you for your $5 super sticker. And yes, I hope you enjoy all the membership stuff. How can they not restrict internet if it gets released? I don't think he's getting released. $1 million bond may as well be no bail at all. Why? That sounds like a lot. Not? Okay, so let's play this for you. I'll play that at the end again. Faith, thank you and welcome to membership. I hope you enjoy the videos. A lot of people are encouraging me to go to that Zoom more often. So you let me know once you watch the video in the comments on that video if you also want that. Hashtag we love your channel. Thank you so much. The suspect was in court at 1 p.m. Central Time, so that's already happened. But yes, he was. They didn't show him, of course not. That's part of the order of decorum. I quite like that little phrase. Order of decorum, everyone. Right? Thank you, Soleo. Yes, leave your DNA on the like button. I have a few more things to show you. So let me just quickly, what I'm going to check right now for a second is just refreshing if there's any news. Because we're waiting for her autopsy results. Yeah, I know everyone. Wow, they're saying praying someone kills the monster before trial. You see what I mean? They get real graphic on Twitter. They say a lot of things on there. Oh my word. Tammy, as in Tamara Irion, Naomi Irion's sister, has just said, joining in the 24-hour Twitter silence in honor of Lily Peters. See you on the other side. That's so sweet. Oh my word, 24-hour. That's quite hectic, eh? Liz B. Gisela, you do amazing work. Thank you for giving these victims voices. Thank you so much, Liz B. Thank you for your $9.99 super sticker and like your picture. Very cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope that young boy is thinking about the horrific crime he did while he's being held right now. Yeah, it hits close to home. I don't even have kids, but I'm like, oh my word. I think, I don't know. I was a swimming coach. That was like 3.5 years ago, right? Of kids around that age. And I'm like, it's really hectic. I mean, she was only 10 years old. Oh no, Miss Chewy, thank you so much for your gel pen fund. I sure need it. I'm down to my last two. I've got some really cool donations for the next gel pen shop. So thank you so much. I'm going to add that to it, and I'm definitely going to stock up on some gel pens. I really appreciate it. I need those. Otherwise, my hands will just not make it. Yes, thank you for the purple hearts. Thanks, Queen Nessie. Hashtag justice for Lily with purple hearts is wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm just quickly reading. The suspect should have been watched due to his father's history. Chris giving me so much effort. Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to make them beautiful. Did you watch the first court hearing? Yes, I watched it. What I do here really, I mean, I know we could watch it, but what I've done for you is summarize it in a beautiful presentation, which I hope is slightly easier on the eye than just watching like court stuff. That's kind of what I do on this channel, right? I kind of summarize things for you guys. I want to just quickly show you one thing here. They do have a GoFundMe, by the way, and there was a petition created and 50,000 people signed. I'm going to show you in a moment. I just quickly want to find the GoFundMe link. Just hold on one second. Yeah, this one. All right. So let's show you this. This is the GoFundMe for Lily Peters. So you see they've got some beautiful lilies over here. Erin McCarthy's organizing this fundraiser. Oh, they've got 23,000. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about signatures. They've raised $23,000. They say, I'm a close friend of Lily. I'm trying to help the family in any way possible in their time of need. The loss of Lily is devastating. She went missing Sunday evening after leaving her aunt's house in Chippewa Falls. Monday morning, she was found, and the worst imagined had happened. And this was not an accident. She was found deceased. Although Lily's no longer with us in spirit and smiles always will be. Heartbreaking for her family, friends, and community. Let's come together and help her family with expenses. This is a very tragic loss and complete nightmare. All donations will be going to the family of Lily for funeral cost and memorial. Also, any extra expenses that may occur. If you're unable to donate, please share. So what we could do is I could share it like this. That's where you share it, copy it, right? And I'm going to put it here. I'm sure the mods are also on it. You guys are so fast. I'm putting it in there if you guys want to make a donation or if you want to just at least share it. That's very helpful as well. So this is it. And then let's just quickly take this off for a second because I've got to just manage what I'm doing here. I want to show you this. This as well. Lily Alert for Missing Kids is on change.org. And they've got 50,731 signatures. And they say, I'd like to formally start a petition to create a Lily Alert. A 10-year-old girl went missing in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. The child was reported missing after a bike ride to her aunt's house. She was reported missing around 9 p.m. Her bike and body were located the next morning. Well, actually, her bike was located the night before, but okay. The police called it a homicide. An Amber Alert was never sent due to the rules around what constitutes its use. We need something more. Any parent would agree that when a child is missing, even for a short amount of time, that they need help and then help should be sent. The community is devastated and rallied to start a search group for the missing child. We can do better as a community and must be more proactive. We need an alert with less regulations around it so that we can respond quicker to missing children. Thank you, Mikey's Mammy. Thank you so much for your super sticker as well. Yeah, how horrific is this case? I know, right, Jenny? Whew. Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. And you're like, I love my Grizzly notebooks. And there's 2 new Grizzly notebooks coming. One will have like rainbow designs and a butterfly inside. And the other one is for case notes. Yes. One if the boy had previous behavior. I know. I also wonder. I hope they'll release more information as we go along. That's awesome, Robert. So sad for Lily's parents, family, and school friends. I agree. Thank you so much, sweet Caroline. Thank you so much. What's up, Inks? Amber alerts must be changed. Yeah. And she was. Now we're still gonna do map time. Don't you worry. You hang in there for map time, okay? Don't you go anywhere now. Anyone feel like leaving? Don't. There's still map time. There's waffle time and everything. So just hold on one second. I want to just make sure Sorry, had to do a little cough. I want to just make sure we covered all these details just in case there's anything new, because the Daily Mail, my word, they're good at details. And it's like UK, right? So they say cousin, you see, they say, right, that cousin 14 is arrested for essay and strangling. Wow. Wisconsin girl Lily Peters to death. Told cops he wanted to break her and intended to kill her. I mean, that is horrendous. See, like this is the type of language I really don't like, but he said it. He wanted to break her. Oh my word. Okay, so let's just go here. They say the 14-year-old cousin of murdered 10-year-old Wisconsin girl Lily Peters has been charged with essay and strangling her. Lily 10 vanished on Sunday evening in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, after an afternoon spent with her aunt Lori Davis, 45, and her boyfriend John Repeater. Um, Her father, Alex Peters, reported her missing when she failed to return home around 9 p.m. Cops launched a desperate search for her and found her bicycle in a hiking trail, so wait for the map time, behind her aunt's house. Her body was found on Monday in a wooded area just off a footpath and less than half a mile from the home that she shared with her parents, father, mother, Jennifer Early, 38, and her brother Dylan. The boy, who was named in court as CPB, appeared via a Zoom link from and appeared alongside his attorneys from juvenile detention. Dressed in a black sweater, he sat silently as the court heard how he, the boy, told the police his intention was to break and kill the victim from the get go as he left the house and walked down the street with her. You see what I mean? I think he's quite cocky, this guy. He's quite arrogant. Yes, the case happened in Wisconsin. Yes. Whoa. DA Wade Newell asked for bond to be set at $1 million as he described how the boy punched the victim in the stomach and knocked her to the ground, strangled her to the point of death, and then essayed her. Yes, and good grandma was saying, look at her shirt. That's what we were saying earlier. Her shirt ironically says Justice. Yes, it says Justice California with a beautiful rainbow and everything, which is just so sad. And yeah, I mean, what a nice picture. Wow. This is a picture. Lily had been at her aunt Lori's house in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, pictured when she failed to return home on Sunday night. Hey, we're going to do our own map time. Despite defense objections, Judge Benjamin Lane agreed to set the bond at $1 million and banned him from any contact with minors. Lily's disappearance and murder has shocked the small Chippewa Falls community of around 30,000 people. See, here they said 30,000, and in other news articles and things, they said 14. So I'm not 100% sure how many people. I think in this small community is like 14, but maybe Chippewa Falls in general is 30,000. Let me know if you know. I'll correct myself if you guys know. And they say that the 10-year-old was regularly seen riding her bike around town. On a bridge near Jacob Leinenkugel Brewery, close to where Lily was found, a huge display of purple balloons and flowers was laid out. A security guard watching the area said she instantly recognized Lily when she was declared missing, telling the Daily Mail that she often saw her cycling along that path. She added, "This is a small town, so everyone knows everyone. I never spoke to Lily, but I saw her cycling all the time. On the street where the 10-year-old lived, every tree has been decorated with purple ribbons, while some supportive signs were also seen on Davis's street. The house that she shared with her killer son has been taped off and is currently guarded by police." Yes, okay. So that's everything we covered there. And I've got, as you saw, a lot of tabs to show you. Got a lot of things to show you here. I wanted to show you I'm going to show you in a moment the jail. Where is that? Thank you, Louisa. Hashtag justice for Lily. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you so much for your $5 super sticker, for the support. Here they say Lily Peters killing 10-year-old's autopsy is underway as the suspect prepares for first court appearance. So, of course, it prepares for his first court appearance. Okay, yeah. Today was the Zoom link. The hearing. Wisconsin coroner could have autopsy results in the shocking slaying of 10-year-old Lily Peters available as early as today, as her suspected killer juvenile is slated for a preliminary court appearance, right? Her remains were sent across state lines to the much larger jurisdiction of Ramsey County, Minnesota, which includes the city of St. Paul, where the autopsy was performed. Officials there said the results would be announced by authorities in her hometown. Chippewa County Coroner Ronald Patton did not immediately respond to requests for comment. For the suspect's bond hearing, the judge said cameras are not allowed in the courtroom for the proceedings at 1 p.m. Central Time. The unidentified juvenile suspect was expected to appear remotely. Lily's father reported her missing Sunday night after she failed to return home from her aunt's house, according to Chippewa Falls Police. A search team found her remains the following morning nearby in a suburban area flanked by Parkland and the famous Leinenkugel's Brewery. On Tuesday, Chippewa Falls Police Chief Matthew Kelm said an unidentified juvenile suspect had been taken into custody. Now we know kind of who it is, even though they don't say the name. Dr. Michael Baden, a physician and forensic pathologist who formerly served as New York's chief medical examiner, said it was rare but not unusual to outsource an autopsy in a high-profile case to a better-equipped jurisdiction. Right? St. Paul, an hour and 10 minutes to the west, had forensic pathologists on staff in its medical examiner's office, he said, while the Chippewa County coroner's office does not. They sent it to St. Paul because they didn't feel that the coroner's office there was able to handle it, which is all right. Better that they send it to a better place than to do it themselves. I mean, I respect that. That's great. I wish that would happen in more cases, right? If they can't really, if it's well, any case, if they can't really perform the autopsy, I don't know, to whatever degree they want to, then yes, send it where they can. First and most importantly, earlier this evening, we arrested a juvenile suspect in this case. He said the suspect was not a stranger. The suspect was known to the victim. We do not believe there's any danger to the community at this time. So, of course, now we know it's the cousin. This is they say, okay, hold on. Police also served a search warrant at the aunt's home on North Grove Street. Kelm would not comment on whether the suspect was arrested at the same address or related to Lily. Yes, but now we know they were. Lily Peters' remains were found in the woods near the end of North Grove Road, which turns into a walking trail. Okay. The chief declined to answer questions about the suspect's age and gender. Now we know 14 boy, but appeared to let a hint slip later when he asked where the suspect was being held. I'm not sure where the suspect is right now, but he is in custody. Police received more than 200 tips in this case, which Kelm said helped lead police to the suspect. Now, we can look at that. We can look at that if you want. I just want to show you quickly this. Listen, Cool Blue, stop making me try to shop. This is the Eau Claire Juvenile Detention Center. They say they request more funds. So this was from 2019. I don't know if they actually got the funds or not, but I'm just showing you a little bit here so you can just see a few pictures of maybe what it looks like.
And detention center staff say they need more funding. The center has requested more than $180,000 in additional funding in the 2020 city budget. Officials say the money is needed for extra staff and hopes of better monitoring the juveniles.
So you can see what it looks like.
We're asked to do a lot with what we have. I think we have 5 kids that are there for a year. And those kids, I mean, those kids are great, but they require a lot of time and effort.
Badness says a lot of long-term stays
Look at
often
it.
deal
Look at
with
the cell.
mental health or other behavioral health issues.
So he's going to be in a cell like that right now. Yes. And it looks like this as well. So I just wanted to show you that now just for a second. And then here, what have I got for you here? I think this was just another overview. Yes, that's what we just looked at. Okay. So hold on one second. Mods, did you get hold of those? These. It's okay. We'll add that to the blocked list. My word. Not this one. Not great. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So hang in there again for map time. I just want to make sure. Let's close this. All right. So now we can look at the tip. One of the tips that came in. It could be something that helped out. Okay. Wanting to break a, oh boy. So what do you want to do first? Look at the tip or look at the map time? The choice, huh? I think we should look at the tip, then the map time. So let's look at this quickly. So this was interesting. This was shared by Katie Smith on Twitter. And she said, a Reddit thread followed by a body, the murder of Lily Peters. Can you guys see it nicely? Like that? Okay. They say, update, the story's been edited to include additional comments from Home Slice Nation 4. They say, on the evening of April 25th, a post about the murder of 10-year-old Lily Peters in the generally sleepy town of Chippewa Falls went viral in a popular true crime subreddit. You got to follow me on Reddit too. We post a lot on Reddit, Grizzly True Crime, because this is interesting that it was in a popular true crime subreddit. What was otherwise an innocuous update on a case that made headlines across the country soon transformed into what may have been a key piece in the arrest of a juvenile male for Peters' murder. The body of Lily Peters was found just off a walking trail near Leinenkugel's Brewery at around 9 a.m. on April 25th, a short distance away from her abandoned bicycle. Chippewa Falls police quickly cordoned off the area with a crime scene tape as emergency response vehicles swarmed the area, followed shortly thereafter by members of the media. On Tuesday morning, police announced an increased presence at the area schools as the search for Peter's killer continued apace. Community members, terrified that a child predator was still at large, traded rumors about SO as police urged parents not to let children walk to school alone. The vast majority of speculation centered on child SOs living in Chippewa Falls, with members of the public urging authorities to investigate them in relation to Peter's murder. Yet, despite all of the enthusiastic condemnation of those listed on the SO registry, not only was the real culprit not on the registry, but he was, perhaps even more disturbingly, a juvenile. Commenting on a Care 11 news article shared to the R True Crime subreddit, an anonymous Reddit user posting under the name Home/Nation4 claimed to have vital information about Peter's murder. The comment, posted around 10 p.m. CDT, so is that Central Daylight Time, right, on April 25th, alleged that Peters was seen on the walking trail on the evening of April 24th. Home/Nation4 claimed that they were also in the park playing the popular game, mobile game, Pokemon Go, when they saw that girl in a pink or purple hoodie on her bike with another kid on my way out. I have a suspicion that it could be another kid that did it, added Home/Nation4, and they were right. Here is a little sort of like a screenshot of what they posted. Home/Nation4 said, "What's scary is I was playing Pokemon Go in the park that day, walking along that very same trail. My stomach turns when I think that I saw that girl in a pink or purple hoodie on her bike with another kid on my way out. I have a suspicion it could be another kid that did it." Soon, Home/Nation4 was bombarded by a flurry of requests from other Reddit users to contact police. "If you believe you saw her also with another person, you need to let law enforcement know right away," urged one user. "Please call the tip line if you haven't already," commented another. Despite numerous relentless pleas from other Reddit users to inform the police of what they saw, Home/Nation4 seemed to drop off the grid, ignoring requests to confirm they called in the tip. When approached for a request to comment, Home/Nation4, a local high school student, elaborated on what they witnessed in the park that night. "My co-workers got me hooked on Pokemon Go again, so I was walking through the park playing that," they explained. While driving by the entrance to the skate park area near Line and Kugels, they saw two kids riding their bikes, either past that entrance or into the park. Not wanting to withhold vital information from investigators, a number of concerned Reddit users took it upon themselves to reach out to Chippewa Falls Police, calling the tip line and emailing screenshots of the post to investigators. Less than 20 minutes after sending in the tip, a detective with the Chippewa Falls Police Department called the Reddit user to let them know that they would be following up. Shortly before the scheduled press conference at 6:30 p.m. CDT on April 26th, the house of Peters' aunt at 422, okay, yeah, they just say the address, damn. I don't always like to just put the address out there like that, but okay, 422 North Grove Street was surrounded by police cars and roped off with crime scene tape. Officers could be seen carrying out boxes of evidence, and the street was blocked off to prevent members of the media from getting too close to what was now a crime scene. During the press conference, police announced that they made an arrest in the case, a juvenile who was known to the victim. While initially declining to identify the age and gender of the suspect, the police chief referred to the suspect using male pronouns when asked where they were being held. Initially, users on Reddit, this is important, and other true crime forums like Web Sleuths speculated that the information provided by Home/Nation4 had cracked the case and brought the killer to justice. Although the truth is undoubtedly more complex, likely involving a combination of circumstantial and physical evidence leading police to the culprit, the murder of Lily Peters exemplifies the importance of the virtual world, that's us, guys, that's us, in solving real-life crimes. Ever since that day, I can't stop thinking, was that girl I saw Ileana? So that's her full name, remember? And I'll never really know, explained Home/Nation4. But it breaks my heart something like this would happen. Unless the juvenile suspect in Peter's murder is charged as an adult, a scenario which is not out of the question, seems to be happening, we may never know whether or not Home/Nation4's helpful comment inadvertently led to the suspect's arrest. At the very least, this case highlights the key role that web-savvy citizens can play in bringing criminals to justice. I agree. I agree, of course. It's what we do as a community here. We want to we want to share, we want to get the word out, we want to get the hashtags going, we want to share information, especially when it's a missing person and they have not yet been found. The more we share, the better maybe someone stumbles on it like that, and they're like, wait a minute, actually, I was there and I saw this and this, right? Okay. So, yes, change the resolution settings if it's looking a little blurry. I'm definitely paying top dollar to have HD streaming right to you. Yes, I am. Okay, so I can take this off, and then I think it's just about time now for map time. I think that's what we got left. I just want to do one more quick check to see if there's any latest news. Just hold on. Nope, not there. This is about the 24 silence. So they say after hearing what Lily Peters suffers, there's no tweeting for 24 hours for some people doing that. So if you guys want to do that, you can do that. That one will be very difficult for me to do. But yes, feel free also just to follow along on Twitter and see, because there's a lot of news that gets shared on there. Use CP-B, not full name, is what they are saying as well. Are you doing your map time dance? All right, all right. So let's get ready here. Let's get the maps ready. Okay, it's map time. People wait. We're going to put, hello, yes, Lily Peters, we want that. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's do the map time thing. Okay, and I'm back. I've got the maps going on. If you guys are missing Mr. Grizzly's flights, don't you worry. You know what? I've inspired him to start his own channel. And I will let you guys know when that's ready. Like I will share it. I'll put a link down somewhere or whatever so that you guys can see lots of flights if you wanted to. But yes, that is what's happening here. So, okay, let's go. We are, of course, in Chippewa Falls in Wisconsin. So let's present the information to you. So I call it, you see, I didn't put the addresses there. I rename it Auntie's house. Okay. Auntie's house. So there we go. You guys, map time. Okay. So Auntie's house, if you just look at this, I mean, it is absolutely shocking to look at. Here's the auntie's house. Here's her parents' house. Just look at that. Just take that in. It is like as close as one can possibly get. Honestly, 0.3 of a mile. And that's if you go like this and this way and round the corner. It's like as the crow flies, it's even shorter. Sure. So I'm just going to zoom out so you can see. We'll go to each one like this, but her parents' house here, her auntie's house here, and then her and her cousin were apparently going along on this trail. I'm not 100% sure how he got her to do that. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if it's like, let's go for a walk there and then cycle back this way or something, maybe. But they went through this trail. You can see there's water here. There's a walking trail in here, right? And her bicycle was found near this Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing Company. I believe like more here, and her body was found here. But look how close it is. Like, I'm so shocked. It's all like right on top of each other. I mean, it's amazing that they found her bicycle the night before and then her body the next day. I know it was dark and everything. I'm just like, she was so close to her bicycle. It's horrible. Ek gaan nou weer Afrikaans praat vir die if you guys do pronunciation police, I'm going to do speaking Afrikaans. Well considered not tagging properties with actual names. Thank you so much, Geraldine. Yeah. They haven't shown the cousin. No, they don't want to show the cousin. According to the judge, according to the order of decorum, they will not be showing him because he is a juvenile and they don't want to jeopardize the case. Yeah, Mr. Grizzly is my husband. Yes, and if you watched any of my other case coverage, he was doing some flights for us where he flies over the area so that we can see it, even adding to our map time as well. Okay, I'm not 100% sure where the school is. I've just got all the important points listed here, and there are security cameras all along here. Like if I go to this one, look at this lady's map. This lady made a map of all the security cameras. Like, whoa. And yes, that is a cemetery there. Look at all the security cameras in this area. So, of course, this is when she was still missing. They wanted to know if anyone had any footage. So, yes, quite hectic, huh? So, if we go here to this auntie's house, we put our little man. Go, little man, go, go, go. And now we're driving. I believe it's this house here. I saw them like wrapping the tape around, right? I know, cat lover. I know. I get it a lot. When I filter for the word pronounce, I have thousands of comments. So if you guys see me busting out Afrikaans on those YouTube shorts, it would be generally me ranting about that. How horrible. A cousin, aunt, and parents. So sad. I know, right? This is another unthinkable. I agree. So Leo, they will see. I won't bust out some. Ek sal taal gooi. As jy van Suid-Afrika is, sê vir my nou. Yo massa. The Alchemist, thank you for joining membership. I hope you enjoy the content. Has to be captured at some point on camera. I know, right? Like, I wonder, even on his way home, that is what I would wonder if that was captured of him, like walking home or riding his bike home. It sounds like, according to that witness, if that witness saw them, it's as if they both rode their bikes, right? It wouldn't be like him walking next to her and she's on her bike. It's like they were both riding their bikes and through that trail area. So yeah, so this is the auntie's house. Wait, ooh, my bad. Let's not okay. And whoa, we're going. Listen, map. We want to face north. Thank you. So let's go like this. I just want to see if we can enter it here, because you could see. Look at the path. You see, I want to see. Can we put the little man here? But he's gonna stop there. The little man's not allowing us to go any further. That's the entrance. This is the entrance to the walking trail where they went, because they have shown this picture as well. I wish we could see inside the actual trail. I know. Me too. But it's so lush. You can see there's so many trees and things that, yeah, unfortunately, it will be very, very difficult to see. Kathleen. Sis, mense, YouTube gaan vir jou pakslag gee. As hulle dit nou hoor. Hulle kan nie, hulle sal nie, hulle ken nou nie die Afrikaans nie. You love my driving. Right. Okay. Maybe he knocked her off a bike to kick things off. Oof. That's horrible. Oh my word. Neverless is in the house. Neverless True Crime. I will join you. Thank you so much. I made a comment on Neverless's post. Now, Neverless has a strong accent too. Neverless, not that you're like, what the heck is what people going on about? I'm from South Africa, living in the Netherlands. I don't know exactly where. Are you from Ireland or like? But love your accent. But Neverless gets the same comments as me, and sometimes he wakes up feeling feisty as well, and I love it. And I'm like, hello, I'm also in the like we in the pronunciation jail. Thank you for joining me there. But yeah, I like that we can invite YouTubers from all over the world to speak in their friggin' accents. And it's a beautiful thing that all of us from all over the world are so passionate about covering true crime. Ireland, yes, thought so. Okay, so this is the entrance to the trail. Let's see if we can go this way a little bit. I mean, damn, this is North Grove Street right here. So let's go down like this. Whew, it's like super close. You guys like it when I drive, so we're going for it. And thank you, Neverless, for your €4.99 super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go out of this because let's just see. Yeah, see, look how close that is to the entrance. Oh my word. I mean, it's exceptionally close. And then they went in here. And if you really zoom in, you can see the trail. You could see the trail. So we keep it going. And her body was unfortunately found along here, and a bicycle somewhere. They say, I mean, when I look up the Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing Company, it's here. But I mean, this pathway goes right across here, and I think that's also where they've been putting all the ribbons and things. You see, a bicycle was found. I believe it's more on this side, from what I can gather. Yes, thank you. Neverless will speak his Irish, and I will speak my South African. And the other day, True Crime Rocket Science and I was speaking very lovely Afrikaans on Twitter. Please don't drive like the taxis in South Africa. I mean, come on, why not? Yes, okay. So, I mean, I'm just going to show you one more time how close this is. Look at this distance as the crow flies. So, if we go from her parents' house to her auntie's house, okay, this is now in meters. We need to go the American way. Okay, we need to go. You guys want it in miles, right? 0.17 of a mile. Crazy, right? Let's say done. Let's say start new. Now, from the auntie's house to where her body was found, 0.27 of a mile. That's crazy, right? To where she was found, 0.23. I mean, can you believe it? Huh. I think it's so hectic. We have to realize we have accents to the people we think have accents. I know. Right. I Can you please convert that to cubic furlongs? Let me see if there's an option. We have a on the menu tonight. We have centimeters, meters, kilometers, nautical miles, inches, feet, yards, miles, and smoots. Now smoots, I don't actually know what smoots are, but okay, smoots. How many? Let's start one in smoots. Guys, we're not making light of the case, okay? We're just looking at just quickly in smoots. Damn, what are smoots? 158 smoots. Oh my word. Okay. Well, there's a new measurement inspired by Caroline. I love all accents, but I find British, Scottish, Irish accents very soothing. Thank you that you love mine too. Thank you so much. I agree. That's why I like listening to Neverless as well. Smoots. Okay, so you guys can literally see. And then the last point would be this one. Wait. I shall zoom out. I just want to see how far is that now. It's all the way down here is where he's at. The Eau Claire Juvenile Detention Center. That's where he's sitting. In a place that really needs funding. I don't know if they got it since 2019, but I hope it's not lovely out here for him. So let's have a look around here quickly. Put the little man. Ooh. Okay. This is from 2018 Google. We're looking around where he's at. I mean, damn, from the outside, it looks like, I don't know. How would you describe this? It's reminding me, it's giving me Washington, D.C. vibes. Wow. Okay, let's go around the corner because we like to do that. Go, go. We want to see around. Oh, there's something happening here. Press conference, everyone. 2018. Right. I was going to do some commentary of what they might be talking about, but we're going to leave that for the members only area. All my funny commentary. Oxford. Let's go this way. Okay, we're looking at the building from here. Uh-huh. All right. And then, wow. It's quite a nice building, I must say. Jamaican all day. Justice for Lily. Thank you for sharing that. Someday the juvenile detention center may grow to be an adult detention center. Is that how it works? Yeah, possibly. Thank you for sharing the GoFundMe link, Amber. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love that folks keep the accents on YouTube. Well, it's not even a choice, you know what I mean? It's not even a choice. So yeah, this is where he's sitting at the moment, waiting for that May 5th. If anyone's only rolling in now, I see there's like at least 110 of you that just arrived. We are discussing the Lily Peters case. So I hope that you did follow along. I really hope so. If not, I'll just quickly put this on for a second while I take the map off. Right? Just pause if you need to. Just pause if you need to. And then you could just read everything that I wrote out here for you. This is like literally all the bullet points that you need. We love bullet points, okay? It's all the bullet points that you need in this case. So pause this if you need to. Just read it and you'll get all the facts. And let me make myself bigger again for a second. All right. Well, okay. They have a yeah, they do have a bobsled team. Interesting to hear music sung with American music accent, then the artist speaks another accent. I know, that is so interesting. I agree. It's like Gossip Girl, Chuck Bass. He's got a British accent, and yet he's so American. Other way around. He sounds so American on the show. So yes, so I'm just showing you some of the scenes again. Purple ribbons. So if you do want to share purple hearts or purple ribbons, yeah, do that. And someone earlier was saying you're gonna plant a purple lily. I mean, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. So you can see that bridge that we just looked at on map time. You remember where? This is where they put all this purple ribbon around, all the bears, flowers, everything, a tribute to Lily. 10 years old. And it's really, this is a really sad sentence, but that's, as I say, how they worded it on one of the articles. It was her last bike ride on Sunday. I find that so sad. Wow. Australian. Okay, so I'll just take myself like off here so you can see it nicely. Facing criminal charges in an adult court, even though he's a juvenile. And the charges he's facing is first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree essay, and first-degree essay with a child under the age of 13, resulting in great bodily harm. So yes, absolutely terrible. So he's being held at what I just showed you, the Eau Claire Juvenile Detention Center, on a $1 million bond with 2 conditions: no contact with any other juveniles and may not possess any dangerous weapons. The criminal complaint remains sealed. A hearing is scheduled, so that's for next week, Thursday, May 5th, 2022, depending on when you're watching this. If you're watching this from the future, then thank you so much for being a replay watcher. And he would face life imprisonment sentence for charges 1 and 3 and no more than 60 years for count 2. So sounds to me like he's going to spend a long time. If he's tried as an adult, he's never getting out, right? And here we say justice for Lily. Absolutely. I know I didn't put the little man in front of her parents' house, but I don't really want to. I was just showing you in relation to where everything is. You know, it wouldn't be nice if everyone's like, oh, yeah, let's go see exactly what their house looks like, even though that could have been a picture of it. But let's go there and it's just like not bombard the family, you know? There's some very ugly things going on social media as well. It's always happens in every single case. There is either drama, harassment, bullying. There's all sorts of things. So please, for goodness sake, let's leave the families in peace. I'm very protective of families of victims of crime. Very. You'll see me get feisty if people are violating boundaries in that realm. So Kelsey German in the Delphi case, she often expresses and has a crime con before, which, by the way, crime con is happening like any minute now, this weekend, right? You know, just how sickening it is to hear and read on so many occasions that people are saying she knows more than, you know, what she's implying and all kinds of things, like just saying horrible things about her and to her. And she's just like, this is not how families should be treated. Sarah Turney as well, of course, Naomi Iran's family as well. I mean, there's so much hatred in the world, it seems. There's so much horrible stuff that goes on, and so many people that actually exploit these cases to the maximum, which is horrible. That is not at all ever okay. Like, please feel free to snark it right up if you see that type of behavior. Call it out. Grizzlies don't do that. Mark Grusha. Yes, crime cons this weekend. Yes. Okay. Depending on when people are watching, of course. Jilly Beans says, thank you for being so kind and professional for these heartbreaking things. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comment. Did you know that this county is 2 counties away from where Candace Wells is from? I read that earlier, yes. I don't think the cases are in any way connected, but wow, okay. 2 counties away, damn. There's actually a lot of crimes if you look up Chippewa Falls even, and also the district attorney was saying, they're like, is this the first time you've seen this? He's like, nope, seen this a lot, unfortunately. So it's absolutely horrible. The family must be shattered to pieces. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mama Grizzly. Yes. We've got to protect the families of victims of crime. Oh my word. So much horrible stuff goes on. Okay, so I think I showed you everything, huh? I think so. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you, everyone. If you wouldn't mind, everyone, if you haven't yet left your DNA on the thumbs up, I see now YouTube's unleashed this thing where if you hit the thumbs up, it does like this cool, like stars. It's like confetti time, you know? So it's actually quite fun to hit that thumbs up. If you haven't tried it yet, try it. Let me know if you can see it on your side. So thank you for viewing my videos as well, of course. I'm not going to play I was going to say, should I play my commercial break? No, I just want you to go check out, if you can, the link is in my description box, my merch shelf, because I've launched 2 new things for you guys. One is for DV awareness and one is for missing persons case awareness. So I know a lot of people asked if they can have like a DV awareness shirt. Obviously, all these things generate conversations if you're wearing them out there, which I think is fantastic. If anyone asks questions, you can just show them the hand signal as well for DV, which I'm sure you guys by now know what it is. If you don't, then this is what it is. The distress signal for DV. This has got nothing to do with this case. I'm just showing it to you again. So yeah, if you could wear that shirt out there, and if someone's like, what's DV awareness? If you could tell them, that would be amazing. You just don't know. It could save a life, or it could get someone safely out of a situation if at least they know the signal and more people learn about it, or they just learn about, not being alone even in their situation. So yes, I would love it if you guys would check that out as well. And thank you to Elizabeth, who I don't see in the chat right now, Elizabeth James, for sending me some PayPal donations specifically so that I can buy some of my own merch. I think that's the sweetest thing ever, because of course I have to pay for it. I don't just like get merch. It's usually made in America, so it has to go all the way from America to me in the Netherlands, and it's slightly pricey. So thank you so much to everyone who has donated to me directly on PayPal. It's the best way to support me, and so that I can also wear the DV awareness merch and the missing persons case awareness merch. I can't wait, and I'll wear it loud and proud, just like I wear my Grizzly merch everywhere I go. In the gym, at the zoo. Yeah, I wore it at the zoo. Yes, I did. Yes. If we're leaving DNA on the button, we should have little scientists come running out to look at the like button. I agree. Thank you for sharing purple hearts. If you wouldn't mind doing that now as well, that would be great. Mods rock, I agree. And I'm going to play one more time this little tribute that I've made for Lily. If you feel like joining the silence on Twitter, I mean, some of you don't even have Twitter. You'll be like, easy, done. Then feel free to do that. But otherwise, if you could share this on Twitter, I'll retweet it. I want to make sure we get the story out. For me at this point, I don't want silence. I understand the sentiment, but I'm like, no, we need to share her story. I want to get her story out. I want more people to learn about this case. I would love to inspire more YouTubers to cover the case so that we can all get the word out. I hate it when a victim story is just like news of the day and then it's done. Like, what? No, this is horrendous. Thank you for the purple hearts. Good night, everyone. Good afternoon, whatever time. Good morning to everyone in Australia. You guys are just like waking up now. Unless you're on the East Coast, then damn, hi. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I hope you have a wonderful day. Please stay safe, okay? Stay safe. Listen to your gut. I'm sharing a red flag series on my community tab. If you haven't checked it out yet, I've only shared one post so far. I think my first post is pretty valid, okay? So go check it out. I will continue to share a red flag series, not because I have a PhD in safety, but just because I'm sharing little lessons I've learned along the way in case it helps anyone. Okay, so this is waffle time. That's what's happening now. So thank you so much, and I will see you in the next one. Let's play this one for you.
like, hi neighbor, sorry. It's like, what just happened? And I told her to get in the car and run and take the kid to school. And I slept.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like, it all happened very quickly. That
Right.
was, I mean, I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later. Like,
Okay.
I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like,
may I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. And what was the cause of his passing?
Well, he was shot.
Okay.
So I don't know how I want to put that.
Hello, Grizzlies. Good morning. Some of you saying good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is by you. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. And if you are a replay watcher, then thank you so much. It's nice to have you here as well. Hello, hello. If you could just type 1 if you can hear me, 2 if you can't hear me. I always just check before I just start rambling. And yes, I know that was the trailer I put up, but for some people missed the trailer, you know. So I put that up as well, just so you can hear. Oh my word! That insurance call we've looked at before, where Lori Vallow Daybell, at that point she was Lori Vallow, husband number 4, and right after he was, okay, 1. You're all saying 1. Thank you. Right after he was shot by her brother, which I'm still amazed that they got away with self-defense, because he had a record from the past from assaulting her 3rd husband. Remember that? Anyway, she was like on the phone, ready to claim life insurance. And the way she said, he was shot. I don't know how I want to put that. I'm like, okay. So some of you might be wondering, maybe you were getting ready, you know, to hear all about Zulema Pastines. The thing is, I realized that there's not much point from a true crime perspective to cover every single character in this case, because not only has it been covered a lot already on YouTube, but it's not about that. It's like the people who've been charged are Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell. They're the ones that are going to trial. They're the ones facing the death penalty. You know, so it's kind of like single person and who, what. But the people who have been charged are those 2 people. So those are the 2 people that we will look at in this case. You know what I mean? So we're going to continue to look at Lori Vallow Daybell tonight or today, whatever time it is for you. Hello. Thank you so much to all the mods who can be here. Thank you. So we're going to continue to look at her today. And if there's any other content I do in this case, of course, we are waiting for the trial. This whole thing was trial prep. I wanted to give you let's start from the bottom, break it down for anyone who, when the trial comes up, just wants to know, like, what is this case all about? Then they can refer to my Lori Vallow Daybell playlist, and it's all there. And it's not like millions of or hours or that you have to work through. It's like part 1 and 2 would give you the entire summary of who's who and what, so that you'll be ready for the trailer for the trial. Yes. Okay. Hello to Rochelle Pronzo. Hello to the Pronzos. Stefan, Amber. Wish I could say all your names. It's just so nice to see you all here. I love seeing familiar faces over here as well as some new faces. It's really great. Hello, Lena, beautiful queen of true crime. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get this ready. I have prepared things for you as always, but not a presentation this time because there's so much video footage to work through. Now, trigger warning, this content is for adults only. Okay, some of the things might trigger people, make them upset, things like that. We are, of course, looking at the Lori Vallow Daybell case in which 7 people around her ended up dead. She's been charged with the 1st-degree murder, her and Chad Daybell, of her daughter, her adopted son, and of her husband number 5's wife. So yes, if you did miss that part 1 and 2 and what we've done so far, I would highly recommend checking that out, like even after this. I'm sure you can gather what's going on from today if you've not seen anything. But I'd highly recommend checking it out if you're interested in this case and want to know more. Lori Daybell is a trigger. Yeah, it should be a special trigger specifically for Lori Daybell. Oh my word. Hello, all South Africans here. Love to hear Gislin Afrikaans today. Yeah, little Afrikaans series here and there. I was snarking it up in Afrikaans. If you guys really, really want to know what I was saying, if you don't understand at all, I might explain it on Patreon. So if you're on Patreon and you really want to know, just pop me a message. And if enough people pop me a message, I'll maybe make a little video and explain what I was saying there. Okay, so what I'm going to show you here now is, this is actually a video. Let me just quickly see. I just want to see the exact date. I've got so many lined up here. This was from Charles Velo told Arizona police in January of 2019 that he was seeking an emergency mental hold for his wife after an escalating pattern of bizarre behavior. So he had called the police in January of 2019, and by July, he was shot dead. Oh, man. You said I said a swear. I did say an Afrikaans swear. Okay, so I'm going to show you this because we're looking. Oof, sorry, I don't know why my light's doing that. Hold on 1 second, please. Naughty lights. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Don't you be naughty, that green screen? Okay. Lori Velo, I mean, this is so premeditated. I feel sad for Charles Velo that he didn't get the justice that he deserves. Because here he's telling the police, like, she's gone crazy, basically. He wouldn't just say that. I'm very sensitive to mental health terms, mental health in general, but so you wouldn't just say to anyone, oh, she's gone crazy, but like, whoa, Lori Daybell went crazy. Yeah, she lost her mind. That's what he was saying here. So let's have a listen. Let me know. I hope you can hear this.
I found that back Florida. She maybe she no telling where.
It's not very loud, I know.
There's a lot of gray area in these matters for us, so it's not real black and white like somebody commits a crime and we just arrest them. So we just showed up. We kind of came into this last minute, so we're kind of getting the story second and third hand. We need to be real careful following her around.
I'm not doing that.
Well, we're at a hotel,
Cool.
you know.
And then I saw this in a wallet. So I called the police. I'm not gonna. I'm not irrational or stupid or anything.
I don't get pressure at all.
I want her to get help.
Yeah.
She's not like I love her to death. Something's going on.
So if you can't hear very well, there's a lot of background noise in this video. It's not my fault. I've got to turn up to the max that I possibly can. But he's saying, I love my wife to death. I'm not irrational or stupid or something. It's just she's lost her mind. That's basically what he's saying. I just quickly want to see here. Yeah, that's the max volume I can have here. Hey, Claire.
She's on fine. I'll do all that stuff. I just don't want to hurt. Okay. I just don't want to hurt. Don't want to hurt anybody else.
Yeah, they go silent a little bit. See, they blurred some of the stuff out.
She took your car. What are you driving now?
A friend of mine's.
Oh,
I don't know where my truck is. Okay. She took it out.
And I believe it was part 2 when we looked at the full details of this case. Sorry, I can make myself bigger here. How do we do this? Nope. In part 2 that we looked at, we talked about how Lori not only canceled his flight ticket, he went away for business. He was coming back home, and she not only canceled his flight. So when he got to the airport, he was like, what? Like, bought a new ticket. But when he got to the airport, his truck was no longer there. So he had to call a friend and get a ride home, and she locked him at the house and all that. Alex was actually the one, Lori Velo's brother, to move his truck. But I feel so sorry for this man. Oh, my word.
Inspection ticket because she knows I'm parking at the airport. I came back outside this morning. All my clothes are gone from the house.
What led up to this? Is there any correspondence that you've had over the last couple days with her?
Her religious stuff is gone way off.
Okay.
Just way off.
And I mean, that's an understatement. Her religious stuff has gone way off the deep end, is what he said. Also, it's Snarky Saturday, okay? So if anyone's going to roll in here and tell me not to do commentary, that's what I'm here for, okay? It's commentary. um, just saying, I'm getting ready to snark it up. Anyway, so to say her religious stuff has gone way off the deep end, I mean, it really did. I mean, and not only was he shot, but then 2 innocent children were murdered and Chad Daybell's wife after this. I mean, it's absolutely shocking. He really, really tried. He was really waving those red flags, you know? Yeah, it's very much Snarky Saturday.
Yeah.
And it's if you don't agree with it, you're the opposite.
Okay. When did you last speak to her?
Yesterday, she texted me and said, "We're done. You have a leave."
When was this paperwork filled out with
Last night.
Okay. So what about, so these are handwritten, so sometimes they're hard for us to read. What about your correspondence yesterday precipitated filling this out?
When she was on the phone with me and my bishop,
I'm guessing that they do believe him now because the FBI, from what I read, I still just want to follow up on it, you know? The FBI was apparently investigating his death again, like, as in, wait a minute, him and hubby number 3, which was Joseph Ryan. I mean, both of them could have been. Okay, so you get the gist of this. I will afterwards link all these videos in the comments if you want to watch the full thing. We've got a lot to work through today, so I'm just going to end that one there. But you could see that he was like calling them and saying, oh my word, and even over here. So this is a follow on. Just hold on 1 second. Here they say, newly released body camera shows the distraught father of 7-year-old JJ Velo and 17-year-old Tylee Ryan months before their disappearance. Okay, so look at this one. This is now after that.
Won't you come over here?
Thank you. Totally snarking it up.
So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. Okay.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. Out of the house.
He's like, I don't know how to say it, but she's lost her mind. We're going to listen to more now. This was the time when Charles had actually filed for divorce because he's like, oh my word, she's lost her mind. She's threatening my life. She's threatening the children. She says that he's going to explain that, like, now he's a zombie. Now he's, see, this is where I got the name Nick from. He says that Lori identified an evil spirit in him called Nick Schneider. But when I heard Lori and them talk about it, Melanie specifically, she said Ned Schneider. I don't blame him for getting the name wrong because, like, he's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, lady? So, yes. Over here, she had just taken Tylee and disappeared for 58 days. You know, she just packed up and went to Hawaii and stayed with her friend April, and then with a bag full of burner phones and all kinds of notes and things, and was trying to convert her friend. And when her friend wasn't buying into this whole thing, she left abruptly and then went to stay at her brother's house. I mean, this man was distraught. This was just 2 days in. I mean, it's like she went for a long time.
Say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God, and remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it.
Oh man.
Flew in from Houston, from Dallas. Dallas. So
where's your truck?
I don't know. Okay. A friend of mine's truck to pick me up. I went to the CSI, filed a report.
Yeah, we did.
Community Bridges or something. Filed a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, I will have you destroyed. is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to
but
kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me. The day
Okay.
before was a
What
threat to
what
murder
did she
me.
say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. I'm gonna. Yesterday was I'm
So
gonna.
she's speaking as a spiritual being.
Damn, that was a loud click from the officer. I'm like, whoo, just jumped out of my chair there. You heard it yourself. You heard it right there. Lori told him, I can murder you with my powers. And the officer saying, yeah, but she means spiritually, right? Like she doesn't mean it literally. And he's like, no, she means like she can kill me. And guess what? She did. Yep. Wait, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. 6 months later. Yep. Jane, if you want to get the full details on the case, part 1 and 2 explains it all. There's a full breakdown with presentations and all. I would watch that at 1.5 speed and then come back to this if you can. Otherwise, stick around. And we're watching Charles Velo here, who is the 4th husband of Lori Velo Daybell, tell the police that she's lost her mind, that her religious stuff's gone off the deep end, and that she's threatening to kill him. And they're like, what? But literally, he really felt that his life was in danger and the children. And guess what? He was murdered on the 11th of July by Lori Velo's brother. I have to say allegedly because they claimed self-defense and he wasn't arrested or anything like that. We're going to look at the interviews right after this of Lori, Tylee, and Alex Cox. That's what we're doing today. Right after he was shot. That was in July. And then by September, both children were also murdered. Like, what? Well, in September. Like, he was absolutely waving that red flag every which way, and it just wasn't taken seriously, unfortunately.
She's not here. She's lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
Been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of
Teresa, her 3rd husband, Joseph Ryan.
days, says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." Where she gets this name from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
Okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm not LDS.
It's crazy stuff.
He's like, oh, it's foreign to me too. Angela, he did. I hope you watched part 1 and 2. He did get emergency psychiatric. He got an involuntary psychiatric test done on her, and she passed it with flying colors. That's the problem. She can switch her friggin' insanity on and off, it seems. Oh, that's just so annoying. That's what people are worried about now when she was in court, is like, is she going to be like, oh, yep, she's competent? And then like, nope, she's not. You know, she seems to have complied this time though, but like, oh my word. Anyway, well, let's listen a little bit more.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
But it's just she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen much.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
Yes, it's terrifying. He did get one.
If she doesn't answer,
Mm-hmm.
what do we do?
If she doesn't answer, we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I paid the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
No police reports?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are the garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I know.
haven't been up there yet.
I know. But what I'm hold on. What I'm saying is, do you normally park 2 vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
So Johnny's saying, did the officers ever confront her after these claims? Yes, they did. And she acted completely normal. She acted, I'm going to say, like Amber Heard is acting. I said it. She was pulling one of those. I'm just like, oh no, he's a horrible man and he's done this and he's been so abusive and he's this and this. And unfortunately, the police thought she was very reasonable, very nice lady. And she did do a psych evaluation and she passed it with flying colors. That's the problem. Like, she's highly highly toxic and manipulative. So unfortunately, she got away with it. It sucks. It really, really sucks. No, the case has not gone to trial yet. We are preparing. That's what we've been preparing for. It should be around October. They initially said January 2023, but it should be in October. And apparently, Lori Valo Daybell and Chad Daybell will be tried together. So if I just go a little bit forward, yeah, they actually go into the home.
And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual.
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you. And she's
said,
talking in a
I will
spirit,
kill you.
spiritual.
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay.
And he said it for the second time there. That's what I wanted to show you. I will kill you because you're not Charles and nobody will care. This is Charles Velo standing right here. And she was saying, no, you are no longer Charles. You are now Ned Schneider. So I'm removing all your stuff from the house and you will die. She's like, he's saying, no, she's physically threatening me. The cops are saying, but spiritually, right? Like, no, physically. And as always, I can say, as always, she got her brother to do some dirty work for her. They had a very, very strange relationship. So again, I'm going to link all of this in the comments afterwards so you can watch the full episode. I've already watched all the full ones. It's very interesting. I would highly recommend it, but we cannot sit here all night, right? I just want to show you the lead up to what we're looking at, okay? So what I'm going to do now is show you the interviews that were done on the day that Charles Velo was shot twice in the chest by Alex Cox. Just so that you can see, let's look at the body language. Let's look at what they were saying. And I'm going to do it in the following order. So Lori, Alex, Tylee, and JJ were all in the house at the time when Charles Velo came over and this fight broke out. According to all of their testimonies, right? Between Charles and Alex and Charles and Lori. And then Charles was shot. Apparently, evidence has showed that he was shot once while he was standing up and then when he'd fallen to the ground once again, which is just like, yes. I hope that one day there will be justice for Charles Velo. I still have hope. There's always hope. But the order that I'm going to show it in is I'm first going to show Tylee's interview. Now, please, trigger warning, Tylee was murdered. She was dismembered. She was burned and buried in Chad Daybell's backyard. So it's kind of upsetting to see her in this video knowing what happened to her. So just know that going in, that it's like, oh man, like to think what happened to her, it's horrendous. But it is interesting to see at least her version of events, of what happened that day. So we're going to look at Tylee's interview first. Then we're going to look at Alex's because he tells just a little more truth than his sister. And then we'll look at Lori's last, so that you can see really, like, wow, she really lies a lot and manipulates a lot. Okay, so I'm going to now. Yes, this is Tylee's one. I've timestamped, of course, I've got notes. You know, I got notes. So I made little timestamps because the first, in Tylee's interview, the first 32 minutes and 48 seconds are pure silence. Because she's just waiting while they're talking to her mom. That's Tylee Ryan. She was murdered like 2 weeks before her 17th birthday. Oh my word. And for what reason? Here you can see if the way she talks and everything, she was kind of quite loyal to her mom. You know, the narrative sounded very much like all the things her mom would have told her to say. You know what I mean? You let me know what you think, but that's what I kind of gathered. And I think it shifted a bit because Joe Ryan, her biological father, hubby number 3, dropped dead from a heart attack in 2018. And then this is now in July 2019. So now her stepfather drops dead. You see? And that seemed to like really upset her after they moved to Rexburg, Idaho, and then Lori got together with Chad. She didn't like Chad Daybell. And then he identified her as a, you know, like a naughty teenager, basically, like difficult teen. So she became labeled as a zombie. So did JJ, and then they were murdered, which is horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. This case is like beyond shocking. And there's so much to look at, as I say. But this is interesting just to hear what happened because she's obviously telling the most truth. Like Tylee has nothing to hide, except maybe fearing her mom a little bit, and her mom definitely coercing her into what to say. But she sounds so intelligent. I mean, she's so well spoken. Oh man, it's just horrible to see. Okay, so we're getting ready.
Hi. So you have to spell your name because we're all taking guesses on how to spell it. We're not sure.
Tylee.
Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, Ryan.
And your birthday? And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is going to kind of sound like kind of a silly question because it's super broad. But can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
So I woke up probably around like 7:50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door. I don't even know what I heard, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. When she was living at her uncle's by herself, she wanted to get a baseball bat to feel safer. So that gives me a red flag about Alex, which of course he is a red flag. It's just like you cannot believe that hubby number 3 dropped dead from a apparent heart attack, and his family is really thinking, wow, that was foul play. And then Charles Vello shot twice in the chest by Alex Cox. And there's a backstory with Alex and Joseph Ryan too. I mean, he had actually allegedly tried to kill him before, but then because a passerby saw them, Alex ran away. But he was busy using a stun gun on him multiple times and attacking him. And he had said to his wife, Zulema, it wasn't to his wife, Zulema, he had said to his first wife, Debbie, I think her name was, that he was going to start a fight with Joseph Ryan so that he could attack him, so that he could kill him, and then claim self-defense. I mean, but by attacking him with the stun gun, he actually got jail time because Joseph Ryan filed a report for assault. So that was hubby number 3. But to think that Lori Vallow was involved in, allegedly, I'm just going to say like that, the murders of possibly Joseph Ryan, Charles Vallow, and then to turn on everyone, to turn on her own children. Of course, we know why. She wanted her obsession, which was Chad Daybell's wife, dead. She wanted to be with Chad Daybell. So, but to think that she actually turned on the people who loved her, were loyal to her, stuck by her side is horrendous. And these are children. Tylee's 16 years old here. She died months after this. What in the heck? Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said that right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room, if my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened.
Okay.
Like the big, you walk in and then
like big great room, kind of living room.
Yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Kind of unconventional, but
hey, whatever makes you happy. It's your guys' house. So.
Right. So yeah, I immediately just jumped up and I grabbed my baseball bat and I opened the door and it was my stepdad, outside the doorway, and then my uncle.
I got interrupted to explain to you guys here and there. So her stepdad is, of course, Charles Vallow that she's talking about. Her uncle is Alex Cox, Lori's brother, and Lori's obviously her mother. So that's who she's talking about. Also, just to clarify, the stun gun incident happened in 2007, and Joseph Ryan died in 2018. So it was much later. But Lori was very interested in claiming his life insurance of Joseph Ryan. So she was interested in the money she could get for Tylee. She was like, oh no, I need that payout so that I can use it for Tylee. So that was in 2018. Stun gun, 2007. Okay, just to make sure that everyone understands. And when she says my uncle, it's Alex Cox. When she says my stepfather, it's Charles Vallow. Okay, so here we go.
Kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him, and he was just screaming at both of them. Like, I don't even know what he was saying because honestly, I was just too like wired, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, "You're too close. You need to step back." And he was like, "Don't tell me what to do." And I just kind of just stood there, and then my uncle kind of moved out of the way, and then my mom kind of went past him and into like the big room.
Okay.
Where everything happened, and so I walked with them, and then
So they were more in the hallway.
Yeah, they were at like the end of the hallway,
Okay.
basically. And so my mom walked all the way around, and he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was like right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat. I kind of just held it there, and he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out like between them, and they were both just yelling, and he was like, "If you hit me with that baseball bat, you're gonna go to jail." And I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad.
Okay.
Well, he was really the only one like yelling.
Mm-hmm.
My mom was kind of like responding,
Mm-hmm.
but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was
Okay.
kind of just like all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it and tried to take it. So I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it. And that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of like... I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't like do anything.
You saw your stepdad like take a step back?
Take a step back because he was really close to begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and like he was trying to get out, and I was like, "No, we have to stay. We have to stay in." And I was like, "Oh, like I told him, like, "Do you want to go in the Jeep?" And then he was like, "No." And then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyway.
So yes, she calls the Jeep her car. So as you guys said in part 1, that was her Jeep. So yes, it was her Jeep. She said here as well. Obviously, I think Charles Vallow bought it, but it was her Jeep. And yes, I mean, not only did Lori turn on her children and have them murdered or murdered them, I don't know exactly to what extent they were involved. We'll probably find out in the trial. So trigger warning for that when that comes up in probably October. But you think that she also turned on her brother. Her brother was like a friggin' henchman. His whole life, whatever Lori wanted, he did. I mean, even kill. Like, I'll do anything for you. And then even he dropped dead one day after Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed. It's just weird. The coincidences are too much. So some people say, oh, well, maybe he just dropped dead from natural causes. Maybe. But one day after Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed, because the cops were super suspicious of like, what is going on? There's so many, the children are missing. I mean, Tammy died, like Charles Vallow was shot. Like, wait, there's too much going on here. So they decided to exhume her body. And yes, they found out she was murdered. And now Lori and Chad have been charged with her murder in the first degree. In case you missed that update, that was hectic to see because it was first like, ooh, speculation. But 2 days before he died, he told his wife, Zulema, who he'd only been married to for like 2 weeks, he got married in Vegas, right? He told his wife, if anything happens to me, there's a bag in the closet. It's got cash in it. It's not much, but it'll help you out. And then he drops dead. This is why I wanted to look at Zulema, and I did. I went over all her interviews. They're very long and very boring, to be honest, but there's some things in there that are interesting, and I do think that people like her, people like Melanie, Lori's niece, all these people that were kind of around in the group, they know more than maybe we know. You know what I mean? More than they are saying. but they haven't been charged. So there's actually like no point in looking at that. We're looking at people who've been charged who are going to face the consequences. And of course, it should absolutely be Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell. Okay, so I just want to also let you know that this is 17 minutes long. So I hope you guys don't mind like watching all of this. Let me know if you mind it, let me know. But I want to watch 17 minutes of this with you so we can get the full story from Tylee. Then we're going to watch 23 minutes from Alex, and then we're going to watch 26 minutes from Lori. Okay, that's the plan. That's the game plan for tonight. I hope that's okay, or today, whatever time it is for you. Yes, and thank you, Kathleen. Absolutely. If you guys are asking questions like who and what, please watch part 1 and 2 in the playlist, because I worked really hard on those presentations, and it will explain everything. You'll understand the case fully if you just watch part 1 and 2. That'll be great. Okay, let's carry on.
Anyways, I was like, okay, like just stay here, and then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the base of I was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, Al's fine. Like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car, and then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for some reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom. Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just...
I just want to say that, see, this is what I mean. It sounds like Lori's told her, ooh, Charles is so dangerous. He's gonna, I don't know what, attack me or whatever. Because previously I read that she was actually really close to Charles. That Tylee really liked Charles as a stepdad. The kids loved him. And I mean, he was married before, I think for 12 years. He had kids from his previous marriage. And even that family is like, he's amazing. Like, so this sounds like, it just sounds like Lori has, said he's so dangerous and he's so this and we have to be careful. I mean, she's a kid. Tylee's 16 here. So I think eventually she caught on, which is unfortunately why Lori then took her out, because she's like, wait a minute. So you had all these fights with my biological dad, Joseph Ryan, then he dropped dead. Okay. Then there's all these fights with Charles Vallow, my stepdad, then he drops dead. Okay. I mean, it's just, and eventually then it was, August, September, October. Well, then was the kids, then Tammy Daybell, then Alex Cox. But I think she started realizing, whoa, like my mom is actually the problem. You know what I mean? Which is really sad, because Lori really is the problem.
Just like, I just stuck it out to be like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was going to do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, for the most part, been pretty, like, mundane, but there have been a few, like, violent times with him when I was really scared that he was going to hit me or hit my mom, like, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, like, just since I was little. And so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that, and so, so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that happened, and he grabbed the bat from you. So kind of tell me that again real quick.
So I kind of stuck it out, and this is when he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to jail, and I didn't say anything because I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding it by like the end of the bat, like the place where you hold it. And so he kind of took it, and I kind of like lunged forward and kind of lost like my footing. And so my mom was like, just let go. And so, yeah, I kind of like slipped and I fell kind of on like my side.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from that, my mom said to go to the car, so I just got up and ran out the door.
Okay. Did you see when you fell towards your side? Did you see what he did with the bat?
No, I wasn't really looking in that direction because from where I fell, the door was kind of more in my line of vision because I fell looking this way and the door was like right there, so I didn't look back.
So he was at a different line of sight than what you were looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point you saw him kind of take a step back, and from what you're saying, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, you didn't necessarily see your uncle pulling back, but it seems like that maybe.
It seems like he wouldn't have taken a step back on his own, so it's more of an assumption than anything. I didn't see him physically take him back.
And does that make sense based on where your uncle was at that time?
Yeah, he was behind him because he wasn't on this side with me and my mom, so he was behind him. Because that's kind of just the order where everyone walks out.
And when that happened and then your mom told you to go, did you see what happened with your stepdad and uncle?
No.
Okay. And then once you went outside with your brother, you never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have like her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like in the bigger room right here. And so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's like a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room. So when I went in, I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back. So I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think. I think she was inside when it happened and the door opened like immediately after.
So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a long period of time because I remember not like thinking about it for that long, and if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
So obviously
She looks so uncomfortable. Shame. Like she's getting anxious now, because of the timing of being in the house and out the house and what she heard and what she saw. It's like, nervous, cracking her knuckles. For that first 30 minutes of silence, it was the first 32 minutes and 48 seconds of this. It's just her sitting in a room. I always find that the most interesting. I don't know about you guys. Of course, the talk is interesting, but I freaking love it when they put people in interview rooms and they just leave them in the room. And then we just watch the footage. So obviously not necessarily for Tylee. It was interesting though. She was cracking her knuckles. She seemed quite nervous. She seemed bored, of course. She's 16, but damn, she like cracked every single finger, every single toe. She was like really anxious, But speaking of just watching someone in an interview room, there's some interesting ones out there, huh? Name some that you've seen if you want to. I'll tell you one of my favorite ones in a moment.
Obviously, I don't know like your mom and stepdad and uncle like you do. I don't. So can you tell me kind of where the three of them were at kind of emotionally and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening or like before?
When all this was happening. So like when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was like, he was like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
Like screaming and like his face was beet red. He just looked like really mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second and I honestly like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure like rage. Like he was just seeing red. So I haven't really seen him like all the way like that before. That's like the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm, like not super calm. Obviously, it was like a stressful situation, but he's like, I don't know, he was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of.
Oh boy, if we listen to this, I'll comment on this in a moment, but yes, Jodi Arias is the most interesting. I can't say my favorite, that's a bit odd, right? But you know what I mean. Ooh, that Jodi Arias one. Oh my word. Okay, now what she's describing here is Charles Vela, her stepdad, being so like literally seeing red, being enraged, and then remember this is a 16-year-old explaining this. And then Alex Cox being like quite calm, given the stressful situation. Yeah, it's because Alex was friggin', I'll just say in my own words, in my opinion, a psychopath who's getting ready to kill someone, something he'd probably fantasized about for a long time, based on what he'd said to his first wife about what he wanted to do to Joseph Ryan and almost did. Now here he is with hubby number 4, like, okay, let's roll. So I think he was calm. He was probably quite excited about this moment, which is sickening to think about. And yes, wow. Then it seems, well, he dropped dead at a very strange time. So maybe his sister really turned on him too. Horrible.
My mom, but he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay.
And my mom was just he was yelling and my mom was kind of just like talking.
Okay.
So yeah.
But you don't remember, if you do, like what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
Honestly, like
we're talking about something that probably happened over 2 seconds of time.
Yeah, so. Honestly, it feels like 2 seconds and 40 minutes at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what they were really saying. I just kind of heard yelling over everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of just do that whenever things are like really loud. I kind of just like tune what people are saying out because I don't know, just yelling isn't fun, obviously, for a kid to hear. And
of course not, right? I empathize with her greatly here. My word. Lisa Smith says, so that's those rooms that Laurie and Tylee are next to each other and you can hear the other through the wall. Yes, and they actually interviewed Laurie before Tylee. So Tylee was kind of sitting there listening in. She could hear. I mean, my hearing is not actually the best, huh? Long story, but like she was kind of, I could hear that you could hear through the walls. So I'm like, oh my word. She's like hearing the whole narrative and then hear, she knows kind of a little bit. She already would know what her mom wants her to say. You know what I mean? Laurie was extremely manipulative and actually really scary. Miss Cray Cray. I can't remember now if we have a name for her yet.
With my biological dad, I always heard him like screaming and stuff, so I kind of just learned how to like tune it out.
So when you woke up to yelling, and you had said you weren't sure what they were actually saying, did you know who was yelling when you heard the yelling?
Yeah, I knew it was my stepdad. Well, at first I kind of didn't. Like when you first wake up, you're kind of disoriented. And then I remembered that my stepdad was like coming in to take my little brother to school today, so I immediately like knew it was him. And then my uncle I knew was staying, so I knew that was him. And then my mom, obviously, I knew that was her.
Yeah. And then, so you stepped out of your room and you took the bat with you. Is there a reason why you took the bat with you?
Honestly, I think that was kind of just like first instinct. Like obviously I didn't ever hit him with the bat or anything like that. It was kind of just for like security, I guess, to know that I had it. I didn't do anything with it. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have brought it out at all because it caused more trouble. But it was kind of just first instinct, and it was right by my bed. So I kind of just like jumped up and grabbed it.
So I'm trying not to put like words in your mouth and stuff.
You're good.
So
Shame, she's like, no, you're good. LL, if you can type like this, you're not blocked. So I don't know what's going on there. Maybe just refresh your browser or something if you can't type. We're not on slow mode either, so you can type. To live under that kind of stress as a child, good grief. I know, right? We could also call Laurie Miss Jolly Rancher. Jolly Rancher, Miss Jolly Rancher. Don't get me started on my pronunciation today, unless you want me to get snarky. But she used this Jolly Rancher stuff to color her lips for a court appearance. Apparently, I don't know. Apparently, that's what they use in prison. She might have actually borrowed some lipstick. I can't remember. But she, according to Larry, which was Charles Bellows' sister's husband, Larry Woodcock. He's like, she looked like a damn bimbo. Remember that?
Was there something in particular that you were concerned about that you would have taken the bat with you?
Only if he had been violent towards, like, me or my mom.
I'm assuming you're talking about your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna take the bat and like do something with it. It was kind of just like, I need something in my hands to like feel safer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So my kind of second dumb question is, and I don't know that there necessarily is, but I always kind of want to make sure, is there anything that, we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you about or anything that you think is important or anything that I should know? Because it's harder for you because you were there, and so I'm asking questions about something I didn't even see. So I just want to make sure, like, I didn't miss something.
Okay, we're almost done with this interview. Nikki says it's sad to think that the eldest brother, who's Colby, that's Laurie's son from her second marriage, has lost his sister, younger brother, uncle, and mother. Oh my word.
Or anything that you think I should know about.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. And if you think of something, in 5 minutes and tomorrow or whatever else, we can always talk again. It's totally fine. So, I talked to your mom about, we have some victim services people that work here. They're not cops. They're really good at what they do. So I really want your mom to talk to them. Because I think it would be good that your mom has, and you guys have maybe kind of some extra support if you need anything kind of go moving on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to check in with your mom real quick, and if she's good to go, then I'm going to introduce one of them to you guys. That way you guys can talk before I take you guys back. Okay? Sound fair? Okay. Do you have any questions for me at all?
No,
okay. If you do, let me know, okay? Okay.
She's so sweet. And yeah, this is a police officer, guys. I think some of you thought it's a psychologist, right? Yeah, she had an older brother. But her older brother is also a stepbrother because it's Laurie's a mom, but it's from Laurie's second marriage. Yes. So Miss Kool-Aid, Miss Jolly Rancher. Okay, I'm quickly going to remove this and put on the next one. So now you've heard that narrative. I hope you took notes. You take notes, Grizzlies? Did you hear everything she said? I hope so. I've got my Grizzly notebook right here. Hope you have yours. I got to go get some more gel pens. Thank you so much to everyone who sent me PayPals and coffees for that. I really appreciate it. Now we're going to wait. This one is Lori Vallow. Okay. Now we're going to look at Alex's one. So this is Alex Cox, the guy who actually shot Charles Vallow. Now pay attention to what he says. There's 2 segments we're going to watch of his. I just want to see the timestamps. From 2 minutes to 25, and then wait from 1. So there's 23 and 12. Oh my word. Hold on. Then Laurie's. Okay. So listen to what he says and compare that to later. Obviously, what Tylee says and what Laurie says. Yeah, he's not in. He's not in close range.
How does it feel right now? Sore, but not bad. Okay. Any headaches you
Yeah,
have
half
at all
siblings.
right now? A little bit. Just a little bit. Okay.
Half siblings. And remember, on this day, this was from the body cam footage that we saw previously, which I think was in part 2, where Alex Cox said that Charles hit him on the head with a bat, but Charles Vallow was a semi-professional baseball player. So if he really wanted to hit him with a bat, it would have been much worse than this. So I still don't know how he injured his head. I don't know how this wound was formed. That would be interesting. Like, did he hit himself on the wall or what? You know, what happened here? Did he hit himself with a bat? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. But he definitely shot Charles Vello and claimed self-defense. So just horrendous, oh my word. This is the brother. This is Lori's brother.
Oh, a little bit, not bad. Okay. Do you want me to call paramedics? Check you out, or? No, I think it's more adrenaline than anything. Gotcha. Do you have any medical issues that might be underlying that? Yeah, I'm slightly overweight. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, join the club. Other than that, high blood pressure or anything, or take medication that you need to have?
No. Just, it was a little high in my last physical, but not. Nothing major. No medication or anything.
Really?
Okay. Jill.
Hey, Rob, if you don't mind hanging tight, do you need another water? Or are you good? Oh, you got one?
I got an extra.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'll be right back. Rob.
Yep. All right.
I see some of you are a little bit confused. So Alex Cox is Lori's brother. He's the uncle of Tylee and JJ. And therefore the brother-in-law of Charles Vello at this point. He'd already attacked hubby number 3, and then this was hubby number 4, and he shot him dead. So, wow. And he's like awfully calm. I mean, this is on the day. And Lori Vello had a pool party that day. I mean, why not, be laughing and smiling when your brother shoots your 4th husband and then go and talk to the police, but then have a pool party? I mean, isn't that great? Oh, my word. Yes, this interview was right afterwards, which is so crazy, right? The one with Tylee, the one with Alex, and the one with Lori, all 3 we're looking at today, was right after Charles was shot. And then after this, pool party time. That's what Lori thought would be a great idea. Wonder if she wore the same dress. I'm just checking here, the timestamps, Alex. 2, oh yeah, okay, wait. But I did that 2 minutes, yeah? Just keep it going. Okay. Silence. Guessing Lori won't last too long in jail. Oh, she's so obsessed with how she looks. Isn't that the worst? What's up, Amy? How can Lori even think that? I know. Sorry, Hey.
Okay. What's the cell phone number for you?
Hold on.
Out on Cherie Street?
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
She tended to bring the brother in every time. It's like Lori manipulated him a lot. She did a lot of inappropriate things with him too, apparently, according to Alex's first wife.
Are you working right now?
I'm off this week.
They would simulate sex acts, like he would pick her up, she would wrap her legs around him and bounce her up and down, and then the 2 of them would be moaning as if they're having sex right in front of his wife. So the wife only stuck around for 45 months, she says, until she was like, this is a freaking weird family, I'm getting out of here. So Lori and Alex had a very weird relationship.
Okay. Well, where do you work at? What do you do for them?
I drive a truck. Mostly hauling has waste.
Okay.
Exactly.
What's the cell phone number for you? Okay. What about Soch?
Glad to have you here, Jennifer. What's up? Look at him, he's so chilled. He's just sitting there like,
Okay.
what?
I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened.
So listen,
Patrol kind
carefully.
of, Rob, or the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into the phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go, yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
Lori. Lori? Okay. So the big thing that I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. So, because kind of some of the information we got from patrol
Yep.
didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to, so walk me through what happened today.
Well, I stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay,
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really decided. I was thinking maybe I was gonna take her to the range.
okay,
Or go do something.
okay.
You know, take JD to some water park or movies or whatever.
I mean, doesn't it just sound dandy? He's like, I'm just going to stay over for the night knowing Charles is coming tomorrow because, oh, you know, the next day we could just go to a water park or something. I mean, I don't know. He has literally no idea what else he's supposed to do beyond shooting Charles Velo, in my opinion. Okay, I got to be careful. I word all this, but he's dead. Charles Velo died. Oh my word. I really just want justice for Charles Velo. Like, he's just like, oh yeah, I was just there. But Lori tells a completely different story. So just listen to what Alex says about why he's even staying there that night. Why are you staying at Lori's house? I mean, Tylee said he's staying in the guest room across from her room. What are you doing there? He's like, oh yeah, I was just there, just chilling, hanging out, you know, water park or something. Nothing specific, really.
So I stayed there last night, and this morning Charles showed up, and I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori are married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling. And then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat. And
Charles was the stepdad of Tylee, yes. And JJ.
I'd separated for a minute, and then my sister walked around me there in the living room. And then Charles was following Lori and yelling. And Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, what are you doing? And I got between them, and then he hit me. And I just went down, and when I got up, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying, grabbed my gun, and I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came.
No, Alex, you slipped up right there. He told me to put the gun down. I mean the bat. Did you see that? I mean, this is friggin' ridiculous. I just wish there could be, I don't know what they could do for justice for Charles, but even just to name him as a murderer beyond his death would be great. Listen to it.
Following her and yelling. And then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat. And I'd separated for a minute, and then my sister walked around me there in the living room. And then Charles was following Lori and yelling. And
yes, and then
told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, what are you doing? And I got between him, and then he hit me. And I just went down, and when I got up, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying, grabbed my gun, and I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down.
He literally said he went to the bedroom to fetch the gun. Told me to put the gun down. I mean the bat. Is he telling him? What's he trying to say? He's mixing up his words here. It's just ridiculous. Like, he's lying right there. This copy's like, Oh, but what a slip up. My word. Like, literally, this is the third time I'm watching this. Second or third, I was going to say, but 2.5 times that I'm just like, oh my word. Feels nice to watch it with all you guys and see all your comments and be like, look at this. Otherwise, Mr. Grizzly has to hear it all. Look at this. He's like, what?
And he
my
came to
word.
me and was saying, what are you gonna do? Like that, and come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles, where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom, and you heard the argument.
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Because that's normal, Alex. You're in your bedroom, Tylee's apparently in hers. And then you know what Lori's going to do? Ooh, she's going to run down the passage so that she could fight there. It's ridiculous.
Charles chasing after Lori and yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? Did he already have the bat? Okay. So Charles is coming towards Lori,
He's
they're coming
coming
your
towards
way.
Lori, and I shoved him back.
Okay,
I said, "What are you doing?" Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so I wasn't gonna, not gonna hurt my sister.
okay. So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that? And that's in the, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
He got back up and he comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori.
Okay.
So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house or where are you?
Right close to the doorway of that bedroom.
Of the bedroom you were staying?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, I don't remember why, he backed up.
Can't remember why, huh?
My sister came around behind me.
Okay, let's fill in the blanks for him. I can't remember why he backed up. You mean because you're pointing a gun at him at that point? Sir, my word. Heidi was saying you want to know about about her childhood, Lori's childhood. Me too. What I do know, I shared in part 1, is that her dad worked in life insurance. So that's very interesting how she took all that, and just twisted it her whole life. She was just her whole life after life insurance. And Charles actually worked in insurance. So I find that interesting. I still want to look at what each husband did. I'd love to know what their careers were, because if they all kind of worked in insurance and investments, that'll be very interesting. Then I want to know more about her dad. And they do say like, oh no, we don't know anything about the dad. We don't even know his name. I mean, his name was a pretty easy find on Google search, but apparently all the articles are like, we don't even know his name. They only interviewed the mom and the sister from what I've seen, and her brother. Actually, mom, sister, and brother. Yeah, she's got another brother. And no dad inside. So I'm like, what's up with the dad? Huh? I'd love to know more about him too. So yes. I've looked at Lori's mother, not deep dive, but it's all very interesting.
And they ended up in the living room, and then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was
The
staying.
living room is the dancing room.
Okay.
Yelling at Charles. Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she cut around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back towards the living room?
Yes,
after you shoved him. Did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he falls to the ground, he gets back up. You're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes. Exactly.
What's he saying? Okay.
I mean, now he doesn't even know what he's saying. I don't know. I don't remember. You mean he's screaming like, don't you dare shoot me, or what? Yes, Marjorie, we covered this in part 1. I hope you'll check it out if you didn't yet. He was suing the IRS, and he's part of the LDS Church. Nothing wrong with that. But it would be interesting just to know a little bit more about him. Just study the psychology. If you guys have ever read any of my books, I love that. I love looking at the backgrounds.
So as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her back?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something, and then he backed up, and then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway. So he backed up. I had cleared the doorway. So then she came around, and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled at him with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around him in the living room. He stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him.
He's starting to draw it. He's
tells
like,
him to
wait,
back
what?
off.
What I find it easiest to do in situations
Yes, just draw that.
just kind of draw like a rough floor plan.
Sure.
He's like, cool, let me draw it out for you, bro. Oh my word.
So we'll make this the living room.
Yes, this is another reason, exactly.
All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen.
What's up, Stephanie?
So Tyler's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there, so I know, and then you said that's kitchen.
Yeah.
And then.
Exactly. She did. This is. Yes, she got the God complex when she was with Charles. So they look at things differently.
Okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused at? Okay.
Yeah. And then there's another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So you first get involved when they're down by your room.
They come all the way in. She comes into the room and he comes right here, and I stopped him right here.
Okay, so she came into your room.
Yeah.
Okay. So she comes into your room. He's coming at her aggressively, and that's when you pushed her.
Yep.
So you push him down.
Yep.
And then he gets back up.
Yep.
And
then he yells, and then he backs up.
Okay.
And then Lori goes around and goes around him, and they're still going at it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And then Tiny comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
Okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's a
Plastic
little
bat?
aluminum bat.
Okay.
I mean, you can already tell between Tyler's story and this story, it's just like, what is going on? That makes no sense. Lori goes past Alex and past Charles. I mean, Lori's movements, the way that Tyler describes it and the way that Lori describes it, the way that Alex, it just makes no sense. It's just Lori's like running around everywhere, but yet she's also there all the time. I mean, whew, horrible.
So she comes at him because she's tiny, so that's like her thing.
I mean,
She
he's
doesn't have
laughing
anything.
now.
She wants to help defend her mom.
Okay.
So
guy.
she comes at him, and then when
And they've already moved back
right,
towards the
so
living
they're
room.
going this way.
Okay.
Exactly.
So Lori's here, Tyler's here, Charles is here. I'm here. Tyler goes at him with the bat. Then
Barry's still alive, isn't he? Apparently, allegedly, but no one really knows. They're not talking about it. But I couldn't find any like death records or anything like that. So, hey, if you guys know, where is he? What's up with him? Let me know. But he would probably be in his 70s now, I think.
he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him, and he turned around and cracked me.
Is that foot injury that's
Yes.
caused on your head? Okay.
Well, there was some shoving first, and I got spun around.
Okay.
And then popped. So I go back here, grab my gun, and come back out. He's still yelling and threatening me.
Okay.
And then, so I was standing here, and he was there.
Okay. So you're standing right there. He's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened? What happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down.
Have you guys noticed that he rubs his nose like that every time he's about to lie? Or every time he just did lie? Well, that's a little poker face tick he's got going on there.
He's like, what are you going to do?
What's up, Lorraine?
So you're going to threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just going to defend myself. So you put that bat down. He goes, what are you going to do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
Okay. So he came at you at the bat. What
Yes.
was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay. So he's holding it low and he's coming at
Yeah.
you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to like put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know. Couple.
Okay.
How many shots did you fire? This is a gun guy. He owned a lot of guns. He liked guns. That's how Lori described him. How many shots did you fire? I don't know. Couple. Yeah, literally 2. He's unbelievable. Oh my word.
Tylee and your sister?
I didn't see him, so I don't know where they were.
Yeah, Lori's dancing room.
Where's JJ at during all this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
I think.
Okay.
You think, but
as
you seem
far
to
as
know.
You think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living room.
They were no longer in the room.
Okay.
When I come back out.
Okay. So they're out of the room, so it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm holding the gun.
Okay.
If you're gonna attack someone with a gun, you gotta be ready for the repercussions.
Oh my
Yeah.
word.
So I just want to make sure.
And there's the premeditated. If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you're just going to have to deal with the repercussions. Be shot in the chest, die? Like the repercussions might be shooting the wall, scaring someone. Huh? Warning shot. No. If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you're just going to have to deal with the repercussions, he said. Okay then, dude.
Yeah. He basically, you had said earlier that he had the bat.
Yeah.
And he asked like, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
And you had already told him to put the bat down, and then he just came at you,
Yep.
and you shot him.
Yep.
Okay. And you're thinking a couple times?
Interesting.
It was more than one shot.
Okay. So more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay. What make?
It's a Springfield XDM.
Okay. So it's an XDM.
Almost point blank into his chest, doesn't know. Also, he shot him allegedly once when Charles was standing up. When he fell to the ground after the first shot, apparently the evidence shows he shot him standing above him. So like, I have no idea how many shots, a couple. Yeah, okay.
45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in it, do you know?
Just standard.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting? Okay.
Yeah.
So you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
right after that,
Mhm.
I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head. And then
Rinse my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head. Were you touching your head with both hands and holding the gun? That makes no sense.
I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone. And then went back into the kitchen and called 911.
Okay. And then, did you see your sister and Kylie again? Did they come back in or not?
Not till they drove up.
Okay. So then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they drove up outside.
Gotcha.
I don't know how the police didn't see this was murder. I don't
What's
know.
going on
Such a question.
with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live?
Oh, it bugs me so much how the police didn't see this was murder. And even now, like, what? Especially with his previous jail time. Like, what?
There?
No.
Okay. So where's he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay. So both. How long have they been
split up,
separated?
January.
Okay. So 6 months or so, 6, 7 months.
Yeah. He's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay.
He came and threatened me and Kylie at my house in February or March or whatever.
Okay.
And there was a little confrontation mostly between Kylie and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
No. I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay.
And the last time he supervised with a little custody exchange was with Joseph Ryan. And Alex over here ended up in jail for a bit. Because he was attacking Joseph Ryan with a stun gun. Stun gun. Stun. I always want to say stunt. Stun gun. He was friggin'. He even made a joke about it. Remember that? When we saw his comedy show? He said he tasered him in the nuts. Like, wow, dude. He was proud of it. He thought it's funny. Like, let's add this to my comedy skit.
So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay. Is he JJ and Tylee's dad?
He's JJ's dad. Well, actually, Lori he's Charles's nephew. He's his niece's kid.
JJ.
If you guys do not understand exactly how JJ fits into the picture, please watch part 1 and 2 because I made a lot of slides for you so you can see it visually. Like literally, I know the whole mind map of the family now because I mapped it out for you guys. So go check it out if you didn't. But yes, he's trying to explain it here. You see?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was a math addict and they adopted.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So they adopted JJ, but Tylee is not.
Not his.
Okay.
So he would be a stepdad, I guess.
Okay, so stepdad. When's the last time he's been in town, or when's the last time you've seen him?
Last time I saw him was at my house in February, March.
Okay. Was he here last night? Did you guys have any interactions with last night?
No.
Is there any history of domestic violence between Lori and Charles?
Not physically that I know of.
Okay. So, how old is Charles?
60, maybe.
Okay. How old's your sister?
44 or 5.
Okay.
Is it sad that I don't know?
I have to do the math.
Oh, let's laugh it up, shall
It's
we?
hard enough remembering my own age.
Right.
Yes, it's comedy time, isn't it?
After 45, who cares?
Oh my word.
Is there anything else that you could think of that I didn't ask about that I need to know right now?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Oh no, he actually gets it wrong.
Did Lori ever say, like in the last?
Oh my word, Alex actually gets it wrong how JJ is biologically related to Charles. So for anyone who doesn't know, JJ was Charles Vallow's sister's son's son. And then her name is Kay Woodcock. She's married to Larry Woodcock. They adopted JJ for a bit, and then they asked Charles if he would adopt JJ, him and Lori, because JJ was on the autism spectrum and he needed a lot of attention, stimulation. So they decided this was a great idea, right? And Lori and Charles were like, absolutely. And I mean, Lori actually didn't care, so I don't even know why she's like, absolutely. It's like, it's just horrible. But that's how he's related. Yes.
Couple of days that Charles was coming to town.
Yeah, she said he was coming to pick up JJ.
Okay. So you guys were expecting him to show up today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So you knew, okay. It wasn't like he just showed up unexpectedly.
No, it wasn't
Okay.
a surprise or anything.
Word.
But you don't know what they were arguing or fighting about?
His behavior was a surprise, but him showing up was not a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Let me just walk you through my understanding of it to make sure that I'm accurate. You were in your room.
Yeah.
Had you even gotten up and like been out of your room this
morning?
morning?
Brushing my teeth.
Okay. So you're in your room, you hear.
I'm just on the phone, and then I just hear them coming around all quick.
Had you seen Charles before, or like that morning?
No.
Okay, so you hear them arguing.
Yeah.
And
first time I see him is at the doorway.
At your doorway.
And I shove him back.
So Lori comes into your room.
Yeah.
You're in your room.
Yeah.
You get up at the doorway and basically get between him and Lori.
Yeah.
You push Charles back.
Yeah.
He probably fell down to the ground or did fall to the ground.
He stumbled back.
Okay. So he stumbles back. He comes right back up and he's talking past you,
Yes.
still yelling at
Yes.
Lori. But you don't know what he was yelling at.
I don't remember.
Okay. So at some point in time, Charles backs up. Lori comes out and they both go around you towards the living room.
Yes.
Tylee comes out of her room with a bat.
Yeah.
And basically they've made their way into the living room.
Yes.
So Tylee pokes her dad in the back.
In the front.
In the front. Okay, so she's
yeah.
come around this
Yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so she's come around.
So this is Tylee and that's Charles.
Okay, so she pokes him in the back or in the chest with the bat.
Yeah.
You know how many times about or
Just once, and
just
just
once.
grab that.
So he grabs the bat, takes it away. You come towards him.
Yeah.
And then what happened right after that?
He shoved me and spun me around.
Okay.
And
I mean, there's so many details now,
cracked me in the back of the head.
Cracked you in the back of the head. He hit you one time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
I stumbled forward, and then I went back.
Yeah, he's
Did you
excited
fall
right
to the
now.
ground when you got hit with the bat?
No, my head bounced.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
Yeah.
Get the gun.
Yeah.
So his head bounced, but the front of his head, there's nothing, no injury, no bruising, no nothing. The back, no swelling. I mean, just this little cut, a little bit of bleeding, pet. It's just ridiculous, right? Hello, Erin. It's so nice to see you. And thank you so much to all my members who are here. Everyone whose name is in green is a Grizzly official channel member. So welcome to all my members, to all my patrons, especially welcome to those of you, oh my word, who are members and patrons. That's amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Let's continue.
Come back to the living room.
Yeah.
Now, Tylee and Lori are gone.
Yeah.
And
It's just me and Charles in the living room.
okay. And Charles, what's he doing again?
He's got the bat.
Okay.
And he's looking at me and he's going, and I told him, I said, Charles, put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do about it?
How are you holding the gun when that happened?
Holding the
Okay,
bat
so you pointed it at him.
Yeah.
You tell him, Charles, put the gun down,
Yeah.
or put the bat down.
Mhm.
And what did he say?
He's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Okay.
And then comes at me.
Okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was two.
Two. Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head,
Yeah, throw some paper towels and wash my hands off.
and then go back to your room, put the gun down,
Yeah.
grab your phone,
Yeah.
come back to the kitchen and call me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they walked me through and tried to do CPR.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Anything else that you can think of?
Then they walked me through. I tried to do CPR. No, you didn't. We all heard it. If you didn't hear it, remember to watch part 1 and 2. You know?
That I need to know, or that's important to this?
That's all there is.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to know.
Okay, so we're going to go to the next bit now, because now they leave him alone in the room for quite some time. Mountain kayaker, you definitely need to catch up. We all know this guy's he's dead. We know the timeline. Please go watch part 1 and 2. Yeah, there's literally no point in saying that because we know he's dead. He just dropped dead one day after Tammy Daybell her body was exhumed. It's ridiculous timing for natural causes. My word, this case is crazy. So let's just see as they leave
I'm gonna
here.
get a tech out here to take some photographs of you, if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
So if you wanna hang tight for me, you need the restroom or anything?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, hang tight for me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go have somebody take some
Thank you,
photographs
cult
of your
member.
head.
Yep.
This back in there.
For your super sticker. Thank you so much. So they're going to leave him here now. Okay, just hold on. I'm just going to tick a box here. Tick this. There we go. All my notes here. Okay, hold on. So I just want to show you quickly how he sits here. He's interesting to watch. Look, he's like, yeah, totally nailed that one. Nailed it. Look at this guy. He's actually really good at doing nothing. Trigger warning, you almost see his butt crack in the next bit. Trigger warning, everyone. You're about to see his butt crack. Not now. Yeah. Aaron also, you're just hanging out with your crime obsessed pals. That's all of us. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he literally sits like this from this point, which is at 26 minutes, all the way to 1 hour 14. He sits like this. He like literally, it's ridiculous how he can actually do nothing. Look at him. I mean, Laurie closes her eyes. We'll see afterwards. But so I'm going to skip forward now. So this would be, there is like, yes. So this is silence up to 114. She's right here.
And while she's getting set there, I'll just ask you some questions about it. So I see you got this on your, is that from today?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got something on the back of your head. Do you have any other injuries? You feel any bruising anywhere else?
I don't feel anything.
Okay.
He's like, I don't feel anything. But I think he means it emotionally too. He's just like, I don't feel anything. Yes, Erin, my wonderful friends. Yes, sorry, I keep forgetting to say this. The third husband was cremated. Like right after. This is the third husband, Joe Ryan. Oh my word.
Might have you take your shirt off. I'll take a quick look and see if you
Butt crack warning.
back there.
Waits for the crack.
Are you okay to stand up?
Sure.
Waiting for that crack attack.
And then I could dream my bladder after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, good dream of bladder, man.
What's that?
Oh, because this is funny time now. So Alex was cremated. Joe was cremated. What about Charles Velo? Huh? That's the one I don't actually know if he was cremated or not. If he was also, oh my word. Look at this guy. He thinks it's comedy hour. He's like, oh yeah, look at me.
Face me first.
Oh.
Basically, I'm going to do a set of overall photographs, and then we'll do your injuries one by one, okay?
So compliant right now.
And then I'll swab your hands, and it won't take that long. Just look right at me.
Time to get snarky. It's in the police reports. Do your research. Yeah, I started covering this case literally 10 days ago, and I think I've done a pretty good job at the research so far. I'm asking now for some feedback from the audience, which is always nice to get some feedback as well. But thanks for the comment.
Now, were you, these are clothes you were wearing at the time of everything?
Okay, look right at me.
That guy's like making small talk. Are these the clothes you were wearing?
With your whole body.
Time to take that shirt off.
Face the wall, so your back.
Prepare for the butt crack.
Turn to your right. Okay, face me again. All right, and then if
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
Put your hands like this.
This is not comedy hour, bro. Look at this guy. You know what's sad is when people taking photographs and you don't have a good side. Oh my word.
Okay, lower and just a bit, so you're tilted down more.
Okay.
So you're like this, tilt.
Oh, hands tilted.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Oh.
He's trying to tilt. Look at him.
Turns out we can move the camera around.
Okay, and then palms up.
LL, you're like, gee, not you. But even at me, even if it's at me or anyone, do your research. No passive aggressive energy here, people. Let's tone it down. We love you. Please stay. Let's tone that. Let's snark down, even though I'm snarking right now. Yeah, what's vibes? I know. Did you also, guys, when I saw this, I'm like, oh my word! It's just like I'm like reliving the Watts case. But at least Watts wasn't laughing, right? Look at this guy. He thinks it's really funny time, which is probably because he's feeling uncomfortable, but still. Yeah, kindness rocks always.
Okay, so I'm gonna start your hands right now, just so that
Yeah.
I'm not manipulating.
He's like, okay,
And then,
yeah.
Yeah, as soon as she's all done here, I'll get you into, next we'll take some pictures of each of your injuries. We'll check your back out. And let you go use the restroom. and I'll get
Yeah,
you
he's
new
doing that
water.
little
Or
nose
do you want
rub thing he
soda or
does.
anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Water would be good after, but
Okay.
not before.
He's already had so much water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is the thing. Alex was a serial killer of people outside his family. Oh my word. Alex was a serial killer of people outside his family. Well, and then until it turned into the family, right? Well, LL, it's Snarky Saturday, isn't it?
I
You
am
guys
a
know
full
it.
service shop.
Look at his injury here, guys. Look at it. You can see he wasn't hit with a baseball bat. Like, I want to know how this injury happened. That's what I want to know.
Maybe I'm feeling sick.
Knowing her, I'm gonna go with sick.
You never know. We all have a little piece of everything in us, right?
No,
His
around here we
butt's
come
coming.
in contact with so
You
many
waiting for
different
his
people.
butt?
And then everyone's
It's
got
gonna be
kids.
happening.
Yes.
And then you next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of summer when there's nothing going around. And within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on there.
Very
Nose
good.
rub boy.
And to have that mixed in there.
Yeah, he didn't play well with others. Mm-hmm.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field.
Just letting you guys know, we do have a sense of humor on this channel. Sometimes people ridicule that. Well, it's true crime. Yeah, right now, while we're wasting time here, just waiting for Alex to. I can see you guys all waiting for the butt crack moment. No, let's just keep watching this. But this snark was good. Where is it now, Rick? Wait. You said, did it hit him bald? Apparently. Apparently, it hit him so hard his hair all fell out. Wow.
Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, you didn't miss it, Heidi. We're building up. The suspense is
your house,
building for
Ellen?
that butt crack.
No, I live in
No
San
butt
Pedro.
cock.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Yes, it would be. It would be purple and swollen, and there's nothing. Look at that.
I was like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never
I
been in
wonder
that
how he made
neighborhood
that
ever
mark.
before.
1507421.
amazing, isn't it?
Damn.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you for becoming a member.
I had to sit forever to try to get a code to get inside.
I took Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Everything south of Queen Creek is like that down there. When they built all those neighborhoods in the early
Thank you, Matt Kinnon.
2000s, it was more aesthetically
Oh, we're going to see
pleasing.
butt cracks. I'm
It was
warning you.
circular and the roads didn't go straight.
Meandered and nobody could get in or out
Yeah.
without a Sherpa.
I grew up in the North Valley where everything's straight lines.
Mm-hmm. True,
Not
Caroline.
down there.
Yeah, there's no injury on the head. It's like a blood mark. It's almost like, I don't know, like he put the barrel of the gun on the back of his head and let the blood drip down or something weird. Tell us when to close our eyes. Should I bring out the nerdy bunny?
Relaxing.
The crack's coming up, people. Yeah, my bunny's right here. My little trigger warning bunny. Trigger warning, people. We're going to see some butt crack.
How far out in the same tent are you?
Cones and Ironwood.
Okay.
Sarah Adams.
They
Popped
finally
his
finished
head.
Cones and Rigs, it connects.
He had that cyst going
about
on.
time.
15 years too late.
Yeah.
Oh, my word,
It
this
took on
guy.
Rittenhouse for a month to do that exchange of Cones and Rittenhouse.
Uh-huh.
You know, where it's a stupid
Yeah.
one lane left turn.
Yeah, if you want to go up to the pork shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they shut that down for a month to do this.
The naughty bunny.
redo on this road.
Yeah, the naughty bunny tells when things are about to get naughty. He's joking. I know.
Of course,
His colors
the
are
one
shiny. He
area
thinks it's
where,
comedy night.
Most of the tourist traffic for over there is.
I can't believe how you
worst
guys are
traffic.
just waiting for that
Oh, yeah,
butt crack. Okay, so they're taking photos. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm going to go to it. And then 145. So it's here.
That's
I think it's here. Wait.
I think so.
Yeah, explain it.
No. It's coming up. You guys will barely want to see the butt crack. Yeah.
Let's see.
There we
Is there
go.
only a little red right here?
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
like his
just
back
normal.
goes straight into his butt.
Just want to show. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna take
Sure.
a photo that there's nothing there.
No.
Mm.
No, I don't see any.
Okay, and then face me.
Obviously, if you later on
Yeah.
realize or feel you got a bruise
Sure.
forming, it may not be visible now, let us know and we'll get a photograph. of it.
Okay.
Okay, so
He's
like
like,
I
no,
said,
no
your neck's
butt.
pretty red, but that's normal, right?
What's up?
I
Piggyback.
just want to make sure, so you're pretty
Yeah,
red
that's
there.
more from driving and the sun's always on my neck.
Sun,
Yeah.
okay.
You guys
Can't
are
ever get
funny.
enough shade.
No.
Driving the truck.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right, so
That's it.
that's all I need, right?
Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look at him. He's like a little kid there. He's like, yes, look at this. One more time, everyone.
Let's see.
Normally a little red right here.
Yeah.
Okay, just normal, okay.
I mean, why would he be a little red over there?
Just
It's from
wanna check.
tanning.
I'm
Look
just
at
gonna
the
take a
sun.
photo that there's nothing there.
No.
No, I don't see any.
Okay, and then face me.
Obviously, if you later on
Yeah.
realize or feel you got a bruise
Sure.
forming, it may not be visible now, let us know and we'll get a photograph. of it.
Okay.
Look at now. He goes, yes.
Okay.
Look at him.
So like I said, your neck's pretty red, but that's normal, right?
What's up?
I just want to make sure, so you're pretty
Yeah,
red
that's
there.
more from driving and the sun's always
It's
on my
just the
neck.
sun,
Yeah.
okay.
You can't
Just
ever
wanna
get
make
enough
sure.
shade. No. Driving the truck.
All right,
Oh,
so
That's
that's all I need. right?
you can't get enough shade driving that truck. Oh, but the shade is all here today, people. You're going to get so much shade, dude.
Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because we're 5 years old now. Yes. Look, guys, nothing wrong with being excited and being like, yes, but just the way he does it is like, yes, awesome. Water park time type of thing, you know? Whew, okay, so there was that. Wait, so that was at 1:45. Wait, he does talk again. 1:45 to 1:57. So here's the second part. And then we'll move to Lori's.
Back about 3 weeks ago, she was saying something about
Round
Charles
two.
texting your other brother. Is it Andy?
Adam?
Adam? Do you know anything about that? Okay.
No.
So I'll kind of walk through an order.
Sure.
When the
Yeah.
argument initially came your way, you said you were on the phone?
No.
Okay, you were just in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said
Not a week. He was not dead a week later. He died in December 12th, 2019. This was in July. This was 11th of July. So July, August, September, October, November, December. 5 months later.
you were on the phone.
No.
So you weren't on the phone with anybody?
No, my phone was in that room.
Okay, your phone was in the room, so were you?
Yeah.
And then they came your way?
Yeah.
And then you're not sure where Lori and Tylee were when you came
When
back?
I came
with
back
the
out,
gun?
that's correct.
Okay.
Now he's
Where
all
was your gun
confident.
at in the room?
It was in my bag in a case at the foot of the bed. So the
Okay.
bed was here.
He's very eager to
and the
show
gun
where
was here in
he's.
case.
Where
Okay,
his
inside
gun
like a
was.
duffel bag or something?
Yeah, it was like a zip, yeah, a little orange bag.
Okay.
And then my case was in there.
Okay, is it the hard plastic?
Yeah, the hard
case?
plastic with the foam and the extra clips and everything.
Okay. Is there a
The copy's like, okay, and then. Heidi, I also wish that Robert McMullen was here. He's not feeling too well today, so he said he'll catch up later. Yes, we wish Robert lots of energy, positive energy.
reason you spent the night there last night?
No, not really.
Look at him. Wait.
Just hang.
You guys have to remember this. Is there a reason that you spent the night there last night? And he says, no, not really. Now, please remember that for when we're going to watch Lori's interview, okay?
Yeah, we were gonna hang out today.
Okay. Did your sister ever tell you she was concerned for her safety or well-being for Charles coming there?
No,
Okay.
but watching him interact with her, I was.
Okay. So, do you normally carry a gun with you?
Yeah.
Douche
Okay.
mark.
But you didn't have it on your person during this?
No.
Okay. When we talked about Tylee basically having the bat, Charles taking the bat
Yeah.
away from Tylee, you said there was a struggle after that.
Yeah.
What happened?
I grabbed
to
her
the
from
best-
behind,
Okay.
and then we went to the ground,
I agree.
and then
Yeah, this bunny
and
will
then we
never be the
separated,
same again.
And he hit me, and then that's when I.
What?
Okay. So you grabbed him from behind,
Yeah.
and how come you grabbed him from behind?
Because he was in front of me, and he was going after Tiny with the bat.
What was he doing with that?
He just grabbed it from her and then I jumped in. I don't know. What he
Okay.
Watch it twice.
So he was going after Tylee with
Yes,
the bat,
yes.
and you grabbed him from behind,
Yes.
around the neck, or
Or over the shoulder like this.
okay. You grabbed him from behind.
Yeah.
You pulled him back. You guys
I
both
pulled him
went
back,
to
we
the
both
ground.
went to the ground.
Okay. Did you see him swing the bat at you?
No.
Okay. So you pulled him to the ground. You got back up.
I got back up. He hit me in the back of the head. I don't know if it was with the bat or not. I assumed it was.
Okay.
Because he had it.
Okay. So he hit you at the back of the head.
Yeah.
He literally earlier said that it was Tylee's bat and she came out the room with the bat first. Now he's like, well, I'm assuming it was his because he had it. I mean, do you want to lie in 1 hour, dude? Like within an hour? Oh my word. Lee Jane says, so happy to see Douche Canoe still being used. Douche Canoe is something I believe that Inks came up with and actually made some NFT art for. It's actually really funny. Follow us on Twitter if you want to see a whole bunch of stuff that tweet and retweet of each other's. There's a really cool Twitter gang growing there. And that's mostly where you get all the latest updates. Anyway, moving along.
And you go to the room.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know where Lori or Tylee are when you go back.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Okay. You come back from the room.
Yeah.
And you basically get you initial or mark kind of here on this corner.
Yeah.
That you're basically at the corner of the living room.
Well, this is a hallway here, so there's like a wall here that divides the kitchen.
Okay.
So I'm somewhere in this area.
Okay. And he's in the living room.
Yes.
And
yeah, the
he
family
still has
assessor.
the bat.
Yes.
Is he now focused at you, or is he
Yes.
focused at Lori?
He's
Or
focused at me. He's
Okay.
yelling at me, and then he moves towards me.
What was he saying to you? Do you remember?
Not
I
really.
think so too.
Okay.
I just remember yelling.
Okay.
And then I was watching more body language. And when someone aggressively comes at you.
Okay. Are you?
Oh, now he's a body language expert. It was a wiffle ball bat. Oh my word.
Do you have your CCW?
Yeah.
Okay. So you.
Yeah, he changed your story
he's
again.
Basically coming at you and he's yelling. You're watching his body language.
Yeah.
And you said you told him, and I didn't. When we're talking, I'm trying to not take notes and listen to what you're saying.
I'm trying to calm the situation.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop your bat, and he's fuck you and whatever coming at me. And
Oh, now you remember what he's saying, though. Earlier, you're like, no idea what he was saying. No idea. I know, law enforcement has to know it's odd to act like this after killing somebody. I don't understand, right? Some families have a black sheep. This family has a black op sheep. Exactly. Oh, my word. First time I heard douche canoe was True Crime Garage Podcast. Oh, my word. Oh, okay. Douche canoe. So it's actually a phrase people know. Damn.
Did you ever tell him to leave, or did you say drop the bat, or?
First, I just said drop the bat.
Okay. And then did you say anything else after that?
I didn't have time.
Okay. So he came after you with the bat hand?
I got his right hand.
Okay. You fire a couple times.
Yeah.
And then you go to the kitchen.
Correct.
And then back to the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. When you went back to the bedroom, you
lot
washed
of
your
movement.
hands.
No, wash my
Or I'm
hands in
sorry,
the
wash
kitchen.
your hands in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You put your gun back in your room.
Yeah.
Where'd you set it at?
It's on the floor.
Ah, his story is just changing so much. I did not know. I don't know. I didn't know this phrase, douche canoe. Maybe is it an American phrase or what? Douche canoe. What a douche canoe. That's British accent. Okay, my bad. Carrying on.
Okay. So
Then we're
sit on
gonna
the
watch
floor,
Lori's one.
Get your phone.
Yeah.
Call 911.
Yeah.
And then when did you realize Lori had gone? Did you call her?
No.
Okay. So you called 911. Did you do CPR on him?
I did.
Okay.
I tried.
Okay.
No, you didn't. We all heard it.
But
Look,
you
he's
weren't
like,
on the, I must have mistaken you. I thought you said you were on the phone when
Oh, yeah, no.
did you hear them arguing about his phone?
I don't. All I heard was her say, "Don't touch me," and then him coming right after her.
Okay. You said that a couple months ago, Tylee was at your house and he came over. What happened? Tell me a little bit more about that.
He was going insane trying to locate Lori because Lori wasn't talking to him.
Okay.
They had split up.
Mm-hmm.
So he was bugging everybody in the family, blowing up their emails, phones, just sending text messages, just anything he could do to try and get somebody to tell Lori to contact him. So he was just spazzing out. So Tylee and I were
Well,
pulling up to my
obviously,
house, and
looking
he
for his
comes-
kids.
He followed us and then he sped up and blocked my driveway. And he got out and ran up to me real aggressively, like he was gonna do something, and he just stopped and talked. And then Tylee got out and yelled at him. And then that lasted, I don't know, 15 minutes in the front.
Okay.
A lot of screaming at Tylee at Charles, and Charles trying to leave and her not letting him because she wanted to get everything out that was bothering her.
Okay. So he didn't go after Tylee at that time.
Physically, he did not do
Okay.
anything.
Exactly.
Have
This is
you
it.
spent a lot of time around Charles?
Yeah.
Is he hot-headed?
Not normally.
Okay. So have you ever, besides the argument between him and Tylee, have you ever seen him like you saw him today?
No.
Okay.
No.
How would you describe him today?
Very aggressive.
Okay.
Physically aggressive, going after Tylee, going after Lori, going after me.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen him behave like that. I was shocked.
Okay. How long have they been together?
15 years, maybe?
Okay.
A good while.
And did they live here before?
Yeah, they lived here a couple times.
Okay.
They lived here. They lived in Austin. Then they moved to Chandler.
Oh my
And they moved to Hawaii. And they moved back here.
Oh, no.
I think they split up. And then she went to live in Houston for 2 months, and I wasn't working out, so then she came back here and got a place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then he had just come back out here.
And he got a place, or she came back out here and got a place. How long ago was that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Done 2 months.
Okay. So the last couple months.
Yes.
But she never said anything about having you come over because she didn't feel safe with him or because he was showing up or anything like that. Okay.
He's like, nah. This guy. Okay, so this goes up to. We're almost
Is it
there.
normal for you?
She had expressed that he had threatened her in some email and text messages.
Okay.
Saying he was going
What
to
a
stop her
doofus.
or destroy her or something to that effect.
And when did she tell you that?
Oh, I don't know. A couple weeks ago when she got the text.
Okay. So that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
we talked about it, but it wasn't anything.
Gotcha.
On
So
the top of my head.
you weren't under the impression that she had you there to make
No.
sure that he was,
No.
didn't cause an issue or anything like that. And you had the gun, so you didn't bring a gun for that purpose.
I always carry it.
Okay.
Okay.
When I had my other gun in the truck, and my niece just gave me a gun. I thought we'd maybe go to the shooting range because my niece.
Thank you, Tom.
380.
Okay.
She didn't want it anymore.
Gotcha.
So I was going to take it for my sister because she's got tiny hands. I was going to let her shoot it.
Okay.
To take it from my sister because she's got tiny hands. Okay, dude. Tom says, very crazy case. I can't imagine how much they have to process and how long this trial will be. It's going to take 30 minutes to read the charges. Yeah. Right?
Just recreational for sport, not because you
Always,
felt you needed
always
it
target.
for
No, target.
self-protection or anything.
No, I never considered Charles to be violent or a threat before today.
Okay. When you grabbed him, when he was going after Tylee and your sister, you grabbed him around the shoulder, you yank him to the ground, but you never saw him swing the bat at you at that time.
Correct.
Okay. When you got up, what happened right after you got up?
Well, we went to the ground and separated, and then I was getting up like this, and my head bounced.
Okay. So as you were getting up is when you
Like, that's the third different story he's told about this friggin' bat swing.
felt this right to the head. And then you got up. What did you do? Did you go?
I just went straight to the room.
Okay.
Because I said, hey, this needs to calm down.
Okay.
And that's what I was hoping would happen.
So when you got back with the gun, you were assuming that he was gonna.
I thought he would back down at that point.
Okay.
But he did not.
And he did.
He did not.
Okay.
This guy.
Anything else you could think of that I need to know that we haven't talked about?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. You don't need any medical attention for your head?
I'd like to get that cut cleaned up.
Okay. I think we're almost done.
Yeah.
So if we're almost done, we'll probably get you and Lori and Tylee back to the house. You won't be able to go in.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
We're working at this as a scene.
Absolutely.
How did the injury on your arm happen?
I'm guessing somewhere in the tussle.
Okay. Were there any strikes thrown besides you getting hit in the back of the head?
No, just me shoving him.
Okay. And that was initial in the bedroom.
That was when exactly.
Okay.
That's when I got involved.
Okay.
That sounds like a
And
lie.
the
to
only
me.
other time we got physical with anybody
it's
is
all
when he was
sounding like
going
a lie.
after Lori and Tylee. You grabbed him around the neck.
Correct.
Dragged him back, and you both assaulted
That's correct.
her. Okay. No, we're
Shiny
just
hands
running a criminal
dancer.
history to make sure that you're not a prohibited possessor, so there's no felony convictions. No,
Correct. There was a confessed felony aggravated assault.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas in 2007.
Have your rights been restored, or are you
Oh,
legally
yeah.
able to?
Yeah,
Okay, so your rights are restored.
All-
You're
all done.
able to possess.
I was never convicted.
Oh, okay.
Pled guilty, but they have deferred adjudication in Texas. So I completed probation.
Gotcha.
That was
Okay, so it's an open-ended thing, so it's a
Yes.
misdemeanor now.
Well, whatever. It's just on there as a whatever. I don't know what the technical record is.
Okay.
I know I went to court and she said all your rights restored and give the paper and I'll find it.
Gotcha.
After 4 years.
All right, hang tight. I'm gonna go see if they're done with Lori. We'll get you guys all together so we can get you out of here. Just make sure that
He's like,
people
cool.
that are monitoring don't they have any other questions
Okay.
that I need to ask.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate your patience, man.
No problem.
It's gotta be chugging water. Caroline, never trust a bull guy who wears turtle slides. Oh man. I've never heard douche canoe before, guys. That was new to me. I heard it first from Inks. I'm still here. I know I'm there, tiny in the corner there today, but we're watching all this together going, what? I think it's time for a little bit of pilot voice. What do you think? I think it's time for a little bit of pilot voice. This video is proudly sponsored by Grizzly True Crime. Thank you. Welcome to Grizzly True Crime, established June 2021. Thank you for watching. Viewing Grizzly videos is a great source of support, and it's free. There are other 100% free ways to support Grizzly True Crime. Like, subscribe, and share. Other fantastic ways to support the channel would be, for example, becoming a member. Click the join button or the link below. During a live stream or premiere, you can buy a super chat or super sticker by clicking that button right there. The most direct way to support the channel would of course be through PayPal, link below. Join the Grizzly Patreon community for exclusive content. There are 3 tiers to choose from. I am a true crime author, so you could get my ebooks, audiobooks, or paperbacks, and I also offer you notebooks or journals. buymeacoffee.com/GizzlyK. Need I say more? You know I love coffee. Get yourself some Grizzly merch, and if you post a picture of yourself in it, remember to tag me so that I can share it too. My merch shelf is now also active right below this video. If not, just click the link in the description box. If you haven't yet, join us Grizzlies on Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok. We have a really great community on all those platforms as well. Thank you so much for watching, and now let's get back to the live stream or video. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that pilot voice. Caroline says, "Bye, Gisla's Audible audiobook. She narrates her own work. She uses pilot voice." I do. I recorded them, all my audiobooks. I actually recorded 3 times to really get that pilot voice down and make sure that it meets Audible standards. It's actually available anyway that you can get audiobooks. Hope you guys enjoy that. And yes, pilots do have that. Speak normally until it's time for, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our cruising altitude. We'll be cruising for the next 15 hours. No. There might be some slight turbulence ahead. And then it's like, grrr, you know. Oh, man. So just to get us all energized again, I'm going to play this one Lori little intro quickly. Get energized. Whew, then we're going to watch Lori, okay? Now, you've seen Tylee's interview. You've seen Alex's interview. Now we're going to watch Lori's, and that one will be a total of 26 minutes we're watching together, and then the show is done for the night or the day or whatever time it is for you, okay? So let's get into it. Bam. Are we there, guys? Are you energized? Stefan says, I had to try out that dollar button. Try out that dollar button, everyone. Give it a try. Stefan, encourage everyone to try. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Swiss francs nogal, huh? Swiss francs, everyone. Stephanie, that is so sweet for your overtime all-nighters. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My word. And what else did I miss? Are you a DJ too? Yes. Oh, yes, I am. Buckle up, everyone. So here we go. Be prepared for Lori Velodebal to enter the room. Remember, her husband was just shot, someone she'd been married to for almost 15 years. And Nicolas, jy het vir my gevra. Yeah, you guys know I'm going to be busting out freaking Afrikaans here and there when I get snarky. You keep asking me, did you start around the Gabby Petito case? Ha. Like, just a bit before. So 4 maande voor the Gabby Petito case. I uploaded my very first podcast on the 28th of June, 2021. Okay. And I know if you look at my channel's about page, it actually says 2020. I don't know why. Because I started on the 28th of June, 2021. There, I did pilot voice again a little bit. Are we ready to see this? Are we going to get snarky, everyone? Sorry, Nicolas, I was just warming up for the snark, okay? Angela Bloom, thank you so much for your $4.99 super sticker. Start that trend, everyone. Make it rain. Oh, man. Okay. So, Gisela needs to sleep too. Do I, though? Do I? Here we go. Oh, shame. Look what Teddy. Okay, let's look here from...
So just make it easier so you don't have to. Yeah, you got it. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's using the other one, so you'll be a
It's not gone.
monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way.
Okay.
If there's anything, but,
Perfect.
yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Cool, Angela. Here she comes. I'm sorry to hear that, Ellison. Lori Doodlebug, thank you so much. Make it rain, everyone. That's so cute. Thank you. Yeah, the kitty chair makes me sad too. And the bear, oh my word.
You know what? I have a suggestion. You go back to school. I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here to do the work. Or go. Like, they don't care. They're
Well, and I
so
think
horrible.
with high school,
We must now analyze, and we may snark it right up with this freaking woman over here, okay? I know we usually snark about baby boys, but today, we're snarking it up about this friggin', I don't know what to call her, Jolly Rancher lady. Thank you so much. You guys are like, snark it right up.
like, they're just pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it. Like,
And got a really good
I
score.
roll.
yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Okay, now what kind of mother talks this way about her daughter? Like, she's so smart. And then this is in July 2019. August, September, October, November. No, wait. This is in July, August, September. 2 months later, her daughter's murdered.
Well, and now she can do what she wants. So
Exactly.
she's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Celie.
Okay. I know
From
Laura's
Berlin.
your first name,
Yeah.
right? L-A-U-R.
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth? And your phone number?
She's a hard 48 now. She started off relatively all right, all that Botox, or something. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what to say about her. All that Hawaiian time with a freaking Chad Daybell lover. And now she's a hard 48.
And you live at the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly.
She's like, yeah.
But it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He didn't say
Okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines. So
Right.
start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so, I
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well,
Now she's like, ha ha ha, I don't know where to start. This is all so funny. Like, I mean, my fourth husband, I mean, he just got shot. Actually, let's just call it, just say husband right now. Her husband, freaking 15 years, just got shot. I mean, where do I begin with this crazy story? I mean, it's not funny right now. She thinks it's freaking hilarious right here. Oh my word.
so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. We were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So
I will be interrupting her a lot. Charles Bella filed for divorce because he's like, she's off a freaking rocker. And then she decided in response to be like, I'm going to Hawaii and I'm taking Tylee. And she disappeared for 58 days. Now she's like, yeah, we separated or whatever. And now she puts all the blame on him.
He's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things.
I mean, she's talking like a teenager. She's in her 40s, people. Like, what in the actual hell? She's like, whatever. He's just like texting me all these threats, like, whatever. Oh, my word. She's going to be shading him.
And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just...
Yeah, what kind?
You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it...
We heard it right there from the horse's mouth. I don't like him, so I don't want to deal with him. Yes, we understand that now. But when it's like, what kind of text? She can't even come up with something. She's like, well, you'd have to see them to understand. But like, he was just like always mad at me. Ugh.
It is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her. A lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ. I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whatever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your...
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved...
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his, like, services, his DDD, his anything. He, like, ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. He took him. And I let him take him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years. Because
she complains a lot about JJ, which is very sad in hindsight. She complains a terrible lot, even that sentence even makes sense. A terrible much, okay? That's how much she complains about him. It's horrendous. And yeah, the victim shaming here, I mean, her husband was just shot by her brother. And she's making like it's just an ordinary day. Just like, let me tell you how horrible he was. Like, this is bad.
Men need to do that. You don't have 5 kids. I have grown kids. I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten.
Yes, Grandma Jolly Rancher, Grandma Tiny Hands Dancer.
Me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation. Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
But she did. Just like, come back and...
So not only is she horrible to Charles Bella right now, who was shot dead by her brother, but she's also horrible to JJ right now. And within 2 months, JJ and Tylee would be murdered too. Don't forget that.
So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here, and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's
anything.
no easy transfer.
You start from the
State to
beginning.
state, it's a totally new thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it. And I'm just like, I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. Okay. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house. Okay. And he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night. And I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday. Pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house. And I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Kylie. She's a minor. She has to live here. Yeah. So because he gets in huge fights up there. Okay. And she hates him. And so like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them.
And not really. Like, the way she describes his job is as if she doesn't know what he really does. I looked him up on LinkedIn and I'm like, what? Like, what she's describing here is like, eh? Very interesting.
But he mostly works in California. Okay. No matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. Okay. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs. Yeah. It's like an excuse there, right? So I've done
she's laughing right now, laughing so much. I mean, this is all just so funny, but like, your husband just died. Zero remorse, grief, loss, nothing. And also for everyone commenting one-liners on the body language works in clusters. I'd recommend watching the behavior panel, no sponsor, not affiliated with them, but they're very good. It's all about clusters. You cannot just look at one thing and be like, it's all about the clusters. Right now, she's just, the way she's being is like, yes, like a teenager who's just like, he was like so mean to me and just like, no, she has almost no emotional capacity. I wonder if she can even. Someone commented earlier that they've never seen Lori cry. She does fake cry over here when they walk out the room. We'll see that. So hang in for that, okay? Make sure you leave your DNA on the thumbs up in the meantime. Let's wait for that.
Myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids. Yeah. And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know, how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Kylie, and I'll get you a hotel and you can come stay with JJ. But he goes to school all day. Yeah. I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday and they finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back in school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting.
Oh, now JJ is a nightmare because that's relevant to this right now, right? Right, Lori? Right? Thank you, Barb, for your $2 super sticker. I really appreciate it. The interviewer bought this. That's the sad part. I know, right?
Stuff, walls, like, he just ripped him out of his life. Yeah. So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself. So.
Yes, Ken.
He says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away. So he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming. Like, Dad's going to come take you to school, I think. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of, like, come over or be just mean and say, that's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm going to stay here, kind of thing. So that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I skated everybody.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ. Okay. And I was like,
oh my word, she's just got such an attitude problem. Geraldine, exactly. Behavior panel, very good. Need to see a baseline before being able to discern completely though. Absolutely. Excellent point made. Brad Hamill, welcome. And thank you so much for your $9.99 super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. Little Pookie in the house, leaving your DNA on the thumbs up. Little Pookie came up with that slogan. I friggin' love it.
It's like, okay, that was good. Didn't hear from him. And
I know, right?
then he came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And I was just gonna be nice. I was just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff already for school. And so
do you remember about what time we got there?
Yeah,
He said
true.
be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish or 7:35. I don't know. Okay. But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and was like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Daddy can just drive you to school. It's no big deal. You know, I'm just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then
Hmm.
he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so
Smirky and jerky. Okay, lady. He was being real smirky and jerky to me. So yeah, my brother shot him, and I'm laughing my ass off over here. Like seriously?
he was like, I'm
Yeah.
leaving
Your brother lives there with you?
No,
Okay.
he had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was gonna come over and
Okay.
cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and you know he's just been difficult. So anyway,
Wow, still complaining about JJ. Stephanie, please don't encourage people to leave my stream. We can all go there afterwards, though. If they've got an episode on this, yes, we'll go there after. But please stay here, okay?
so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he was heavy and hard for me to handle that. Anyway.
See, now she's doing the fake cry a little bit here already. It's just like, it's so hard for me to handle him. She's complaining so much about JJ. It's ridiculous. And it's just like, he's very particular about food. Yes, this 6.5-year-old, he's so particular. You cannot tell him that there's no way that he can't have Burger King for breakfast, right? I mean, you're the mom in the situation right now. It's horrendous. Oh, my word.
So I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car,
Okay.
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting? Well, you know, whatever. Because
why don't you just show me the text that you've been texting, blah, blah, blah. So let me just put myself on here for a second. How about this? Okay, that doesn't work. I'll just put that on now in a moment again. She's saying, so I just want to say this so you could watch the rest and understand. She's saying, so I had his phone and like he didn't want me to see what was on it. And this whole thing is about her invading his privacy because remember they were separated and stuff. Now she's got his phone like she's a teenager trying to like, who are you texting? What's going on? And her entire argument throughout this for like the next, I don't know, 15 minutes is all about him getting so angry because he wants his phone back. And she thinks she's in the right with this. That's also what's funny. If you just even take it to the basics, like give the man his phone back. Oh, this lady makes me angry. Oh my word.
he's like acting really weird, like he's
Wait, that too. That's a good point. Wasn't his phone was in the rental car too, right? All of this is a lie. Everything she says is a freaking lie.
plotting something against me. Like I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brothers. And you know, he's been telling me all these.
Don't you think it's so weird how she's like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother, like why would you be talking to him? Like, hello, at this point it's his friggin' brother-in-law. It's crazy. Gregory, thank you so much. Makes sense to end all this fun with a pool party. Boo hiss being thrown. I love all these words you guys come up with. We're gonna have to make our own dictionary. This total bull spit this right here. Mm-hmm.
Text like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So
don't you think that was funny how she said, not funny, but like she's like, why would I have any control over what people do? You could like literally feel the fakeness right there because she was very influential actually. She got Alex to do a lot. She also convinced a whole bunch of people around her that she was the sweet and innocent friggin', I don't know, visionary goddess.
it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tyler and I have had to leave with JJ over the years, probably 5 times, and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts.
Yes.
Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ, and he's special needs, and it's really hard. Like, it's even harder to get revenge.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling and
nuts like
screaming,
breaking
like,
things.
yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides, like, grabbing us and pushing us, but not, like, punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical.
Okay.
Before. And with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like, got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them.
Right. How old?
All a lie.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat. And she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever. And he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed. And so he came out into the main room and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then
her face just about lit up. The Alex. Yeah, that's my brother. We all know. But I was reading so much in the chat. I've watched this before, but did she already say, I think she already said this at the beginning, why Alex was there. It was like, oh yeah, he was just like coming over to protect me. Like, and then when they asked Alex, remember when I was like, remember this part when it's like, did you stay there? Why did you stay there? He's like, oh, just to hang out. Like, were you worried about Charles and like Lori's safety? Like, no. And here she's like, oh no, you had to come over to just like protect me. My word.
he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever. And he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him like...
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground.
Oh my word, it feels like Amber Heard and Chris Watts in one body right here. What do you guys think?
I was like grappling around or whatever. And then, I mean, that was all
and he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way, whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
Like, that is the worst sentence right there. I wanted the kids out of the way for whatever this fight was going to be. Huh? You heard it right there. I mean, it's wow. Thank you, King Cantonano. Canton Eno. King, I wish I could say her name. Thank you, King. She's tying herself up in knots, lie after lie. She's a manipulator, but in the end, she'll hang herself. Great coverage as always. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that £5 super sticker. Listen to it one more time here.
the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way, whatever this fight was going to be.
Do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of get off me, out, or whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics.
She speaks so loudly, man. My ears are hurting. Are yours also? I'm like, oh my word, lady.
But they were kind of both. They were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back and yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
Oh my word, the story doesn't even make sense. Thank you, Caroline, for your 99-cent super sticker. We have, we had 16 minutes, and Lori's one is 26 minutes. We've got 10 minutes left, and then we're going to wrap up the show, okay? So her volume is twice the detective's volume. I know, right? And thank you, Melissa, so much for your $3 super sticker. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for everyone who supports the channel. Even just watching supports the channel, leaving your thumbs up. But thank you so much to everyone who Patreon, PayPal, buy me a coffee, super sticker, and all that. I really appreciate it.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Yeah, show us.
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Charlie to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played.
Why is that so funny to her? And a professional baseball player, I don't think they would hold the bat like that, the way she's describing.
Semi-pro.
Yeah.
I mean, But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot?
She's like literally looking down as if she can visualize everything going on. Like, I heard the gunshot, but you're doing the arms, the look, that you're looking at it right now. You're looking at it in your mind. But it's like, yeah, I just heard it. Didn't really see it. I was just running around the kitchen. You'll see now.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
Yes.
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground, and was freaking out. Yeah. And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mama. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I got to get to the kids. And so I just.
Oh my word. So it's like, I'm freaking out. Okay, he's just got shot. You know what? I got to take the kids to school. Yep. Like, what? Oh, okay. Like, oh my word. Okay, wait. Hubby's just been shot. What do I do? Yeah, take the kids to school. Act normal, act cool, act cool. We're gonna go to Burger King, taking the kids to school. Mm-hmm.
Went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tyler was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened.
The
and
crazy
I
eyes.
told her to get in the car and went and take JJ to school.
And that's one part that I think is probably true. She's like, she was looking at me with the crazy eyes, like, what just happened? Yeah, your 16-year-old daughter is looking at you like, what the hell just happened? And she's like, well, just told her, get in the car. We're going to take JJ to school. Like, it's so crazy.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like it all.
Like, again, she's visualizing it all right there. My word. Terry Oliver, you're doing a great job. Lori is a sociopath. She deserves all the snark. Thank you so much for your $9.99 super sticker. Yeah, snark it right up. And we are all getting ready for the trial. That was the whole point of covering this case at this point, because Lori was finally found competent to stand trial, so she was arraigned. We watched that together last week. If you missed it, there's a whole playlist. So just go to my homepage. If you go home, videos, playlist. There's a whole Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell playlist. Part 1 and 2 will tell you everything you know about the case up to now. And then, yeah, we are watching all this so that if they do show this in court, they might. We don't know. We'll be all prepared. We are going to be all prepared with everything we need to know, and we could snark it right up there. Mm-hmm.
All happened very quickly. That was, I mean, I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later, like I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you?
Makes no sense.
Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like it was just I mean, I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school. And
it's just so shocking to me that it's like, I just have to get him to school. We just like need to drop these kids off now. There is no, oh, by the way, yeah, your he died. Okay, like Uncle Al just shot him. He's dead. Okay, let's just take you to school though. You might have heard some things. You might have seen some things. So even if Charles wasn't shot that day and this massive fight broke out, which sounds like a DV situation, the way they're explaining it, right? Even if that's all that happened, those kids, it should be like a pause on the day and just like, whoa, kids, I'm so sorry. That was really rough. That must have been so traumatic for you. Like, let me try to at least help you out. Let's talk about it. Let's recover. Maybe even then, at that point, they might need some counseling. You just don't know. But it's not that. It's murder. And in her mind, just take the kids to school. Just got to take those kids to school. I mean, what?
Call the police, come back, you know, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school?
Uh-huh.
And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So
yeah, we need to call the police and then just take these kids to school.
He called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do. And Tyler was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. And you may not know this, so, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So,
she's like, wait a minute, I gotta wrap the story up. I didn't really see him ever leave the room. Yeah, okay. Taking those kids to Burger King and to school, right?
So fast. All that was so fast. Like him on the ground rolling around and I'm screaming and
This probably happened in a couple seconds.
yeah, I mean it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like I know he's a gun person. Like he
Okay.
has guns and things.
Okay. Did you
Mm-hmm. Yes, Kelsey, we did. We covered it. That was literally my thumbnail. Like, this woman had a pool party after this. So don't forget those pool noodles. Burger King, drop the kids off at school. That was her first thought. And then it's like, ooh, let's talk to the police. Okay, we'll have to. And then pool party time. I mean, it's so crazy.
Guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
Yeah.
No.
When he came over?
No, but
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Because
Okay.
he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good.
Right.
better word.
Responsible with it.
She says proficient, and the interviewer is like, proficient, professional. Normally we would say responsible. She's like, right, okay. Daisy, thank you so much for your $3 super sticker. You people are making it rain right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate that. Word. We're almost done.
And then, do you remember if at any time,
6 minutes.
so you were trying to get away from him,
Right.
and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So,
step?
yeah, go for it.
Oh, my word.
Just thinking.
The little voice is coming out now. Yeah, it was shot twice, exactly. Whew.
Just that.
Yeah. Reverting to child.
He was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you
know how
think-
you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they cannot function. That's how it was. It was like.
Okay, bit of an exaggeration there. Shall we talking about one of Charles's sons? Or her own son? I don't know. Probably her own son, actually. Like, oh my word.
There's something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out. Like,
I know,
to
right?
the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. You never hurt JJ.
Okay.
She's always like, she's so snarky about never JJ. I mean, yeah, me and Tylee, but never JJ. She's so horrible to Charles and JJ. It's, to me, wait, let's go through this quickly. I'm thinking about, okay, so Joseph Bryant died. Charles Bello, of course, Alex too later. JJ. I'm just thinking she's like very much got a very male hater vibe, right? Very much. Of course, Tylee and Tammy, females. Tammy, according to her mindset, had to go because it was Chad's wife. So she wanted to be Chad's wife, so Tammy had to go. And Tylee, man, it's just horrible. She murdered. She was allegedly involved. Yes, we're waiting for the trial. In the murders of her own daughter. Like, wow. Yeah, she's making it up as she goes. It's just so weird. She talks about JJ like that all the time. Like the way that she's like, oh my way, and Charles is like just favoring JJ. It's so strange. She's so angry about that in this moment, on this day, given the circumstance. yeah, she has a lot of resentment towards JJ. And also, it seems like a lot of resentment towards Charles bringing JJ into her life, adopting JJ, and even maybe favoring JJ in her mind. You know what I mean? Sure.
And he hurt my brother. Like, he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if, obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm gonna go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're gonna just try to get as much done as we can and go from there.
We're going to see some fake crying any minute
and
now.
Then, is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
And wait a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want,
she's like, I have no idea what I would say. And remember, she texted Charles's sons. We went through that in part 1. Texted the sons to be like, oh, by the way, your dad has passed. Okay, bye. Like, oh, by the way, he had a heart attack. No, he didn't. He got shot twice in the chest by your brother. Do you remember that? If you didn't, please go watch part 1 and 2. Highly recommend.
Want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops, they're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who was out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. Mm-hmm. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term.
She is facing the death penalty. Yes, she's in a death penalty state, her and Chad Daybell.
Type support system. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
Sorry to interrupt. I just don't want to miss it because the chat goes by so fast. Do they have the date of each child's death from the telephone ping data at the site where they were found? Apparently so, yes. So, Tylee, after that Yellowstone National Park Day, September 8th, sometime in the morning, there were pings with Alex at Lori's house already at like 2:45 a.m. So sometime then. So that would be September 9th. And then JJ's September 23rd.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good idea.
I just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number. That way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on, or
she looks really bored right now.
It may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much will maybe up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully, if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I hadn't even thought about.
Yeah. So
I mean, he's used to him.
We know you haven't thought about them. She's like, oh, right. Haven't even thought about them. Okay. Wow.
Not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him.
Right.
Like this.
Okay, Lori. Like really exaggerating someone on the autism spectrum, huh? She's like, he wouldn't even understand even if you told him. Like, right. But later she's like, he just can't make sense of it. He keeps asking where Charles is. Sickening.
Somebody passed away, he doesn't understand
what that means.
Yeah, she was.
Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that
anyway. That's true, but with him, he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know.
Oh, my word.
That's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay.
It's like, if you need anything, let me know. Look how she looks away. Like, she's looking away and she just like, like she's she almost looks revolted right now. Just like, oh my word, just make this stop. Like, she's not loving all this sympathy and empathy. She's just like, trying to plan a pool party here. Okay. We're gonna swim later. Yeah, she absolutely dehumanized her family. It's horrendous. So here we'll just watch her do a little fake cry quickly, and then look. Pet those dry lids, lady. What is this? What kind of fake crying is this? What is sniffle sniffle? And then she sits like this. I literally wrote this down because it's so long. From now, 26 minutes all the way up to 54 minutes, she sits like this. Like a damn. She doesn't move. It's so hectic. Like, I actually watched the whole thing at normal speed. I'm just like, wait, what? She just sits like this. For 28 minutes. Yes, I just did the math. I'm like, she's probably praying right now, I'm thinking. Or, remember that Chad Daybell made her a little portal. Initially, it was in the closet, okay? That she could go in the closet and go and pray in front of this little portal and then be so, so close to him. So I can bet that right now she's just getting real close to Chad Daybell. Real close. Visualizing all that, huh? Getting ready for that pool party. Yeah, she's in a yoga zone. Yeah, she knows she's on camera. Crocodile tears. No Oscar for her. She's on a throne in her mind. Yeah, probably. She's in the portal right now, thinking of Chad. Meditating on her lies. It's so hectic. Oh my word. Yeah, for 28 minutes, she's just like this. Well, at one point, she like opens her eyes a little bit, looks around, and then she goes back into this. She's waiting to call insurance. Yeah, exactly. And Chechens. Thank you so much, Barb, for your $2 super sticker. Pool party in the house. She's like planning the rest of her day. Like, oh, so horrible. Well, thank you all for being here. I appreciate that you were here to watch the soul with me. Wow. It's like she's mirroring the bear. Shame, that poor bear. That bear's just sitting there like, uh-oh, guys. Horrible. Look at her. Fake cry. I used to do that when I got pulled over for speeding. Get that tissue out, dab, dab, dab. And that was it. It wasn't like, it also stopped in like 5 seconds? Dab, dab, dab. And that's it. He has grown 10 more chins since he was arrested. Oh my word. And you say, thank you for your feed. When's the next one? Be sure to subscribe. If you aren't subscribed yet, subscribe and hit the bell. I know that YouTubers say that, but it's not just a nice sing song. Like, literally, it's for you. If you subscribe and hit the bell, you'll know when the next live stream or upload or whatever is. I'm not too sure when the next one is. I'll let you guys know. It's almost like she's dissociating. Yeah. Sniffle, sniffle, dab over. Sniffle, sniffle, dab, dab over. I should have brought a tissue so I can also just try that out. It seemed very, very easy to do that one. Just like sniffle, sniffle, dab, dab. Okay, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm over. It's all good. My word. I've met people being more upset at the airport than Lori pretending to be sad. You said it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. Yeah. Oh, the bell. The bell is not just a decoration. The bell actually helps to let you know what's happening. Some people see, now she's looking up at the roof. Look, the ceiling. And then she's back down. Wow. And this goes on for 28 minutes. Richard, thank you so much for your $25 super sticker. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, Rochelle. Appreciate your hard work and getting this all together for us. It's my absolute pleasure. I would highly recommend checking out like Zulema Bastina's interviews. That's Alex Cox's wife that he married like 2 weeks before he died. My word. Check out all these other characters that we looked at in part 1 and 2. It's interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to I want to cover everything to do with Lori and Chad because they're the ones going to trial. They're the ones facing the charges. So that's what I'm trying to do. Just give us all almost like a trial prep course so that by the time the trial's happening and everyone's like, what? We'll know the full timeline. What happened, when and how and who's who in the zoo, in the circus, really, isn't it? Oh, man. Yes, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Can't wait to read your comments. Please leave your comments below. And just know, hey, if you're leaving snarky comments, I'm going to get snarky back. Not always, but sometimes, even on TikTok, even on Twitter. What you say publicly could be made public. I'm not trying to threaten anyone. Thank you so much. Oprah stopped reading negative. What are we saying? Do you? Brilliant. They were, even I thought you mentioning it because Lori was like, Oprah is the darkest spirit on the planet. Like, no, Lori, that's you. That's you. Stop projecting. You know what I mean? Thank you so much to my mods. I really, really appreciate you guys. You are my special ops team. Thank you so much for being here. I know this was a long one again. This was majorly overtime every time. Remember, you guys are like, remember last year when live streams used to be like 45 minutes to an hour. I don't know what happened in 2022. I don't know. In 2022, we took it to triple overtime. I think it's because all of you, see, Stefan saying waffle time. You guys all encourage waffle time, triple time, overtime. Well, I'm going to leave you in peace now. I'm going to get some rest. There was a lot of deep diving done to do all this work. So if you want to say thank you, buymeacoffee.com/GizzlaK is a great way to do that. Or PayPal. Or come and join us on Patreon. Forest Waffles over there if you want more waffle time. Or, of course, become a member. And thank you for the super stickers. I really appreciate it, everyone. So let me look for my little outro. And I will see you very, very soon. Okay, keep well, keep it snarky, keep it grizzly, stay safe. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are from in the world. Let me know where you are tuning in from. This is take 2. I mentioned some words in my previous video that YouTube does not like. So here I am again. Let me know if you can hear me. I really hope so. So I'm going to go over my presentation. Again, if you missed it, let me know in the comments. Have you seen the video that I did today already on this case? If not, don't worry. We're going to take it from the top, map time and everything. Okay? So before I start that, I just want to show you at least one of these news clips that I showed earlier so that you know where we're at with it.
Tonight, a trail of blood on a Queens, New York street leading to a duffel bag. Inside that bag, the remains of a 51-year-old woman. The victim, Orsolya Gaal, a mother of two and wife. The medical examiner says her cause of death, homicide. Now, multiple law enforcement sources telling NBC New York they've identified a person of interest. Gaal killed by sharp force injuries of neck. Her body found Saturday. What's your reaction hearing that as someone who often walks these streets?
Shocking. Absolutely shocking. I mean, this is a really safe neighborhood.
The NYPD confirming to WNBC that this home security video from the neighborhood shows the possible killer rolling Gaal's body in a duffel bag. Police say Saturday morning, a 911 call reported a suspicious bag with blood on it. That blood was Orsolya Gaal's, also found on the streets in this area, just half a mile from her Juneau Street home. Her neighbors shocked by her gruesome murder. Her body later found, quote, unconscious and unresponsive. Police say Gaal was murdered right inside her house, now surrounded by flowers and caution tape.
It's creepy. I mean, I walk that way to visit my friend, so it's a little disturbing.
How long have you lived here?
For 22 years.
How do you feel about that?
Very bad, very sad. I never heard something like that before.
According to police, Gaal stabbed at least 58 times in the neck, torso, and left arm, with no sign of sexual trauma. Now, law enforcement say the unnamed person of interest is a man who knew Gaal and had access to the home. Police say her husband and older son were out of town during the incident, but police tell WNBC her 13-year-old was right inside the home during his mother's brutal murder. Police sources told Pix 11 the killer sent a chilling text to Gaal's husband saying, quote, your whole family is next. Gaal's husband, Howard Klein, telling the New York Post, quote, there are concerns about our safety. Our lives are at risk. We reached out to Klein, but did not immediately hear back. Do you feel comfortable walking here now? Do you think you'll continue to, or has the atmosphere changed?
Maybe a little, but it seems like it didn't seem like it was a random act.
The crime scene still active as investigators spend hours determining what exactly happened to Gaal, who did it, and why.
Those are the questions. Okay, yes, so I'm back because because I said some naughty words in my according to YouTube in my last video. So it's going to go absolutely nowhere. So I thought, I worked so hard on this presentation that I wanted to do it again. I'll avoid those words, okay? And I just want to run through it again with you, and for anyone who misses it, because most people have only seen it because it's posted on my community tab. So I want to make sure that all the Grizzlies can see it. So welcome. If this is your very first time tuning into this channel and you're like, what is going on here? My name is Gizla K. This is Grizzly True Crime. All you got to do to be a Grizzly is subscribe and hit the bell. Make sure to leave a comment below afterwards. And just know that I will also, this is in the description box. There's a link for my previous video if you do want to check it out. And I'll put in the comments and any other important links and things. Okay. Yes, Aleo. Yes. And you're like, seriously? Man, that's what I said. Okay, so what we're going to do is look at my presentation, which is this one. So we're looking at the case of Orsolya Gaal. I've heard her name said so many different ways. She is of Hungarian descent. She was 51 years old. And she looks absolutely stunning. And she was murdered in her home over the weekend. And this case has got so many what's already, so many red flags that I wanted to make sure that we can all see it and that we can follow the news and that I can report on it, okay, to see what on earth is happening here. So thank you so much for being here. Greetings from San Francisco Bay Area, California. That's awesome. If you guys wouldn't mind, please hit the thumbs up now so that it also just like helps me get out of that little banning pit. Make sure you hit the thumbs up so that YouTube knows you love this video. So many red flags, Claire says. Yeah, exactly. Oh my word. Stunning for her age. I can't believe she's 50. Yes, same. So if we look at this case, here's what I prepared for you. Okay, of course, there's a disclaimer. It's for adults only. We know this, right? True Crime Channel. If you didn't know it, this content is for adults only, and it may contain themes that some viewers may find it offensive, triggering, disturbing, anything like that. We are talking about a woman who was murdered and put in a hockey bag. Okay, so if that's not something for you, or it sounds too rough, I understand. But just know that my whole motive on this channel is to be able to cover true crime cases in a way that you can process without feeling too overwhelmed or too much anxiety. I do it as best as I can. Okay. Yes, Cheeky Llama, you say, how tragic. I've not seen it yet. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, Nom Garvey says, I've just finished watching your earlier video, so strange. I'm so glad you could see it. Most people cannot see it. Nope, not able to see at all. So it's quite interesting how that all works. Okay, so I say, welcome to another deep dive. Enjoy the show. So Orsolya Gaal, 51, was a married mother of 2, and she was found murdered. Now, this thing about and dismembered is now debatable, according to all the latest updates that I'm seeing. Apparently, maybe not dismembered, even though that's also a word I shouldn't say. But even though that is what's kind of reported on the articles, but apparently not. Okay, so stab 58 times and put in a hockey bag. So we're going to go over the entire timeline here. Where in Queens, New York, in an upmarket area, they lived in a $2 million home. When? This was on Saturday, April 16th. And how? Murdered in her basement, possibly dismembered, and her body was dragged in a hockey bag for half a mile and then dumped near a popular park, which is very strange if you just think about that. Like, who does that? Motive or person of interest, they say unknown at this time. They are apparently looking for a male suspect, and they do say that this person would have likely known Orsolya because there was no sign of forced entry into the home. Okay, so welcome to membership. Lindsay, it's so nice to have you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah, maybe this morning was just a dream. I believe she was a stay-at-home mom, but I'm not 100% sure of that as well. I was also asking myself, what exactly did she do for work? Yes. Okay, so we go through the timeline some more.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT. Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
This was the home. We're going to do some map time again. I'll show you everything. We look at the timeline on Friday, April 15th. Depending on when you're watching this, this was last Friday. So if you're watching this from the future, hello. April 15th, 2022. Gaal's husband, Howard Klein, and their eldest son, Jamie, they flew to Portland, Oregon to visit potential colleges that he would attend. Now, as we found out earlier, it's a fairly long journey. So, you know, they must have left quite early on Friday and then flown the almost 7 hours and then gone around to the colleges all day, or what? You know, it's like quite a jam-packed day they had there, because by 1:30 in the morning, they were on their way home again. This was on Saturday morning then. Anyway, so they flew to Portland, Oregon to do like college scouting. The dad tweeted about their arrival and then later deleted the tweet, which is interesting. He said, just landed Portland, Oregon before evaluating Ann Arbor again with my 17-year-old son. He also then tweeted about a book, which we'll go over later. There, I have to be careful with my words. That night, Gaal tells her 13-year-old son, Leo, that she's going to go see a show with friends, and she leaves the home. She really liked watching theater shows, apparently, so she was saying she's going to go and see that with friends. But it's kind of turned out, I'm still trying to make exact sense of it, because there's some friends that say, oh no, she knew who she was meeting up with, or she knew the friends that she was meeting up with that night. But then it's kind of like the cops are saying she met up with a man that night. Okay, so she went out to see a show. She left 13-year-old Leo at home, as teenagers would do. Yes, he was probably playing video games for most of the night. We don't know what he was doing, but I'm saying that just because he probably had his earphones in and heard nothing for the evening. Continuing on, the husband tweeted at 1:36 a.m. that they were at the airport on their way home. Now, as someone cleverly pointed out in my previous video, which was just a few hours ago, 1:36 a.m., I wonder if that's Oregon time or if it's New York time, because they're 3 hours apart. I would assume it's Oregon time, and that would make more sense to me based on the timeline. That would then be 4:36 a.m. New York time. which, if we continue to look at the timeline, was the time in which the person on the surveillance footage is seen wheeling this bag around. So it would be around that time. I don't know if I don't think it's 1:36 New York time. What do you think? What son played hockey? What son played hockey? I don't know which son played hockey. Maybe they both did. Don't know which one. And they said it was just like one of the sons, or both. We don't know if they both played hockey or one played hockey. They didn't really say. So she, as I say, allegedly met up with a man before returning home before midnight. So they said just before midnight. Apparently, the neighbor saw her in the backyard playing with her dog when she got home. And police then have said the killer arrived shortly after she returned home. So I pay very much attention to words. I know it's at this point we're looking at what the media is saying, and that's how they report it. And then I'm just listening very carefully because we don't know much at this point. But to say, police say the killer arrived shortly after she returned home is interesting. They believe that Gaal knew the killer. They are looking at 3 different numbers that were stored in her phone as potential suspects. They are investigating that at the moment. She was murdered in the basement, stabbed, some say 58 times, some say at least 58 times. Initially, it was reported more than 60 times. But now, as the case is unfolding, it seems to be that they've settled on saying 58 times. That is a lot of anger. Whoever did that, it's overkill. And then possibly dismembered and stuffed in a wheeled Bauer hockey bag. She had wounds on her neck, torso, left arm, and inside her fingers or hand. So showing defense wounds. Saturday, April 16th at 4:30 a.m., surveillance footage shows someone dragging the bag, leaving a bloody trail. That is so scary to think that this person dragged this hockey bag for half a mile that left a bloody trail, clear enough for the police to, when they got to the bag, to follow the trail back to the home and then bust through the doors to see what is going on in here. The only person they found inside was Leo, 13-year-old son. He said he had no idea where his mom was. He was upstairs, apparently. They did initially arrest him. They handcuffed him, arrested him, took him to the police station, questioned him, but then released him. They've since said that the husband and son have been cleared as suspects, but I don't know if it's husband and sons or husband and one son. I'm not 100% sure. Monotone. Feel like it was made because he had to do it. Empty vibe, robotic. Yeah. Seems like a fast turnaround from college scouting. I'm also like, that was a real quick turnaround, especially when it's quite a far flight and a 3-hour time zone change. I don't know, maybe the dad was just like really used to traveling because he was quite a businessman. Maybe he was very used to traveling just up and down on one day like that. So it's kind of like, oh, we'll just fly there together. We'll look at the college. We'll come back. We don't know. Thank you so much, Caroline, for your 99 cents super sticker. I really appreciate it. Makes me think even more it was someone in the family. Yes. Yes, checking colleges exactly in Ann Arbor. So there was no ID on her at all. And as I say, police followed the trail back home where they had to force their way in. Her husband was sent text messages. They say after the killing. So I don't know exactly what time these text messages were sent. That will be interesting to find out eventually based on the timeline that said your whole family is next and your wife sent me to jail some years ago. I'm back. What do you think about that? To me, I don't know. My first gut instinct is just like it's a little bit immature, the way that it's written. I don't know what to think of that, but your whole family's next and your wife sent me to jail some years ago. I'm back. What? Anyway. Yes. So here we have a still of the surveillance footage, and we are going to look at the video that we've got, the little clip we've got. We don't have much. If you guys know of some more footage as it gets released, please send it to me because the more we have, the better to really analyze it. But I've just zoomed in on it here. I mean, the first time I saw this, before I'd even read up and done a deep dive on this case, I was like, who's that kid? Who's this kid? But I don't know. I don't know if it's a kid. We haven't confirmed that. It's just like, it looks like someone youngish or shortish or not very tallish. You know what I mean? So anyway, and they also seem to be holding something. You know, as they're walking, they're holding something in their one arm, which is very interesting. Sounds like a misdirect. Sounds like the texts are. That's what I'm thinking as well. The texts are a red herring, something like that. The text and the tweets to me, that whole combination is like, oh my word. Yeah, the video, the person seen dragging the bag looks like a teen, in my opinion. So I suppose at this point I could, I'll put this on for you.
How I'm upping my lawn game this year. I've been trying to care for my lawn myself, but it's difficult to figure out exactly what it needs, stare at a million options at the store, and try to lug huge bags of toxic fertilizer home. That's why I switched to Sunday. They know exactly what your lawn needs based on your.
I'm going to take the sound off here so that we can actually just watch it a few times. This is the only clip I found. There's just a little bit here. Okay, so watch carefully. To me, they look young, but I don't know. Look. Do you watch carefully? I can't really slow down because this is all I have. Sure. Again, if any of you have a link like on a YouTube video or something where I can actually slow it down, that would be amazing. But for now, that's what we have. Let's look at it one more time. Man, the way they walk just looks like walks like a kid. Totally agree, walks like a kid, which helps describe a person, kid or not. An adult who walks like a kid. That's true as well. That's true as well. We don't know how high that bush is. I don't think we know exactly. Yes. Dog in a bag or box in the arms. I mean, shame. I hope no one knows where the dog is. No one knows where the dog is right now. I'm worried that the dog was like let out in the park. You know what I mean? Yes, she was originally from Hungary. Yes, she was. Okay, so back to this. Yeah, someone young and strong. So the bag was found in this area, which we'll do some map time. And the police, of course, covered it with a sheet when they were there. It's horrible to think that this woman was left like that and half a mile away and just like that. To me, it's like, did they want this to be found or did they get tired or why would someone just leave a bag with a body in right there? Right? So Glenn van Noorstrand was walking his two Rhodesian Ridgebacks when he discovered the bag at approximately 8:05 a.m. on Saturday, April 16th, on the corner of Metropolitan Avenue and Jackie Robinson Parkway. He called 911 reportedly at 8:11 a.m. This person who found the bag said that when they opened it, they saw a foot and then a hip still attached. So this is where they're kind of debunking the dismemberment thing. Right? Then he said, to me, it looked like a mannequin. It didn't look very fleshy. It was more like a crash test dummy. I thought it was maybe some equipment being used for something. I didn't think anything of it. He said he saw black ankle length jeans, a belt, and a woman's waist. He didn't see the blood on the other side of the bag until after he had opened it. The body was in the fetal position. Horrible. And I just find it so weird how this person discovered human remains in a bag and was like, didn't think anything of it. Again, I'm not saying this person is sinister. I'm just like, if I'm going to find a bag and my dogs are dashing for this bag and I open it and I see a foot, oh, believe me, I'm going to think something of it. But I don't know. Maybe they went true crimers. I don't know. It's very hectic. Showing people early approaching the neighborhood. That's what I mean. We have this tiny little clip, it's frustrating because there were lots and lots of cameras. There are lots of cameras. Almost every house has a camera in this neighborhood. And apparently there's several cameras that, of course, captured this movement. Can they show us some more of it? Because I would love to see like how many cameras captured this person and let's actually analyze the walk. But then also Did they come back? Where did they go from there? Are there more cameras that picked up this person? Aren't there cameras by the park or where? Where did they go? The neighbors do have security videos. That's the thing. There's no clip where the killer went after, well, not according to what we know, after dropping the bag. I mean, it's like a busy road by a bridge to just drop the bag there and no one notices. It was pretty early, huh? It was at like, they must have gotten there just before 5 in the morning. So Orsolya Gaal was married to Howard Klein and they lived in an upmarket gated community in Queens with their 2 sons for almost a decade before she was murdered. There was no sign of a break-in at the house. So red flag alert is what I called it. Just some red flags that I just thought, that's interesting. Note, her husband and son have been cleared as suspects. Again, I don't know if it's son or sons. The husband had to let the world know that he was arriving in Portland, Oregon, and for what reason, and then he deleted the tweet. I found that interesting. He then also had to let the world know that he was at the airport at 1:36 a.m., which was around the time that his wife was murdered in the basement, or depending on the time zone, if he sent that at 1:36 a.m. Oregon time, it means 4:36 a.m. Eastern time, and therefore it would be at the time that the person is wheeling the bag down the road. Leo, the 13-year-old, was upstairs alone, said he didn't know where his mother was and didn't hear anything. Was he threatened to stay silent? Very likely. Or, you know what's more likely? Yeah, he was playing video games or had his earphones on or just really, yeah, I would say earphones on, playing video games. Don't you think? His brother also has a band. It's very disturbing, might I add. It is called Slit Your Throat. Okay. And you can barely hear it. It's not even, sorry, it's not even music. It's just screaming. It's like heavy metal, but like not even. It's just screaming. And there's one live stream, I think it was, one song that was up, one live stream. It was a stream uploaded on the 22nd of March. And anyway, the point is that that music is so friggin' loud and screamy and everything. I don't know, maybe the kids were just used to a lot of noise, you know what I mean? Maybe this 13-year-old who was home alone was just like, oh, well, just maybe just was used to just popping his earphones on and just playing video games or watching TV or doing whatever. Okay, now I ask, where is Orsolya's dog? I want to know where the dog is. Is the dog okay or not? Have they found the dog? Apparently, Howard and the 2 boys are now staying elsewhere for now while the investigation continues. Since October 2019, Orsolya is not seen wearing her wedding ring in Facebook photos. I mean, maybe she just doesn't like wearing a ring. I generally don't like wearing a ring. So I understand. But like apparently from what I've just seen on Twitter, where people are like, oh my word, like there's a lot going on Twitter at this moment in this case. There's just like everyone's reporting on it, of course. And I'm just reading things there. Some of it's just like, whoa, like pure conspiracy. And some of it is interesting. Where it's like, oh, from October 2019, she's not seen wearing her wedding ring. There was a 911 call from the home on May 29th, 2020, from Howard to report Orsolya missing. Now that's interesting because apparently, I think I did this in the next slide. She left the home at 12:30 in the evening. She took a photo, which she posted on Facebook, which I'm going to show you. And at 7:30 in the morning, when the husband woke up, he says she wasn't there. So he called the police and said she was missing. And then she was located half an hour later. And then there was another call in July 2021 to report Jamie missing. And he was found also 30 minutes later. But that was within 30 minutes, not like hours had gone by. What's up, Stefan? We're doing take 2. Because I said some naughty words in my first episode. Okay, so we continue on.
So you want EVs, you have come to the right place. Is that Tom Brady? Yeah. Comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Move, look, and feel your best with multi-collagen protein so you can love the skin you're in, so you can go the extra mile, so you can see real results. Ancient Nutrition.
So this is the picture that she posted on Facebook on a nighttime walk in May of 2020. This was a few weeks before her husband called at 7:30 a.m. on a Saturday to say that his wife had gone for a walk at midnight and had not returned home. So she was gone for 7 hours. He then reported her missing, and then she was located half an hour later. I don't know who located her, because as we know, the police don't like react immediately if you call that an adult is missing. They're not like jump on it. Normally they're like, well, you got to wait 24, 48 hours or whatever it is per state or wherever you live in the world, right? So I'm thinking he probably located her or he heard from her or something. Anyway, weird picture, very weird picture she posted. Also weird, maybe not in a gated community, maybe she didn't sleep so well and she was just like going for evening walks, but at 12:30 in the night? And then 7 hours later, still no sign of her? Like, where did she go? Where did she go? You know? This one is a bit baffling. Anyway. Lorraine, this was in May of 2020. So I don't know. From what I've read, it was at 12:30. That's what they say with this one. Yes, I hope they get more video footage. Oh my word. Now, one of the tweets, you can read this for yourself. I'm not going to deep dive this time around. What I've done is link my previous video in the description box so that you can click on it and go watch all of what I said about this earlier. These are what not to say on YouTube. But he wrote, just landed in Portland, Oregon before evaluating Ann Arbor again with my 17-year-old son. Very specific. And then you can just read the rest right there, okay, for yourself. I'll just be quiet for a second. Joyce says, I'm scared in my own yard at night. Maybe she was with someone. Yeah, in that picture, I mean, of course, it's just her shadow. Yeah, some of us like to stroll around at night. Yeah, when I was at flying school, I used to stroll around at night at flying school. I couldn't sleep very well. I understand. It's just strolling around at night is one thing. Strolling around for 8 hours? Well, it's quite something else, huh? Yep, Saleo. Yes. I said the P word. I said the P word, everyone. Right here. It's on the screen. Anyway. So, yes, we continue on. So this was just, we just look at the case, we look at what's happening with each person, you know, what's everyone doing. Leo was apparently supposed to have his bar mitzvah on March 12th. This was before, March 12th, 2022. I say before the murder happened, I mean the month before, right? It was cancelled because his dad got again, I'm not going to say that word either. You got that. His grandmother, now I just found it interesting. That's why I mentioned, I'm just like, his psychology is interesting. Just because his bar mitzvah was very important to him. And I find it interesting how much importance he puts on his grandmother who died when he was 18 months old. Why does he do this? Because she valued bar mitzvahs very highly. And she said that while she was fighting breast cancer, all she wanted to do was stay alive to see one of his family members' bar mitzvahs, which she happened to make, and then she passed on. So it's almost as if, just from what I'm gathering, if I just look at it, I'm like, it's almost like as if he's feeling like, whoa, like my bar mitzvah got canceled. And it was supposed to happen on the 12th of March. Okay. So now, mid-April, he must have been like, you know, a little peeved about it. Like, I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying what everyone's up to here. So he says that his grandmother, he's got a picture in his room, looks at it every day. That's how he says it. We've got a call, not a call, yeah, video, audio, if you want to hear it. It's just that, you know, he prepared a YouTube video right before his bar mitzvah to try to raise $3,600 specifically by March 31st to support a quest for a cure for breast cancer, which I think is very sweet. He wanted to donate the money to Susan G. Komen nonprofit organization. And unfortunately, he did not meet his goal. You could see here that his mom actually, this was February 10th, donated to the fundraiser. So already in February, she donated to the fundraiser that he had made. And it says 3 people donated, and he raised 349. Now it's in euros because I'm in Europe. Of course, it's just converted it there. But he raised about 10% of what he wanted to raise. You know? Anyway. So a motive for this attack remains unclear. Sources added that police have yet to identify a male suspect in the case. So I've seen a lot of people speculate about a certain female, which we'll look at now, but they're saying they're looking for a male suspect in the case. Police are asking anyone with information to call their anonymous tip line, 1-800-577-TIPS. So if you live in this area, near this area, again, if you've got dash cam footage, if you took a picture, if you went for a run that morning, I don't know, if you saw anything, and we'll do map time so you can see the whole area that we're talking about. This is the number to call if you have any information. If you live in this community or around here and you have like door camera footage, look through it. You never know what you can find. Was the text sent to the husband to say it's done? Speculation. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe, you just never know. Strange text as well. Melinda, there are pictures of her sons on Facebook, but the news outlets are blurring out all the faces. These are children. We don't want to destroy their lives in any way. So we can't just like put it on here right now. But you can go look on Facebook. Look at her profile. She's got a lot of pictures of her family. She's actually also got a YouTube channel that I just found. But she hasn't posted on it in 12 years. So, but there are videos on there of her husband and of the kids and things like that. Oh, shame. Look at the dog. So cute. Where's the dog? And I had to show, of course, the grizzly picture. I think she said taming the beast or taming something, taming the bear. I really hope the dog's okay too. Yeah, MJ, I think a lot of us are thinking this, right? Okay, so Orsolya was originally from Hungary. Her mom and sister visited the family in the USA. She attended the Budapest Business School College of International Management and Business in Budapest, Hungary. In 2005, she had her first son. In 2009, second son. And in 2010, her mother-in-law died at age 76. The family of four traveled a lot. They went to Hong Kong. They went to Paris. She went to Croatia in 2020, which seemed to be like by herself on some sort of volunteer program type thing. So yes. Lorraine says, oh my word, remember there was something in the dead person's hand? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, maybe the dog. And I'm wondering if the dog was maybe let out in the park. So actually, if you live in the area, look out for the dog. That could be helpful too. Yeah, she's got a pretty name too. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And take two. Okay. Take two, everyone. So here we've got pictures of the kids. On the left-hand side, we have the eldest's girlfriend and him. And then on the right-hand side, we have apparently the youngest. And this is from a Facebook post made by the family. I can't remember whose Facebook account. I think it's Orsolya's herself. Yes. It's made on her Facebook account. And apparently the girlfriend and Jamie, the eldest, dressed as each other. So they really just swapped clothes that day. And on the right-hand side, the youngest, who's pretty tall-ish, huh? For a 13-year-old, maybe. He dressed as Cousin It from the Addams Family. Okay. Yes, the husband received a text, saying the rest of the family could be next. Well, not could be. They said your whole family's next. Thank you so much, sweet Caroline. Wolfman Jack. Yes. I know, right, Stefan? Oh, yeah, so the speculation, some people are speculating quite wildly, I see on Twitter, that what if it was the girlfriend of the elder son that's seen in the surveillance footage? That's one of the theories that's out there right now. Remember, we don't want to dox anyone. We don't want to really point fingers at anyone. We don't want to point any red flags in the wrong direction. We just want to look at the case consider the speculation and theories and be like, whoa, and wait for news. Okay. As soon as there's news, I'm going to be on it. I'll be watching this case because it's very interesting. All right. So that was my little timeline presentation. Let me just take this banner off quickly. Okay. So now it is time so that you can see where for map time.
John's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, and Train, keeping the trad comfortable for over 45 years.
And welcome back, everyone. Ready to put the little Google man down? Okay, so what we're looking at here is an upmarket area of Queens, New York. So if we zoom out of it, let's just go like this. Ooh. Okay. There's Long Island, New Haven. Right. Interesting. Massachusetts is up here, where Megan Marone has gone missing. No news there yet, from what I can see. So that is what we're looking at. All right. So if we go there, here's Brooklyn, here's Queens, Jamaica, JFK is here. Long Island's the best. Yeah, that's true. Gabby lived there too. Okay, so if we go here, they lived on Juneau Avenue. That's in the news. It's not me just saying it out there. It's in the news. They lived on Juneau Street. Sorry, Juneau Street. And now I'm going to have to put the little man down again and find the house. All right, 70th Juneau Street. We're going. Welcome to Driving with Me. I think it's a bit more. Driving fast. Here we go. Wait. Hey. Sorry, guys. You're like, what is going on? Little bit. There we go. Is it? Nope. It's looking different now. It was the same sort of car. Hold on. Sorry. I was there earlier. Yes, it seems personal for sure. Yes, map time. And fast driving. Should have put the damn pin down exactly where it was. Juneau Street. Driving so quick down here. Zooming down the street. Whoa, look at these. Interesting. Ah, yes, this is it. Okay. So this is the house. I'll definitely use my seatbelt with you driving. Yes. So here it is with the red door and the car out here. Oh no, that's just from 2021. Actually, it says 2022 Google. Interesting. Okay. Tudor styled, which earlier I called Swiss style, but Tudor styled. Yes. Beautiful area, right? Look at this beautiful area. My word. So, I mean, no wonder she went for walks as well. It must have been very safe to go for walks at night and stuff, right? So this is the house, and apparently what I've just read is that this person, whoever the suspect is, had access to the home because there was no sign of forced entry. Murdered her in the basement and exited through the side door, which I'm wondering if it's literally this. Is it this side door? That's what they're thinking. Exited out the side door. I'm trying to stay on topic, so I don't go off topic when I'm on the topic. But thank you for the news in the chat. Okay, so if they came out the side door and they started just going down probably here, that is very eerie to think of someone doing that at 4:30 in the morning. It doesn't matter what time they're doing it. It's just like, oh my word. And the neighbors were apparently quite shocked on the Saturday morning because they're like, where's the dog? Because they're used to the dog like roaming around the yard or barking or something. They're like, whoa, like it's very quiet this morning. So, yes, they would have to be strong. Yeah, especially if she was murdered in the basement and put in a bag, they'd have to be quite strong to maybe lift that bag up a set of stairs. Am I right? We don't have basements in the Netherlands or in South Africa. So am I correct in saying that? That's the window of the son's room. What? You mean like this? Here's a door. Maybe there's another side door. Let's go here. No, this is their property. Yep. Thank you so much. Hello. Amy Amico, sitting live from South Africa. Yeah, rolled up the stairs because it's a bag with wheels, right? But yes, the bag's got wheels, but wouldn't it be a little bit difficult? Stefan, how do you know it? How do you know that's the son's room? Is it? Okay. So, Stefan, you say further up. This? Oh, okay, yeah. This. And when you say the window of the son's room, you mean the 13-year-old? Oh, my word. When I have overweight at the airport, I already struggle with luggage, a whole person. Yeah, I mean, lots of adrenaline needed. Yeah, time for you to move to New York. We need you here. I agree. I would move there tomorrow. Yes, I love New York. So, sure. Anyway, so that's the house. And then if we exit like this again and we face north, because we always have to, as you know, with me, I need maps to face north and then I can orientate myself. Be like, oh, okay. So this person would have very likely gone down Juno Street or Kessel Street. They could have like weaved between these streets, okay? But they basically wheeled this bag a half a mile down to this area where it meets Jackie Robinson Parkway meets Metropolitan Avenue. That's far from the basement noise-wise. True, Stefan. It would not be easy to get it up. Yep. And how would the 13-year-old not hear anything? Probably playing video games, possibly. Maybe earphones in. Brad, you have 5 mutual friends. Oh, my word. Tells you it is and has been comfortable neighborhood to keep homes up so very well for so long. True as well. I can vacuum in my kid's room and she doesn't wake up, right? Teens, you don't know what they're doing. Maybe he's playing music really loud. As I say, his brother was like a hard rock band member, and maybe he's just like really used to really loud noises or liked really loud music too. That's what I'm thinking. Someone must have seen something at this intersection. Like, again, if you've got any footage, if you live in the area, yes. So let's drop the man there. And here we are. Okay. Good afternoon, Paige. Was it the older son or younger? The older son is with a band, and he was with his dad in Portland, Oregon. Someone actually asked me, how do we know they actually were in Portland, Oregon? I'm like, oh, my word. Oh, my word. But apparently they were. According to the cops and what the media is reporting, they were. But I hear you. At this point, we don't know anything. Earbuds all the time. See? I have 3 teens here at the moment. Earbuds all the time. Yep. What type of music? Would we even call it music? The band's called Slitter Throat, if that gives you a hint. It's very hectic. Thank you to Nighthoven for sending that to me. Some of you grizzlies are sleuths and a half. So, yes, so this is where? Now, again, I was showing this to Mr. Grizzly because he's like, tell me about the case. And I'm thinking it was here. Is that correct? Stefan, you were here earlier. Because, yeah, Mr. Grizzly was thinking it could be on the other side, as in when we go through the tunnel. Make a U-turn. because you love driving with me, you guys. He was thinking it could be on this side. You didn't miss much, Lorraine, right now. Let's just go back here. Correct. Okay. I was correct the first time, right? So if we add this here, right? Uh-huh. So it must be the other side with that lamppost. Hold on. And we're going to... If you guys were here earlier, ooh, were you turning all the way? Look at us go. Yes, here. And like very close to that. Like right here. Oh my word. So weird. How could no one see anything? Right? Sorry, let me remove this quickly. So that's the picture. You can see it. Doesn't look like enough space. Just remember the maps are a little bit not outdated, but like this would be 2021, and the picture was just taken. So just keep that in mind as well. So apparently around here, baffling, right? Wait, let me just see what you said there. So, so Leo said the other side. Even me, I'm wondering, is it this one? Let's go to the other side again. We can U-turn again. We'll go all around. Going around. See, yeah, this side. Interesting. Okay, we put it on again.
Let's go, Toast.
When life has you playing hurry up,
Let's go.
Hertz keeps you ahead of the game.
Let's go.
Introducing our all-new electric vehicles.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Ooh. What are we thinking? There's no lamppost on that side. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, the lamppost. Okay. That's the marker. The lamppost. This is it. Let me go a little bit further this way. So we could turn around and see it like this. Okay, slowly. Yeah, this is it. This is definitely it, because look at it. Yep, this is it. This is the one. Okay, so it is on this side, which based on, we'll look at the map again, but I think they must have crossed the road too. Oh my word. And how were they not seen? And then how were they not seen just dropping a bag here either? Joyce. Imagine dropping a bag here, and then what? Where are you going then? Let's see if you can even, I don't know if they can get through anyway or what. Are they just strolling away afterwards or what? Yeah, nice teamwork. Okay, so Mr. Grizzly was actually right. He was like, no. He's like, I told you guys, he's very good at like comparing things like quickly. He's like, no, that's it. Yeah, the lamppost makes it pretty obvious. This one right here. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, there has to be. There is more footage. They said almost all the neighbors have cameras, so I'm just hoping they'll release some more. If they need the public's help, of course. If they don't need our help, they're not going to release more at all. All right, so this is where it was. Ooh, interesting. So if we zoom out, they must have crossed the road. Which I find so weird. So they walked around like this and then crossed the road? Where did they cross the road? Like, what is going on? And it's also, I see some people speculating that it could have been a teen or someone, because it's not like they had a car. One would think that an adult doing this might have had a getaway car. No, this person is like wheeling a bag a half a mile down the road, a half a mile, like a 17-ish to 20-minute walk. Wheeling a bag with a body in. Like, I mean, I can't say no fear. They probably were in a state of fear, but to then just stop right there and drop the bag is just very weird. Unless they wanted it to be found, because that's one way on such a busy road, right? It makes no sense to cross the road, right? Yeah, skinny legs. Yeah, to get to that park. No, the murderer never. The murderer has not been caught. They don't know who it is yet. Yeah, I'm thinking he was going to drop it off in the park and got spooked and left it. Either got spooked or like really tired or just felt like, I don't know. And then where did they go? I still want to know who's got camera footage where, because what? You just drop a bag like that and go? So hectic. And only that bag must have been dropped around 5 a.m. And only at 8 a.m., just after 8, a dog walker was there. And the dogs were the ones that sniffed this bag out and ran straight for it. And they were so busy with the bag that the owner was like, what is it? And opened the bag. And he thought it was a mannequin, but okay. No, human remains. Would they have dropped the bag, climbed up the hill, gone top of the tunnel? Interesting. Maybe. Yeah, the house is up here. They were doing it on the fly. People wouldn't notice in NYC, in New York City. Okay, that I believe too. Ooh, people watching in New York is quite a thing, huh? He was too tired to cross the fence to the park and left a bag there. Probably too tired, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't open the bag, I'd call the police. Well, apparently he like opened the bag, saw it, but a hip and was like, whoa, and called the police. It's just so weird how he's like, I didn't think anything of it. Thought it was a mannequin or some kind of equipment. Like, what? Oh my word. Yes. Okay, so now we've done that. It's never a mannequin. Like, literally never. Like, even if it's like, I thought it was a mannequin. Why would it be a mannequin? Even that's like, call it in, call it in. What is that? But it's never a mannequin. Sure, contaminated evidence. Oh dear. It was on her phone. Strange part is the messages that supposedly came off her phone that called her your wife. Sent me to jail some years ago. I'm back. It was on her phone. Your wife. Oops. And confirm. Yeah, it was on her phone, and they still haven't located the phone though. But yeah, they didn't like sign off as anyone else or anything like that. So, see what you're saying there. Yeah, they definitely don't watch true crime or ID channel. That's for sure. My goodness. Okay, so to take this off, we're back here. All right. Okay, so I can't get over the text messages. I know, right? Let's just quickly see if there's any other news while we're right here. I will quickly have a look here. Orsolya Gaal, top. They're all just going on Twitter about her going missing in 2020. It's like, plot twist. Everyone's like, oh my word, she went missing already in 2020 for a bit. What? Here they say suspect caught on camera. Is it male or female? Oh, just hold on 1 second, please. Could you maybe show us the video? Hold on. Ooh. At that time, I hope that Aaron Stoner actually slows down this footage for us. Don't you think? Aaron, if you're watching this, please, can you analyze the footage? It would be amazing because he does such a great job. Keep the truth separate from the gossip. I'm supposed to be doing homework, but I really want to go through this case. That's exactly me, Melinda. I'm supposed to be doing homework today too for tomorrow's live stream. I've done some, but I'm going to be working very late tonight because I'm so busy with this case today. I'm just like, what? See, here they say Orsolya Gaal news update. 14 minutes ago, person of interest identified in hunt for the killer who stabbed the mother. What do they mean? I want to know who the guy she met up with at the play. Me too. Oh, very interesting. Let's have a look at this quickly. Okay, here we go. And you'll see all the tabs I have open. So many of them. Okay, Orsolya Gaal news update. Person of interest identified, but it's in like inverted commas, in hunt for the killer who stabbed the mother. New York mother. Okay. The detective identified an interested person, you mean person of interest, in an investigation into the Orsolya Gaal murder case. The two. What are they saying here, man? They're saying it all wrong. They're saying it all wrong. Wait. We already know this. They're trying to track down 3 men who had numbers on her phone. Yeah, okay. I don't know why they say 2 married mothers. No, this is nonsense. It's right here. Newsfocus.us, 15 minutes ago. She is very beautiful. I know, right? Queen's mom sat alone at a local bar before she was slain. Look at that. There's news. There's news, everyone. This whole time in this case. That's what I mean. It's just like every hour. It's one of those again where you're like, every hour, you're like, what? Yeah, Saleo, that article, it was not well written here. They're like an interested person with 2 married mothers. No. It's a married mother of 2. My word. Okay, still no arrest in the murder of Forest Hill's mother. People wonder why everyone is so interested in the case. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Why is everyone so interested in the case? Why do people always wonder that? I mean, it's like it's always the surveillance footage. That's what my answer would be. When we can all see footage and we're like, oh my word, what? You know? Not. NYPD is now offering a $3,500 award for any information about Orsolya Gaal. They say on Saturday, April 16th at approximately 12:40 a.m. inside 72 to 24 Juno Street, in the confines of the 112th precinct in Queens, an unknown perpetrator stabbed a 51-year-old Orsolya Gaal multiple times, causing her death. The victim was found inside a duffel bag along Metropolitan Avenue in Queens. Call 1-800-577-8477 or TIPS. Okay, so we're going to go to that article now. Here they say, Queen's mom, Orsolya Gaal, sat alone at a local bar before she was slain. Married mom, Orsolya Gaal, sat alone at a Queens bar for 40 minutes, apparently waiting for someone before she went home and was fatally stabbed and stuffed in a duffel bag. That is another red flag. That is a red flag, because if she said, I'm going out with my friends to a show, and she was supposed to, let's say, meet up with a man, this sounds like she was ghosted. Big red flag, right? Gaal, 51, had spent time in her Forest Hills backyard Friday afternoon before heading out with friends that evening to watch a show. Okay, there's more information. You see, at Lincoln Center, according to police sources and a neighbor. When she returned to Queens, Gaal sat alone in a neighborhood bar as if waiting for someone before returning to her well-kept Juno Street home, according to sources. It's unclear if the mom had ever met up with the person she appeared to have been waiting for. Investigators believe Gaal's killer entered the family's home and killed her on the first floor, and then took her body to the basement, sources said. Law enforcement sources have said cops believe that the killer knew Gaal, given there were no signs of a break-in at the home, and the ferocity of the attack on her, indicating the anger against her was extremely personal. That's what I mean. If this is someone who is completely unknown, like complete stranger, I don't know, the crime feels so much more personal because of how brutal it was, right? It's as if someone knew her some way, right? How could a woman drag a dead body up the basement stairs? Well, they're looking for a male suspect, yes? Somebody probably knows the house well, finding the duffel bag, etc. I think she did go to a show, but went to the bar after. Exactly. That's what they're saying here now. That's what they're saying here. Those wheelie bags make a noise. True. That's true as well, Ronna. People should be concerned for many reasons. One thing, there's a killer on the loose. That's true. Maybe Tinder dates, observed her at a bar, followed her home and killed her. Valid. I'm thinking the killer may have, if I could speculate for a second, if she's sitting alone at a bar appearing to be waiting for someone, and then was ghosted possibly, maybe this person was really just watching her, and then, followed her home. I wonder how far the bar was. They said a Queen's bar, right? A neighborhood bar. So not far from home, I'm assuming. Maybe that's how they walked there and all that. King Canton, I don't know how to say name. King Canton Anno 7. Welcome to membership and thank you for supporting the channel. You say, I sent you the New York Post news. Didn't see it. Don't know where. I must have 100 emails, 50 Instagram messages, and my Twitter's blowing up right now. That's why I'm covering the case, because people are like, look at this, look at this, look at that. I'm like, what? So, yeah, you guys distracting me today. Anyway, looking at it, deep dives. When she returned to Queens, she sat alone in a neighborhood bar as if waiting for someone. So that must really, a neighborhood bar must be close to home. That's what it implies, right? Law enforcement says the cops believe that the killer knew Gaal, given there was no signs of a break-in at the home. Interesting. And here's her dog. Shame. There's that footage again. It doesn't look like a tall person at all. I mean, just look. It's a bit like they've zoomed in here. Like, I don't know, just the height of the car and all that. She doesn't look 51. True as well. The suspect had stabbed Gaal. See, yeah, they say 60 times. Apparently 58 times, but they say 60 times in the neck, torso, and left arm. Her corpse was then stuffed in a black Bauer hockey duffel bag, similar to one used by one of her kids, and the pouch was dragged outside and dumped in a spot less than half a mile from the home. Gaal, who was found inside the bag just after 8 a.m. on Saturday, died from sharp force wounds to her neck. The office at the chief medical examiner said Monday, ruling the death was a homicide. Sure. My goodness. She was also discovered with possible defensive cuts inside her fingers and on her hands, law enforcement sources said. Gaal's husband, Howard Klein, who's a partner and founder of RK Equity, an advisory investment firm focused on lithium-ion battery and technology metals. Feels like Naomi Irion's case again, you know, where you're like, oh my word, you know, she was working at Panasonic with batteries. Anyway, my mind just connects all the cases somehow. I'm just like, remember that. Okay, anyway. Klein was reportedly with the couple's elder son touring colleges at the time. Klein received an ominous text from the killer threatening your whole family's next. The younger boy, 13, was seen being taken away in handcuffs from the home shortly after his mom's body was discovered. He was questioned at the local precinct and later released, police sources say. By Tuesday morning, cops had not made any arrests in Gaal slaying or identified any suspects. Yes, it seems like the dismembered part is very much in doubt. At first, it was like a woman was dismembered and put in a bag, but they're not really. It's more like stabbed a lot and put in the bag. It doesn't. I don't think the dismemberment part is all that accurate. What do you guys think? From what I'm reading and everything that's now coming out, I'm like, what if it was a jealous girlfriend of someone connected to the band? Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so that's that news. And then I want to quickly go here. Show you. Is the perp also holding the dog in front? I mean, they might be. They're holding something in their hand, that's for sure. Chazzy boy vibes, I know. We go into my history. Hold on. So this is it. Ooh, I'm not going to play the music. It's not music. I'll show you a preview. Oh, sorry. Wait. Hey, anyone sensitive to flashing lights? I'm sorry if it was already too late to say that. There's a lot of that going on. Okay, so this is the band called Slitter Throat. That's what the band's name is. And there's a song here called Mother. We could try to play a little bit. It was a live stream on the 21st of March. Okay, just listen for a second. Close your eyes if you are sensitive to light, like flickering like that. Okay. I told you, it's not quite music. This is the elder son's band. Oh my god. It's hectic, everyone. It's hectic. Okay, so here's the channel. This is what it's called. Slit Her Throat was live on the 21st of March, 2022. Sure. So even, I don't know, we can't just say, I know. Okay, so one, we are true crimers, okay? We got gut instinct. But we can't just say, oh my word, because he listens to this music, he did it. He wasn't even there, apparently, right? He was in Oregon with his dad. But the friends, the vibe, the connections, it's a little bit red flaggy, huh? Yeah. If you look at the 60s and 70s singers, they dressed up. Exactly. It's not music. I wouldn't call that music. Sorry. It's it's very noisy. And the titles of the songs are Memory, Torture Me. Wait, Memory, Torture Me, Liar, Addict, I Can't Take It, Girl Dick, Mother, Anger Trends, and Shoot You're Sad. Oh, YouTube's not going to like this at all. Again, they'll be like, no, this is still, Any of us can scream into a mic, right? Can cause a seizure and a migraine, right? It just, it makes me feel sick too. I can't watch much of it. I've literally only watched like little clips like that. And I'm like, whew, can't look at it. It's just, not just like the lights, but the noise. It's not music. Yeah, ugly, not music. Exactly. What a playlist. It's quite the playlist, huh? So he's got this band called Slit Her Throat, and he's also got, this is the elder son, an Instagram page of the same name, but it's private. Did I request to follow? Yes, I want to see what's behind that, but would they accept grisly true crime? I don't think so. So if any of you want to try, you let me know if you succeed. Each title is a playlist of obvious aggression towards the mother. I mean, it seems like it. It seems like it. And if you do look at her Facebook page, I just don't want to right now just show it, while we don't know anything yet. You can't just show the kids, but it's on Facebook. It's on her page. Okay, wait, my screen's not showing it, right? I just want to scroll quick to see what's up. Yeah, see, you can just look on Facebook, Orsolya.Gaal.9. That's what it is. And then you'll see. I mean, shame. Here she is. I'll show you this one. Here she is with her husband. He dressed as Uncle Sam. This was for Halloween last year. What does Lorraine say? What page do I want to get into? It's on Instagram. I'll tell you now. I think it's called Slit Her Throat, literally, as in Slitter. It's not her. It's like Slitter. That's the page we're trying to get into. So just hold on. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, still requested. It says New York City artist and anomaly, member of KO Gardem, Noise Goddess, Trick, DM or email for booking. And they've got a link tree, but the link tree just goes to the YouTube. So yes, that's the one. So yeah, this is, I just want to make sure, let me just take this off for a second so that I can show you pictures not of the kids. She's here for Halloween too. Very eerie now in hindsight. Screamo music, that's the best definition. Screamo music. Okay, thanks, Lorraine. It's quite a band. Now they're very, very angry. Very angry. Fingerprint or face would activate it. What are we talking about? What did I miss? What's happening here? The identity of the woman who was found dismembered in a duffel bag that was down under an overpass in Queens on Saturday was found to be 51-year-old mother who lived nearby. Yes. I hope they can trace the meetup who didn't show. I hope so too, because there are 3 numbers in her phone that they are busy working on. Right? sacrifices will gain you fame in the industry. Now, I don't know how many of you saw my previous video on the same topic this morning. I'm curious who writes their song. Same, right? But one tiny speculation I had was just Jewish family. This was Passover weekend. Seemed like angry boys, maybe. I can't say the 13-year-old is angry necessarily. Right? But it was Passover weekend. The dad and eldest are away. They're kind of flying home at 2 a.m. Passover evening. And I don't know if she really was stabbed 58 times. And I know I don't normally go in any conspiracy direction, but I'm just like, out of interest sake, all I did was look up scripture wise, where do they talk about the Passover in the Jewish text, like in Hebrew scriptures? And it really is, I don't want to butcher the word, but like Pesachim 58 talks about Passover, literally. So I was like, oh, that's just interesting. I'll show you here. So Pesachim 58a. The daily afternoon offering is slaughtered at 8. And this is all about Passover. This is all the rules of Passover. I just found that interesting. It might be nothing. But I'm like, wow. You know, it could have been some sort of someone taking scripture quite literally and, I don't know, making some sort of sacrifice on Passover. I don't know. You decide for yourself. You think here for yourself. But I'm just like, sometimes I just share a little bit of some of my thoughts about like, maybe, you know, maybe. So yeah, if you want to hear a little bit more of my thoughts sometimes or see what I write out or what I'm thinking, Patreon's a place to go. Oh, thank you so much, Amy. Amy says, I'm Jewish, Gisela. Great pronunciation. Thank you so much. Yeah. So if you like these types of theories, I wouldn't normally just like put it out here in the public like this, because it might just really be just a theory, just a thought. I'm always very cautious. I want to stick to the facts and not go too far and wide on speculation and conspiracy. However, I just found it interesting that I'm like 58 times. And then there's the Passover. Maybe it's a Passover type of slaying with someone who took it literally, especially because there's a trail of blood. I still want to know, is there blood on the door? Because for me, I'm like, whoa, with the angel of death passing over, you know, what it represents with the blood on the door of a sacrificed lamb and all this kind of stuff. I was interested in it, that they would leave a trail of blood like that and be like, oh, and they just say your whole family's next. I mean, are you taking on the persona of like the angel of death, or what is going on here? You know what I mean? Sometimes people who are not mentally stable can take something like this quite literally. And then I was just interested to think, well, where in this, especially the Jewish scriptures, where does it talk about Passover? And then I'm like, really? Pesachim 58a? Whoa. Yes. Thank you. No, the whole family was Jewish. I mean, the 13-year-old he was ready for his bar mitzvah on March 12th, trying to raise money to donate towards breast cancer, which is a very mature thing to do at 13. And in honor of his grandmother, who died when he was 18 months old, but he knew how much she valued bar mitzvahs. Okay, and I'm thinking it's compared to his own parents. His parents didn't seem to care all that much about it, speculatively, based on, for Passover, the dad and the eldest are away. They're looking for colleges for the eldest. The mother's out with their friends and possibly on a meetup with a guy. I don't know. So you just don't know if somebody, even a friend, took it quite literally. That, like, you know, maybe it meant something to someone a lot more than others. You know what I mean? Yes. Was this woman in LA or prosecuted in the past? Literally don't know. Literally, I don't know. CG, you're not blocked. You're right here. Gaal, you say it sounds like a Hebrew name. It actually kind of does, but apparently she was from Budapest, from Hungary. Yeah. Okay. So you saw that. Anyway. Right. That's the thing. You say Satanists do this sort of sacrifice, use people, animals. I hear you. It could be that too. It could be an attack on Passover or something. It's just like, to me, I'm just like, it happened on Passover, like around the time and around the hours, sort of what's instructed of when these sacrifices from the Old Testament are supposed to be happening. I'm like, huh, very interesting. What does the Instagram page look like for that ban? I can look for it quickly. Instagram. You're like, hope police are wondering what you are, G. I wonder what they wonder. I wonder what they wonder. Yeah, Passover and full moon. Oh my word. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Boy, okay. Okay, I'll put this on here. So this is the name of the band. You can see I've requested to follow them. Yeah. So yes, if you get in there, let me know. And then they say, let's look at this one. They say member of. So here's this, which what is, it's, I think they say Sonic the Hedgehog mini game collective. Interesting. Lorraine, you there? And then, yeah, there's I don't know what's going on this page. It's quite something. It doesn't look like the most mentally healthy page I've ever seen. Oh, okay, cool. You've even requested the link below it. You mean this? Oh, wow. Interesting. I'm assuming they're going to be playing here. They think so. Hectic page, hectic music. Yes. Wow. Okay. Definitely a close connection. You're like, I'm following a ton of those Banzo accounts now. Oh my word. Well, let me know if you find anything behind, the scenes there. I agree, Anna. I agree. Yeah, just requested. Now we wait. All the Grizzlies. They're like, we've got so many follow requests today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, kids feel inadequate, want to be hardcore, idolize any kind of power, get sucked in power by imagery, see the ultimate evildoer as the ultimate power because everyone hates them. Right? Yep. That's what I'm thinking. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm missing it all. Don't worry. There's 2 videos out now after this one. 2 of them that you could watch. This is take 2, just in case take 1 really didn't take off at all because it said some naughty words. Words YouTube did not like. They're like, no. Whoa. Okay, let's just quickly see this. Do they also show us? Hold on. No. Okay. Gotta do what you gotta do. I know, right? You're like, you guys are amazing. I'm too old to keep up with the chat. It's all good. Evil is rampant in the world now. Well, I think that pretty much covers it, right? Let's just close this message box. I'll show you this quickly. This is Howard Klein, hubby's LinkedIn page, founder and partner of RK Equity, New York, 500 plus connections. And he's the founder and partner since June 2002 until present, 19 years, 11 months, almost 20 years, huh? Vice president of this investment bank over here. Hey, focusing on the market equities in South Africa and all these other countries. Hungary, Romania, Turkey, Greece, Middle East, and then an analyst at Thomson Financial. He went to Columbia Business School and the University of Michigan. That's where he wanted his eldest to go as well. Hewlett High School. So that's that. Okay. I think I showed you everything. So what is the kid didn't want to be? Do you mean what if the kid didn't want to be bar mitzvah? No, apparently he really wanted to. He was really looking forward to it. He talks about it. I'll play the clip for you so you can hear it. He was preparing for it before March. It was meant to happen on March 12th, and then his dad canceled it because his dad got the Rona. And so, wow, like more than a month later, his bar mitzvah still wasn't happening. I think that may have agitated him just a little bit. Not saying it's got anything to do with the crime. I'm just saying he may have been a little bit agitated. Okay, so I'll play this. What I'm playing you here is from the youngest son's YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube video. I'm not going to show the YouTube video because I don't want to show his face, because I don't think it's okay to do that at this point. I'm sure some people would just be fine sharing Facebook photos and this, but I try to always blur out the children's faces and not just show them, because I think that's appropriate. That's what all the major news outlets do as well. I don't think it's okay to just put a 13-year-old up here. So I've put my own little art up, and it's kind of hard to follow what he's saying. Okay, he speaks almost like through his teeth. You know what I mean? You'll hear. So this is what he made before his bar mitzvah. He was trying to save up $3,600 because his grandmother had died of breast cancer, and he was trying to save up money so that he could make a donation towards a cure for breast cancer. And this was his father's mother, so the grandmother on the father's side.
For my bar mitzvah on March 12th, I have chosen for my mitzvah project to raise money for breast cancer research. I chose this charity since my grandmother, Deborah Klein, died after a 5-year battle with breast cancer at the age of 76. I was only 18 months old at the time, so I never really had the chance to know Grandma Debbie. I know from my dad, my mom, and Grandpa Hugo what a wonderful and loving person she was. Family meant everything to her. She loved nothing more than attending weddings and b'nai mitzvah of her kids and grandkids. There's a saying in Judaism, Lador Vador. It is all about making connections between generations. Grandma Debbie's life story is an important part of my appreciation of what it means to be Jewish. She grew up in England during World War II. She didn't have much of a childhood. For 5 years from 1940, from the age of 6 to the age of 11, she was evacuated to several foster homes in the British countryside. This is typical to avoid Nazi blitzkriegs of her London hometown. At my bar mitzvah, I will be reciting the Haftorah portion by a graph from Leviticus. It is all about sacrifice. Grandma Debbie had to sacrifice her childhood at the beginning of her life to be with our family. She also sacrificed at the end of her life. It was prematurely cut short. My dad told me that as her breast cancer progressed, what kept Grandma Debbie going in her last weeks was thinking about attending my cousin Astor's bat mitzvah. She made it. I cherish this picture from 11 years ago. I see it every day on a bookshelf in my bedroom. I was taken at Astor's bat mitzvah. I was less than a year old. I've made this video to share one person's experience of living without a loved one. Breast cancer is a terrible disease, so please join me in helping to continue the quest for a cure, memory of my Grandma Debbie. I've set up a fundraising campaign, Leo Klein's Mitzvah Project fundraiser. It is on the Susan G. Komen Facebook page. I'm targeting to raise $3,600, so please contribute anything that you can. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was that. I think he has braces. Yeah, you're right. You guys saying I think he sounds like he's got braces or whatever. Yep. Could have braces in mouth. Yes, you can see the video on YouTube if you just search for his name and bar mitzvah. You'll be able to see it. So yes. But that got me on the thinking pattern of sacrifice, because he talks about his grandmother making a sacrifice, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sacrifice. I'm like, well, now what was this? And I'm like, Passover. And then I started thinking about all that, Lindsay, Maglin, thank you so much for your $2 super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. I am going to be on my way now, guys, because I've got lots of homework to do still for tomorrow so that I can make a really great stream for you tomorrow as well. I appreciate you so, so much. Thank you so much for the support. If you could give the video a thumbs up, that would be great. For all of you sharing other news here, if you can email me other news and things like that, but the case you're referring to, never covered on this channel. So I like to, families watch this channel. We've got Naomi Irion's family watching this channel. If you haven't seen the story that I posted, go check that out. We've got Mr. David Robinson watching the channel, which are examples of families watching the channel. So over here, I like to keep a focused study group. We're looking at this case right now. That's it. I'm not looking left and right at this one. Sometimes things pop in my mind of like, whoa, remember that case? Or while we're doing it, like, remember if we like, whoa, juice bar, like Lori Valodeva, like juice bar, thinking of the laundries, that kind of stuff. But in general, I like to keep focused, get the information out, especially Man, if you live in this area, is anyone in the chat living in this area? One or two of you have emailed me to say you live quite close to this area. If you live in this area, in proximity, and you have any camera footage, like if you just look through your camera footage, especially from that morning, oh my word, I mean, that was at 4:30 in the morning. Please share it. And there was that number. Let me just find it for you again. Yeah, this number right here. Police are asking anyone with information to call their anonymous tip line, 1-800-577-TIPS. Okay, so if you have any information, that's the point of sharing these. I think the way that I cover true crime is not always just like, oh my word, can you believe it? It's more like, let's see if we can help. You know what I mean? Okay, so I wanted to wait. There was one more thing. There was the number. What is the last thing? No, it's out of my head now. It's out of my mind. I hope that you guys have a great afternoon or evening ahead. I'll probably see you soon. I know that we are covering very much the Lori Bello Daybell case and Chad Daybell, and yes, they're being arraigned today. There won't be a live stream, but they are apparently going to release some footage, so we'll have a look at that probably tomorrow. I'll probably show you that tomorrow, but you never know what happens. Okay, so thank you so much for being here, especially those of you who are here for take two, my word. And if you're confused because you see two videos, then great. Then the first video you actually saw, because most people could not find that first video at all. I've linked it below. I'll link it in the comments as well. I really appreciate you for being here. And yeah, Heidi's like, yay. I will see you guys very soon, okay? For the outro, do you want me to play my normal outro? Or would you like the news clips in this case that I'd prepared, just put together earlier? Let me know. The last thing is waffle, 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 waffle. Exactly. Yes, and thank you so much to the mods who could be here twice. Thank you so much. Best mods in the world, best community around. It really is a really great community. Yes. Thank you so much, Judy. All right. Let's just see if anyone answered here. Love being here. You want the normal one. Oh boy. Look at that. Normal, news, normal, news, news. Oh boy. Now what do I do? I'll do both. How about that? Let's play the news clips here.
Tonight, a trail of blood on a Queens, New York street leading to a duffel bag. Inside that bag, the remains of a 51-year-old woman. The victim, Orsolya Gaal, a mother of two and wife. The medical examiner says her cause of death, homicide. Now, multiple law enforcement sources telling NBC New York they've identified a person of interest. Gaal killed by sharp force injuries of neck. Her body found Saturday.
What's your reaction hearing that as someone who often walks these streets?
Shocking. Absolutely shocking. I mean, this is a really safe neighborhood.
The NYPD confirming to WNBC that this home security video from the neighborhood shows the possible killer rolling Gaal's body in a duffel bag. Police say Saturday morning, a 911 call reported a suspicious bag with blood on it.
That blood was Orsolya Gaal's, also found on the streets in this area, just half a mile from her Juneau Street home. Her neighbors shocked by her gruesome murder.
Her body later found, quote, unconscious and unresponsive. Police say Gaal was murdered right inside her house, now surrounded by flowers and caution tape.
It's creepy. I mean, I walk that way to visit my friend, and so it's a little disturbing.
How long have you lived here?
For 22 years.
How do you feel about that?
Very bad, very sad. I never heard something like that before.
According to police, Gaal stabbed at least 58 times in the neck, torso, and left arm with no sign of sexual trauma. Now, law enforcement say the unnamed person of interest is a man who knew Gaal and had access to the home. Police say her husband and older son were out of town during the incident, but police tell WNBC her 13-year-old was right inside the home during his mother's brutal murder. Police sources told Pix 11 the killer sent a chilling text to Gaal's husband, saying, quote, "Your whole family is next." Gaal's husband, Howard Klein, telling the New York Post, quote, "There are concerns about our safety. Our lives are at risk." We reached out to Klein, but did not immediately hear back.
Do you feel comfortable walking here now? Do you think you'll continue to, or has the atmosphere changed?
Maybe a little, but it seems like it didn't seem like it was a random act.
The crime scene still active as investigators spend hours determining what exactly happened to Gail, who did it, and why.
All right, and Zig Clay SMY joins us now live from that neighborhood in Forest Hills, Queens, here in New York. So Zig Clay, we just heard a resident there, a neighbor, say it didn't seem like this was a random act. And we know WNBC is reporting that there's now a person of interest who likely had access to the house. But again, so far, no arrests.
Yeah, Tom. So far, there have been no arrests, but police do say they found a person of interest, and that person, as you said, did seem to have access to the house, though it's unclear whether or not they've spoken with that man. And I have been talking to neighbors all around the neighborhood today. I'm right in front of the house. And